What made you realize there was something off about your friend so? In person he, the so/husband, was quiet and kind. But she, the friend, told story after story about his pill popping, fraud, suicide attempt, and general emotional abuse. She left him. I had a falling out with her. I caught her in a couple of lies and I just abruptly ended the friendship. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to me, my husband had befriended the so at the gym. My husband didn't care this guy had a bad reputation as painted by his ex-wife. He was a cool gym buddy. About a year after I ended the friendship, I became friends with her ex-husband. It's been 3 years of friendship now. Every time I'll learn something cool about the guy. Marine. Passionate about his kids. Solid hard worker. True and loyal to the core. We often compare stories. I'll tell him her side of a story and how badly she painted him out to be. He'll either tell me his side, which is black and white opposite of what she said, or he'll flat out deny such a story ever existed. With proof. So, the moral of the story is, while I thought something was off with him, it was all proof that something is off with her. Don't believe everything you hear. Edited to delete the word X from Marine, as suggested. Once a Marine, always a Marine. Posted this a few days ago, but my wife's best friend's husband. I never got on with the guy, while everyone else did. I found him to be very know-it-all, and if you had done something, he had done it 10x better. I'm sure my wife had a thing for him. It was always Rob has done this, and Rob has done that. Ain't Rob a great guy? Tracy is so lucky to have Rob. Why don't you and Rob go fishing? Why don't you and Rob go for a beer? To keep the peace I would, and each time I spent time with the bloke, I disliked him more and more. Something just didn't feel right about him. I ended up telling my wife that I can't handle the bloke anymore, and that I wouldn't have him round our home again. She had the raging hump, called me an unsociable twat, jealous knobby CT. 2 weeks later it came out that Rob had been beating Tracy, was a raging alcoholic, mentally abused his kids, and was banging a skank called Chi from down the road. Now everyone thinks Rob is an absolute cunt. Edit. My missus is getting quite a bit of grief now. No one knew how much of a evil cork Rob was apart from his wife and kids also. She calls me a knob, twat, bellend, dickhead all the time, and I reply with minge, wizard sleeve, thundercunt. Pretty sure that's normal in the UK. Ugh. The year me and my, now ex, visited my best friend for Thanksgiving. This is a fairly long story by the way. I tell this story to people all the time because she's just an awful human being, and this story was just a perfect example of it. In 2009, we traveled from South Carolina to Orlando to stay with my best friend Tom, of about 22 years now, and his then girlfriend, Lauren. We decided it was too expensive to fly up to New York to see our families, so we drove down a few hours to have a friend's Thanksgiving. We used to be roommates, and he is a badass cook, so we figured let's do this. So he and I spend all day shopping, cooking, etc. and dinner rolls around. So we have the usual spread, turkey, mashed potatoes, stuffing, rolls, and it's all sitting on the counter. We go in the living room to get the girls. Lauren comes in first. Lauren goes into the cabinet and pulls out 3 to 4 large Tupperware containers and says, hang on. Nobody take anything yet. I need to make sure that I have leftovers for work this week. Proceeds to take about 60% of each dish, leaving it so everyone has extremely small portions, with no options for seconds. Also takes about 85% of the white meat, because reasons, puts all her Tupperware in the fridge, and then grabs a plate. From the already small amount remaining, she takes about half of each dish, and slops it in her plate and walks into the dining room. Me and my girlfriend look at each other, take small plates, and go sit down. My best friend was visibly upset, but didn't know what to say. She eats about half her food, then proceeds to throw what's left on her plate out. Now to clarify, Tom has the biggest heart of anyone I know. He's a 6 feet 5 inch guy who has a heart of gold, and would give you his XL shirt off his back. Why he was with her, I don't know. He had a good job, making 50k plus. She was not a large girl, average build. Worked at an architectural firm doing 3D renderings. Fairly book smart girl. Not starved for money. Important for story reasons. I really wish to that were the end of this, but fast forward to the next morning. Tom decided he was going to make some turkey soup with the leftover carcass and meat. Yum. Big giant pot, lots of goodies inside. Now at the same time in between watching the soup, he had been browsing Craigslist at the time for box 360 and came across someone who was willing to meet that day. So he puts the soup on super low and we all decide to go out and get his box. Lauren says, oh, I'll get it for you as an early day present, and I think, wow, maybe she's not so bad. So we go out, buy the 360, on our way home. Now literally the second we walk in, we could dig in on turkey soup. But, as we are about 4 minutes from home, Lauren is hungry. She says, I want a double cheeseburger from McDonald's, so she can dunk it in her turkey soup. Tom argues that food is ready, we can see the driveway, but she makes him go to McDonald's, so she can get a double cheeseburger. Okay, she's the only one who gets anything, and we get home. She rushes to the kitchen, gets a huge bowl, and proceeds to take the large ladle and scoop right from the bottom, filling her bowl with most of the goodies and little soup, leaving mostly broth for everyone else. Goes into the living room, sits down and eats, while we stand there dumbfounded. Point almost there, I promise. We make our soup, sit down, eat, and Tom wants to set up his news box. Lauren doesn't really respond as she's dunking her burger in soup, stuffing her face. So he gets it set up and fires up Dragon Age, just playing around with it. Lauren has now had enough soup, which by the way is her burger, and about 3 spoonfuls, gets up and throws out about 75% of her meal, walks over to the TV, turns off the box, and says, okay, you played enough. I want to watch TV now, and ending with, well, because I bought it for you, I can decide when you can use it, and when I want to watch TV. Mind blown at this girl, the next day couldn't come any faster. Earned story. Absolutely mesmerized by her, and how she can be so selfish. About a year later, by the way, he went to work, waited until she was gone, came home, packed up his sheet and left, never speaking another word to her again. Being the nice guy he is, he even left her money for his portion of the rent for the remaining months on the lease. TLDR, best friend with heart of gold dated a selfish monster for years who had no regard for common courtesy. Edit. For anyone curious, he is now engaged to a wonderful girl that is a very big part of our small core group of friends. She treats him extremely well, and he's way better off now. They also live together about a half a mile from our current house, and our dogs are absolute best friends. Edit 2, had the wrong year. Also, lots of questions about why he even stayed with her, or if we talked about it. We had a lot of conversations about it. At the end of the day, it was a comfort thing. They own 2 dogs together, different than the beagle in the picture, and he would have had to save up money to move out to his own apartment, and maybe some other reason that I don't know about. I think we've all been in those toxic/abusive relationships where no matter what, we are in them for way too long. Not saying it's right, but it happens. He knew he was in a shit spot. Also, yes, he took this box, lol. That was about the only damn thing aside from his clothes. Edit 3, thank you anonymous giver of gifts for the gold. First one, and never thought this would blow up so big, haha. I'm glad that everyone is enjoying the story, hating the girl, and virtually high-giving Tom. Some strange part of me feels like he's getting some form of retribution, as over 6k people have seen her monstrous ways. Thanks all. Trying to answer questions as I can hear. It started moving real fast all of a sudden. My best friend's ex-boyfriend walked like he was trying to intimidate people. And every time he asked someone a question about someone's opinion, hey, what do you think of that statue? Do you like sauerkraut? He'd respond to their answer with, I had a feeling you were going to say that. It seems harmless, but it was every single time, and if you called him out on it, you couldn't possibly have known I was allergic to X. He lashed out in anger. Every time she tried to break up with him, he cornered her and wouldn't let her leave the room until she relented, and even their couples therapist thought she should leave him for her own safety after 2 or 3 sessions. He would wait for her shift to end just sitting in his car in the parking lot, and if she didn't come out fast enough, he'd storm into the building in a fury, but if she came out on time, he'd just leave. He wasn't there to pick her up, just to monitor her, which he also did through a GPS tracker he put in her car. She now has a restraining order and has moved twice. He broke into her apartment with a gun while she was deep asleep and just snuggled up behind her with the gun between them as if it was his dick, and that was how she woke up. There are other things, but this is getting long. Edit. Because people are not curious about other things, he did help me move, but only to find out where I lived. After their breakup he came to my door several times looking for her, and when she was generally not here he settled for monitoring my house. Extreme fitness nut who was obsessed with telling people whether or not he could bench them. Hint. Usually not lots of gaslighting. Don't remember the details. Insisted on changing her cat's name, which didn't stick. Wouldn't let her not watch TV with him, even though there are 100 things she'd rather do than watch TV at any given time, up to and including a pap smear. This inspired multiple fights. Charmed her parents so successfully that they insisted she go to couples therapy to work out their differences, which were I don't want to be constantly monitored. Also, your general controlling behavior is creepy vs you have nothing to hide if you're doing nothing wrong. Ultimately their breakup was supervised by the couple's counselor, who had building security waiting in the lobby and her hand on a panic button, who knew she'd have that stormed into her work when she quit post breakup because he decided they fired her, and his plan was apparently to threaten them to get her job back. Took her to court to argue against the restraining order. Judge looked at friend's documentation and how she was leaning away from him even on opposite sides of the room, and he was making kissy faces at her, and granted the order. Made very public posts on some weightlifting social media thing about what a crazy ex-girlfriend he had, and linked her profile in his own profile. Me and my cousin grew up together like brothers. I immediately knew his new girlfriend didn't like me from the looks she would give me or how blunt she was when I tried to engage her in conversation. A few months down the line and I try and arrange a meal with my cousin. Asked him to bring his girlfriend along so we can break the ice. Everything was arranged. I showed up at the restaurant and they didn't. I was stood up. They are now married and have 2 kids. I wasn't invited to his stag night or his wedding. I was, and still am, gutted. I met my wife and invited him to my stag do. He was all paid up and I couldn't wait to see him again. It was the thing I was looking forward to the most. He didn't show. Again gutted. He and his wife showed up to my wedding and acted as if there was no problem. It was quite strange, but I didn't care as it was great to just spend some time with the man I had considered my brother. We kind of kept in contact via text, but never met up, even though I tried to arrange it a few times. Then my son was born. I was desperate for them to meet each other and bent over backwards to meet up. I agreed to meet at a play area so his daughters could tag along and go play, and he got to meet my son, who is named after his brother who passed away. I sat there for an hour before he messaged me to say he wasn't coming. As a final attempt to salvage some kind of relationship, I invited his family to my son's christening. I got a message an hour after it had finished to say he wasn't going to make it as his wife had arranged to do something. That was 4 years ago, and I haven't heard, seen or spoke to him since. Still makes me sad, but as long as he is happy, then that is all that matters. Edit. Just to expand a little, I have tried to contact him many times via text, phone, Facebook message, but I haven't had a response. I don't believe he is happy, but I don't know enough about his relationship to pass comment. He has cut me off and there is nothing I can do to change that. I just hope that one day we do get a chance to sit and talk it through, just so he knows I don't hold anything against him or her. If he wants me to be part of his life, then great. If he doesn't, then at least he knows I still love him. Long story. Best friend was adopted as a kid. Adoptive parents killed in a car accident when he was 11. He was in the back seat. He survived. Became even better mates. Same schools and college. He decided he was gonna marry this girl. I was happy for him, but I had never met her as I lived out of the country at the time. So wedding is in 6 months. I fly down to see family and end up going with the girlfriend and some friends, and we all meet up at a local restaurant. Meet his fiancée. She seems nice and welcoming. She flirts subtly with me. Nothing major, but talks about my appearance quite a bit in front of her fiancé. I think nothing much of it. Later in the evening I go to the bathroom. I end up walking to a cubicle, and as I enter she jumps in front of me and closes the door with me inside. I ask her what she's doing. Her response is anything I want. I immediately push her out. Sit down and in shock, have no idea what I'm supposed to do. I go back to the table. I'm quiet. I realize that I should tell or say something to him. I pull him outside and tell him what happened. He is too in shock. Ruins the whole evening, and next day I flew back to my hometown with my girlfriend to see my family. We don't speak for months until the wedding. I'm his best man. Whole family was off to me. Bride hated me. We don't speak anymore, but I know what happened, and friends support my decision to tell him. He claims she says it was all a misunderstanding due to being drunk. I know what I saw. I know what happened. I know what she was trying to do. I feel bad because I have probably lost a friend, but my conscience is clear. Good luck, Philip. A bit of background. This was a good friend of ours and previous roommate. At this point he'd moved out about a year and a half prior, and we'd only had internet contact with him since. It was a meetup of old friends when we went to visit home. This was the first time we, wife and I, met his newest girlfriend after his previous long-term relationship ended. She wasn't so bad, kind of giggling and goofy for him, since he's a bit more serious, but fine. They seemed happy. We were out for dinner and her and my wife go off to the bathroom. I thought this was odd, since my wife is kind of a tomboy and doesn't do the whole girls go to the bathroom to do their mac-up and gossip thing, but I find out later friends so invited her to ask her a few questions about our friend. Well, after about 20 minutes went by, I realized they weren't back yet. We were both tipsy and engaged in conversation and time got away. This was a small gathering of a few couples, and one of HT other girls goes to check on them. Come to find out, friends so basically had my wife cornered in the bathroom, crying in her face and demanding to know why our friend had a secret crush on my wife and why he wouldn't admit it to her. After getting the recap from my wife, she said she had no clue if the girl was going to attack her or molest her, since a few times she was apparently completely against her to the wall. Apparently it was a mixture of my wife wanting to calm her down and also a little afraid, since she was half this girl's size and legitimately couldn't get past her. That caused the long drawn out issue. Luckily the person going to check on them snapped the girl out of it and diffused the situation. Very bizarre. We've seen her one time since, not exactly on purpose, and she acts like the whole thing didn't happen. She apparently has no history of mental illness, but I have no clue beyond that. I met them as an already married couple and everything seemed fine until she went into labor at my house. It was her second child, so she knew it was early labor and decided to rest on our couch while we hung out. We were going to watch her older child when she went to the hospital anyway, and our house is 30 minutes closer to the hospital, so it made sense for the three of them to hang around our house until go time. That's when my husband and I started noticing her husband's strange behavior. He was a very charming guy and a very good father to his son, but he started making fun of his wife during contractions. He would roll his eyes and tell her to shut up if she even made the slightest groan. He joked that she was a pussy and was overreacting. The whole situation got so awkward that my husband insisted he go home to get their hospital bags, just to give the poor woman a break from her crappy husband. A few months after the birth of her second child, he hit his wife with his car while she physically tried to block him from leaving during an argument. He disappeared for days and didn't come home until she proved to him that she hadn't gone to the hospital or contacted the police. Thus began systematic abuse that continued for 2 more years, and she hid from me like an expert. He would hurt her and then threaten to withhold money for groceries if she said anything to anyone. I knew he was a dick, and I knew she often needed me to pick her up to get food from food pantries because he was bad with money, but I had no idea he was hurting her. She finally left him after he threw her through a window while she was 8 months pregnant with their third child. The story doesn't end there. After the divorce, he and his friend started making child pornography. It started by giving meth to teens and then filming them having sex. Eventually, they were molesting his daughters, ages 18 months and 3, while taking video. When the older daughter turned 4, she told her mom what was happening and the shit hit the fan. Now he's in jail for a long time. She falsely accused her cousin of rape. He ended up being jailed, lost his green card, and deported. The nail in the coffin was when she slept with his older brother. Edit. I didn't make myself exactly clear. Let me clear it up a bit and expand on how psychotic this woman is. When she was 15 she accused her older cousin of rap because he turned her down for obvious reasons. The question was, when did I realize my friend so was nuts? Well, my best friend married this woman when he was 18. A year after that the false accusation came to light, a month after that, in a series of events that just didn't add up, I uncovered her affair with my friend's brother. When I told my friend about the situation, he accused me of wanting to ruin his relationship and basically cut me off. In the years after, it was constant fighting between them. She faked 2 pregnancies to keep him around while still sleeping around. One day, 10 years after being with her, my friend says he's had enough. He leaves her, finds himself another girl, and doesn't live happily ever after. Because his ex filled their kid's head with lies, somehow the divorce went completely in her favor, and she kept it all with an obscene amount in alimony and child support. The man is a responsible father. By the way, did I mention this woman is my wife's cousin? Yeah. After me and my friend restarted our friendship, she spread lies that I was trying to get at her, thinking he would have an issue with that. It caused a major strain between me and my wife. I could go on and on about her, but I'll just cut it here. She was in a poly relationship, a guy and a girl, but I always knew something was off about him. She lost her virginity to him, so to speak, and was still very monotone and disinterested when talking about sex. She could talk about the girl with some enthusiasm, but every time she told me how great the guy was, there was something off about her tone, like she was trying to convince herself. Turns out he invited her, 18, living on her own, suffering severely from unmedicated psychotic symptoms, over to hang out, and she thought it was safe because his girlfriend would be there. He ended up rapping her in front of the girlfriend and informing her that they were all in the relationship together now. She was already not sleeping 4 days on end, having constant panic attacks, and having trouble telling what was real and what wasn't before this happened, and I really think it was just easier for her to pretend it was normal. The relationship lasted about 2 weeks, and when she said she wanted out, he would stalk her by showing up at her work and sitting there for hours at a time, or standing across the street from her house and just watching her as she walked home at night. It went on for about a month. I didn't know about most of this until after it had happened, and I've always wished I could have been able to do something about it. That was years ago now, and she's medicated and living with family and doing a lot better. But sometimes when I think about what those 2 weeks must have been like, I lose my shit. TLDR, if you have even the slightest instinct that something is wrong with the way your friend talks about a partner, please pry. Be rude. Do whatever you have to do until you're satisfied they're safe, because maybe I could have saved my friend a lot of pain and trauma, and I didn't. She has no concept of reality. One of the first nights we hung out, she talked about how their relationship was equal parts storybook and fate. They had been dating for about 1 month. Reality. She was a massive rebound and trapped my friend with a pregnancy. Here's the full story. Steve dated Jenny for about 5 years. Jenny was smart, beautiful, and kind. Steve is an idiot and cheated on Jenny with Kayla. Jenny never found out, but her and Steve broke up. Steve started to date Anna. Anna was fun, cute, and caring. They dated for about 4 years. Steve is an idiot and began cheating on Anna with Kayla. Anna and Steve broke up. Anna came 2 hours early to move her stuff out of their apartment and found Kayla in the bed. Now Steve is with Kayla. Kayla truly believes their story is of romance and not of Steve repeatedly betraying his past girlfriends. On the first night we hung out, I drunkenly told Steve that he needed to do whatever it took to get back with Anna. He desperately told me that he ruined it, and that wasn't an option. All of this was directly in front of Kayla. About 6 months in, Kayla and Steve went on a mini vacation. Kayla got sick and put on antibiotics. The antibiotics messed with her birth control. Kayla got pregnant. Steve married her. During all of this, Steve was telling me how it was a short-term fling. Fast forward about 6 years and another kid later. Steve is clearly miserable. We stopped visiting them because Kayla makes my wife upset. We'd come over to their place and Steve would be trying to parent and control the kids, while Kayla would sit on the couch and watch TV. As if we drove an hour to spend time with her. No story better illustrates his misery than my 30th birthday party. Steve and I have been friends since we were 5. The day before my 30th birthday he called and said he couldn't make it. I thought that it was weird, but whatever. I'm an adult. About 6 months later I found out the reason. It made me despise Kayla more. Kayla got fired from her job. She had been unemployed for about 6 months. Steve works 40 hours a week at a distribution center. To make up for Kayla's lost income he was working an additional 40 hours a week answering tax questions from his home. My friend was working 80 hours a week to support his family and handling child care. Kayla turned down job offers because she thought they were beneath her. Basically, don't cheat. Karma is real. Throwaway. For obvious reasons I always knew, from the very first time I met him, that he was a bad person. Charismatic, charming, affectionate to her. But his eyes were empty. They married 14 years ago when she and I were in 11th grade. She just turned 18, had a horrible home life. She unofficially lived with us, my parents being more of parents to her than her own. He was a bit older and had enlisted in the military. This was during the height of the Iraqi war. A month before he deployed, after they had moved 3,500 miles away, he beat her in a drunken rage. After she discovered he was having an affair while he was deployed, he won her back through emails and phone calls. He came home far more damaged than before. Things seemed okay for a few months, until she walked in on him in their bed with another woman, while their infant son slept in a bassinet beside the bed. She naturally threw the chick out, before trying to make him leave as well. He broke her phone and her jaw. She was still thousands of miles away from me, but I packed a bag and drove for days to get to her. She ultimately took him back, and things seemed to stabilize. 3 more children in many years passed without incident. When their youngest was 2, he beat her again, this time in front of their children. Police were called, and he played the role of victim, using his PTSD and other post-military diagnoses. She has no job, no high school diploma. She dropped out to be a military wife, and no family to fall back on besides me. We offered to have her and the kids move in with us temporarily until she got on her feet. But she chose to stay. Recently, she and I drew up a notarized document stating that I'm to get their children if something were to happen to her caused by him. I'm keeping my fingers crossed that it never comes down to that. Was best friends with a dude. I'm a lady. Had been for a few years. Never any chemistry or anything like that, at least on my end. He gets out of a long-term relationship, starts dating around. He'd often introduce me to these ladies as sort of a barometer of whether or not he thought they were a good match. One weekend he invited a girl out with our group. She's super standoffish, won't smile, clearly isn't having a good time. I try to talk to her, get to know her, try to tell her about my friend and how great he is. She acts like I'm not there. Might as well have been the wallpaper. A month later I'm on a date, and we run into them. Remember, I'm also on a date with a man. As they are leaving they come over to say hello. She seems equally unhappy to be alive. I introduce my dude, the 3 of us chat for a minute. While she stands there, I jokingly tug at his shirt in a "you old dog" kind of way. She storms out of the restaurant. Both dudes are confused. Was not a flirty touch of any kind, more like a bro touch. Anyway. Next day at work, I work with this guy. He comes up to me and says, "Hey, you can't do stuff like that. She's really damaged. Has jealousy issues. Doesn't trust men." I apologize profusely, because I didn't realize I had done anything wrong. Even asked my date, and he was baffled as well. This friend had an emergency key to my house, in case I ever got locked out. He returned it a week later, citing something about what, if you call at 2 AM. But isn't that the point? Isn't that what best friends do? Help each other in times of need. Flash forward a few months in. He refuses to speak to me. Again, we work together. Won't look me in the eye. He slowly gives up other relationships, male and female. After dating the girl for 6 months, they get engaged. Now married. No idea how it's going, or if he's happy. I ended up moving, and haven't spoken to him since. Makes me really sad to see people give up who they are for a relationship. My story is kind of different. I think I'm the significant other that is off point. My boyfriend and I went to support one of his friend's show. The friend is in a pretty successful band and their band was playing in our area. My boyfriend hadn't seen his friend in months and his cousins, that I'm friends with, were going, so it was a really exciting night. I felt really happy supporting my boyfriend's friend's band and getting to experience a live show in my local area. Long story short, I got pretty buzzed and started dancing with my boyfriend near the front of the stage. At one point I started yelling out lots of woos and yeah, and eventually started yelling "Dudegui rocks." I yelled "Dudegui rocks" a lot, like maybe 10 different times. I was pretty buzzed and was just trying to be a supportive girlfriend. Well, the next day during hangover snuggles, my boyfriend gets a text from his friend that said, "Why was your girl saying Dudegui's hot last night?" My stomach dropped. I know, and my boyfriend knows, that I most definitely did not say that, but it drives me nuts that his friend thinks I was saying that, and he had to warn his buddy about me, which good on him for doing so. My boyfriend replied and corrected him, but he never replied. I hate the idea that he just thinks I'm the kind of girl that flirts with other guys directly in front of my man, especially when I was trying to be cool and supportive to this friend. Just a dumb misunderstanding that makes me cringe a bit. You rock definitely sounds like you're hot when yelled from a drunk girl over loud screamo music. Well, the first one used to actually yell at us when playing Scrabble. He was a controlling asshole. He told her exactly who she could and could not be friends with. He stole her dog's Xanax. Her dog had anxiety. I told her that he was using opiates because I recognized the size of those pupils and there was no way that that was the son. He used to make her cry all the time, and he told her that he would never marry a girl like her. He told her that her family wasn't prominent enough in the community. One day she came home from work and her laptop was gone along with all of her savings. He never came home. He had taken a small suitcase along with a few of his belongings and moved to Israel. She found out 3 weeks later after non-stop crying and calling everyone he knew. He called her a year later to tell her that he was getting married and that she should just move past it. He never even broke up with her. His friend told her that the guy that was saved in his phone as his work boss was actually his dealer. He was a full-fledged junkie by the time he had left the country, and he was 180k in debt. I said the first one because, surprise surprise, there's a second one. This one's in the program, so he's a good guy. He had her convinced that she's an addict. She's not, and he made her join the program. But not now, because that sheet has some literature incorporated that he couldn't reconcile. It must be AA. The girl isn't a drunk to begin with. He then proceeded to go on a rant a few months into the relationship, telling her that she has no higher power and that's really not okay. How could she possibly live such a shallow existence? He made her delete all her Instagram pictures in which she is dressed like a nun because she has a boyfriend and it's highly inappropriate. The list just goes on. I worked with a woman who was absolutely without a doubt working only so that she could find a sugar daddy. She called everyone love and hugged everyone the moment she saw them, sometimes up to 5 times a day, then would turn around and talk crap about them. She told everyone she was in medical school, impossible of course, that she was rich, lived in her car, and any work topic that came up she would immediately insist that she was an expert on it and would then proceed to babble on about the topic, basically saying nothing that made any sense. Downright crazy. She wore inappropriate clothing to work too, all in layers. As the day wore on, she would take off her sweater first, then her shirt, and by the end of the day she'd be wearing a very tight-fitting tank top with elaborately knotted scarves around her neck, glittery belts, tight jeans, cowboy boots, etc. We are allowed to wear casual clothes at work, but she dressed like she was going to a nightclub. Anyway, she managed to get into a romantic relationship and moved in with one of my coworkers practically overnight, and then immediately quit her job, supposedly to start working at a better job. He bought into her lies and never questioned them. Suddenly she wasn't working anymore, so he was now supporting her 100%. She wanted to go to concerts, on long weekend vacations, to bars and nightclubs every night, and this poor guy was getting stretched to his limit both with time and money. After about 6 months, he tried to break it off with her, but by now he was in too deep it would seem. She is a master manipulator, and every time the subject of separating came up, she would pull the Christianity card and convince him to pray with her to save their relationship. He's a devout Christian. They share a house with 2 other people, and somehow this woman managed to kick the homie owner out of the master bedroom and she now resides in it, and she also took over the master bath, so everyone else has to share the other smaller bathroom. She does zero housework, pays zero rent, and yet she rules the roost. No cooking, no cleaning, just watches TV all day and sleeps. She is a devil incarnate. My coworker is a mess, but can't come up with the balls to kick her out. He's a very loving, forgiving and generous man, and knows that she has nowhere to go, so he tolerates her crap. I keep waiting for the *T to hit the fan and maybe the roommates will kick her out, but they all just roll over and play dead while she calls the shots. Weirdest thing I've ever seen. It was the second time I had met her, but the first we had really spent any time together. They were a fully alternative lifestyle couple, into festivals and free love, drugs and whatnot. She gleaned pretty early on that I have done a fair share of hallucinogens in my life, and so she decides that this was the conversation we were going to bond over. I don't do that kind of drug much anymore, but hey, I'll entertain a good trip story. Everything's going good until we get to DMT. This is when she released a torrent of confessions at me like her name was Katrina, and she was here to take my home and leave me with no FEMA check. I couldn't get a word in. Point she had a spiritual lover who had no name and watched over her like a guardian Santa Claus. He made himself apparent to her over the course of her life, but started filling her delusionals with invisible cork on her first DMT excursion. Point he made her come harder than any mortal could. This was the only man she could ever love. Point they faked like bunny rabbits every time she tripped, even on lighter stuff like mushrooms, and made sure her life was going in a favorable direction. Point he made bad things happen to people that crossed her. He was in the room, touching her always early on, in this one-sided conversation, or thought had come to me, that I've never had with such absolute conviction. I'm talking to a crazy person. Not crazy like you, or I are crazy, truly off the faking hinge delusional. This thought was followed by another. What is the quickest way I can politely leave this situation? As a last-ditch effort to relate, I attempt to share a DMT experience in which I had felt a presence and had an orgasmic experience. To which she replies, practically enraged, that was nothing like this, never outwardly said it was. I left soon after. Later on, she convinces my buddy to have an open relationship and immediately starts faking their best friend, sometimes while my buddy was in the next room. They didn't last long. Point TLDR, kids, remember above all else, no matter how real it seems, it is just a drug. Oh boy, this is a long one. Just got out of it last week, so excuse the excessive details. Lived with a couple, one being the nicest person I've met in years, the other being a gender fluid, constantly pissed, or at least unfriendly derelict of a human being. I addressed this 6 feet something bearded man, elf looking person, as he called them, dude sometimes. And apparently that was when they started to actively dislike me and talk about me behind my back without so much as informing me of their pronouns until later, at which point I did my absolute best to remember. So now to the 4 months living there with this gal, the first roommate moved out within a couple weeks of me arriving, and they gave me a subtle warning, I've just gotta get out of here, man. I know the way things are going. Then gestured at the door where, let's say, Jilla lurked. Point Jilla had been friendly until that point, or at least friendly by their standards. That is, not actively beaching or pissed about something. So I wondered what they meant. Didn't have to wonder for long. Then comes the first house meeting. Jilla, his girlfriend, and one other person besides me showed up. Jilla brought out a list at least 2 pages long and catastrophized every single bullet point for well over an hour, while everyone nodded and tried to get the extremely boring, unproductive, and uncomfortable meeting to stop. Point I could tell that they were trying to shame everybody and probably in their minds get things done, etc. But the thing is, the house is the cleanest place I've ever lived. Everybody minds their own mess and it never got out of hand to any real extent. and it's not clean because Jilla does any special amount of work. In fact, they claim to have an arm injury which has kept them on SS for presumably months/years, and I rarely see them out of their room unless they're talking angrily at some unsuspecting victim. So, while this guy was over there absolutely off the wall about everything from dust sometimes on the floor, to not having the full set of cutlery in the kitchen at all times, to bettering communication, monologuing angrily and alienating people is a great start, by the way. I was just wondering what the problem was. I looked around the house, and I found dust behind some things and an old receipt on the floor. And maybe the toilets could use a clean, and the shower could be scrubbed for aesthetic purposes, but even that was all at a completely acceptable level. Next thing, a couple weeks later, Chilla knocks on my door and wakes me up to tell me that there are trash bags in the garage. Okay. Question mark, 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 question mark. Those are waiting for the trash day, was basically my thought, but I knew how to make this sad motherfucker go away by now. My god, that is horrible. The state of this place. Do these godless heathens have no shame? They all should be killed slowly for their transgressions, etc. I know this was feeding the problem, but the lecture/general personality was so unbearable I had to get away. Surely enough, they went back to feeling in control and went to their room to smoke large amounts of weed and play Minecraft. This is all they do, and they still complain about being fucking poor. But the weed and Minecraft was not enough to satiate the beast's urge for power, because that night they brought all of 4-ish trash/recycling bags upstairs and dumped them out in front of my friend's doorway. Now either animals got into these bags or they were shredded by Jilla, but either way rancid trash and recycling was all over the floor to the extent that my friend couldn't really get into her room without moving it. Obviously she confronted the gal and a yelling match ensued. It turned out none of it was her trash whatsoever, and it also turned out, much to Jilla's surprise, that nobody really understood why the fuck it had to be dealt with immediately anyways. Moreover, apparently I was the only person the trash was mentioned to, and I ended up dealing with it all because everyone kinda left. So, the next 2 roommates moved out, which sucks, because out of the 4, as of now about 6, that were scared away, they were my favorite. And also this gave Chilla an opportunity. They/he does the work for themes, pulled the seniority card, and favored all of their extreme SJW hippie friends to move in above my homeless stepdad who needed a place, and virtually any other option that was brought up. In my opinion, it's easy to get seniority when you have no goals or contribution to society. Sitting there being miserable and angry for years doesn't make you special, and it should been up to at least one of the people on the lease, but whatever. Biggest asshole in the room takes the cake as always. So, now with all of these uncomfortably sensitive and uptight people moved and I had only one sane roommate left, who is now also trying to move out. That friend is the poor girl who got someone's trash piled in front of her door, and she informed me that she tried to stand up to Jilla before and kinda became the target for their harassment and passive/regular aggression because of that. Something clicked in my head. This wasn't just some overzealous home ec major who legitimately needed everything to be 200% perfect, but a full-on control freak asshole who looked everywhere for issues that they could pin on people to feel superior. And now I was in the minority. I predicted that I'd have some shit coming my way, but I didn't know what form it would come in until about 2 weeks ago. Now my white male privilege. Of course it was all about my white male privilege. I was the only straight white male left, and since these brainwashed losers were by far the majority, now they plan to stage a somewhat forcible intervention for me. Again, I got a knock on my door probably around 7 AM, which I ignored. Then I got a much louder knock, and I said hello. It was Jilla, and they invited themselves into my room. Hey, everyone in the house wants to have a talk about white privilege and male dominance. I immediately wanted to roll my eyes, but went along with it anyways. Oh cool, I don't really think about that stuff too much myself, but I'd be happy to join. No, you don't understand. We want to have a meeting about you, sternly stated full name. Everyone in the house has come to me, and we are all offended and concerned, and this behavior can't continue. If you're gonna stay here, etc. Insert self-righteous gender politics ramblings for what felt like an hour. Other idiots hopped in, while I smiled and nodded yes, I'm the white devil. I will take off my penis at the door and become gender fluid to make you comfortable. No more microaggressions for me. I will never frown, and always smile, and greet you enthusiastically, because I just like you all so much. I didn't really know what to say. I hadn't interacted with the new people till I moved in much at all, and I definitely didn't say anything that could be interpreted as racist or sexist, because I don't quantify people by their race and gender, and I treat all decent humans with respect. Unlike a certain person, whose name starts with a J or a T, or whatever, it was really hard not to laugh with this coming from one of the least respectful and least friendly people I've ever met, someone who seemed to stop at nothing to make lives shittier. But I apologized for offending them, and asked for a few examples, so I could learn. I have high functioning autism and I understand that certain ASD behaviors can be seen as microaggressions if you are either mentally ill or have superhuman sensitivity. I didn't get a single example and I moved out the next day, leaving only exactly 5 bags of trash and a strongly worded letter behind. I had the decency not to dump the trash in front of Jilla's door, but I have to admit the urge was strong. TLDR fuck you Jilla you piece of shit edit. Bonus quotes plus BULLSHEET my consent is violated and this is harassment in regards to my friend's boyfriend staying there. I know everyone feels this way, because I feel this way. Actual psychosis. Looks up the dictionary definition of misogyny and angrily reads it to everyone. I don't know why I wasn't there for that one, but it sounds very much in character. Everyone loved him straight off the bat. Got along really well with anyone. I noticed that he was mimicking the behavior of whoever he was with. Despite being so well liked in our group, he somehow had no friends of his own to speak of. When we'd all go out, he was always alone, which was off. He was very outspoken, flamboyant, friendly, not a loner. Lots of free time. Liked to go out. Where were his buddies? He said I love you to my friend 3 weeks in, whilst pretending to be asleep, in case it was poorly received, so he could go back on it. Around the same time he stopped turning up to his job, and stopped leaving my friend's house when he slept over. As in my friend would go out in the morning, and the Nuso would still be there 3 days later. Started wearing my friend's clothes. They're both men, but still weird for such a new relationship. Nuso stopped showering. Would bug our group for money. Despite all this weirdness, he had ingratiated himself into our large yet tightly knit group so well, everyone felt like they were best buds with him, and had been forever. He gave me the creeps. I noticed a lot of his stories didn't line up. He started muttering things under his breath. Violent things. Got confused and laugh, and smile when asked what he just said. More stories didn't match. Big things about his life, family, and history, and the little things about what he had studied or where he went last week. The filth he lived in grew. Mounds of moldy plates. Filthy, stinking clothes. Still no work. He was fired because he just stopped going and hung around in my friend's house all day stinking up his dressing gown. By this point my friend had decided he wanted him gone. It turned out that he had no friends from before he met our group because he had swindled his ex-friend out of her insurance money from her dead father. There were a litany of other things. Rent unpaid. Drama caused. Words said. The usual. The friends of my own group who lent money never saw a penny back. Newly ex-so went AWOL and disappeared for 3 days, leaving his passport, phone, coat, and keys behind. Post breakup, there was also some drama about him sleeping with my friend's FWB. Not because he liked him, but because he wanted to cause jealousy. And we know, because he told everyone. He changed from a well-dressed, friendly, clean, funny guy to filthy, crazed, borderline sociopathic, and a pathological liar. At first I thought I was being overly sensitive because he was displaying a lot of behaviors I saw in my dad. I thought, hey, give the guy a break, I'm being the crazy one. Nope. Lots of little weird things added up to one big problem. Listen to your gut. Since these are mostly about friends looking out for their friends, here's my piece of the cake. First time I met a girlfriend at our place, she barely even acknowledged our existence. Got on off vibe from the start. Then she'd complain because my friend was at our place when we planned to make a big dinner for a few of us. So this beach stops by, and us being the nice people we are, asked if she was hungry, and without accepting she just dug into everything. and stuffed half the faking food we'd been cooking all afternoon down her nasty throat. The second she finishes, she gets up, grabs my friend who's in the middle of the conversation by the arm and demands that she wants to leave, so they have to leave now. Now I'm already full on hating this inconsiderate piece of shit. I've brought these things up a few times stating that I think she might not be the best person to her, but of course my friend would keep making excuses like, oh, she was just in a rush or she just had a lot on her mind. That day, what made me flip though was when her childhood friend was visiting, and this bitch literally tells her girlfriend, my friend, that she supposedly loves very much, that she doesn't want to waste her time meeting her friends, because she doesn't care about that. Seriously, what the fuck? I went on a straight up rant to my friend about how I cannot stand her bitch of a girlfriend and she's treating her like shit and manipulating her, and I have absolutely no interest in hanging out with her if that bitch is gonna be around. Sad to say, our friendship slowly started to fade after that. This girl used to be such a happy, loving, jiggly and inspiring person in every aspect, and the few times I saw her after that she just kept getting less and less bearable to be around. I fucking hate her girlfriend, and I'm already pissed just writing this point edit. Rereading this, it sounds like it went from 0 to 100 real fast. I left out a lot of stuff. This is over the span of 1.5 years. One of my old best friends started dating this new guy. I hadn't seen her in about a year and was looking forward to meeting him and catching up with her. They both had birthdays in the same month, so I invite them to come up my way for a club night she and I used to attend, and offer to take them both out for dinner for their birthdays / as a nice friend. So they live about an hour from me, and she says she'll text me as they're leaving, and then I'll know what time to expect them to arrive. I showered and just sat around on my bed browsing Reddit or whatever. Figured I'd start doing hair and makeup once I got a text. Next thing I know, they're already here, and I'm just in my pajamas, looking totally unprepared for a night out. I invite them in, tell her I wasn't expecting them yet. She says sorry, she didn't have cell service, and the text never went through. I said they can just hang out inside while I get ready real quick. Give me 20 minutes. Would you like anything to drink? And then I realize her boyfriend did not follow her into the house. She says he's going to wait in the car so he can smoke. Okay, then he leaves. He comes back like 45 minutes later, and apparently he has gotten Wendy's because he didn't have time to wait for some beach to get ready. When we left for downtown, I took my own car instead of carpooling with them because I was super uncomfortable with this guy giving the excuse that I will probably want to stay out later than they will. He hadn't said a single word to me and just stayed in his car the whole time they were at my house. They followed me to the parking area, and then he decided he wasn't going to get dinner or go to the club with us and takes off to do his own thing, still without acknowledging I even exist. Needless to say, my friend was very upset by his behavior, and I don't even know what to make of this incomprehensible level of rudeness with no apparent reason. She and I get some food and then head over to the club. She texts him to let him know what's up. He wants her to come out and leave immediately. She stays for one drink, crying to me the whole time about how he's not usually like this. She's so sorry. They probably won't even stay together. She might break up with him tonight. Well, they're still together, and it's been over a year since then. She and I have not spoken since. What an ass. I left out some of the other small details because this was already super long, but for real, there is something just not right with that guy. I introduced my best friend to his now ex-wife. She was actually the sister of a mutual friend of ours that he hadn't met yet. They went on a couple dates and things didn't seem right. She talked about her aspirations and how she wanted to do a lot of different things but couldn't for some reason or another. Turns out that she would try something once, and if she wasn't good at it, she would give up completely. She went to community college for a semester and failed a single test and dropped out of school. She went to beauty school and messed up dyeing hair once and completely quit. She got a job as a secretary and accidentally routed a call to the wrong person on her first day and quit. I told my best friend that she isn't the type of person he should be looking at for a long-term relationship. After I got engaged, she pressured him into it. After they got engaged, she quit her job and refused to look for another one because he would take care of her. They were married 6 years and then got divorced because he couldn't handle her giving up on everything. He wanted a better job, so he kept trying for it, and she would mentally abuse him when he wouldn't give up. The job he wanted is highly competitive to get hired, and he had over 50 interviews total for it, and every time she would tell him that he was a failure and to give up. When he finally got the job, she acted like she encouraged him all along and that he was nothing without her. After about another year, he left her. It was the happiest day of his life. The first thing was she's like 7 years younger than him, which I found a little odd, but we are in our mid-20s so it's not that strange. Point. When he finally brought her to my BBQ, I instantly disliked her. She just sat there and stared, didn't engage, didn't make small talk with any of the other guests, nothing, just stone cold silence. Whatever, she's shy, I get that. All she did was whisper to my buddy when he was around. When she did talk, it was little complaints, like there's a lot of bugs out today, or it's really hot today, or the sun's in my eyes, stuff that's not super off-putting, and I wouldn't normally find that odd in conversation, but since it's the only thing she said to me, I found it kind of strange. Point. It turns out my so overheard her conversations with my friend, and she was complaining about me constantly. Complaining about how I hosted the BBQ, complaining about my dog, complaining about how I asked my friend to lend a hand when I needed help with something. And since that day I've literally never heard her say a word that wasn't a direct complaint or a lead into a complaint about something small. She once accused me of stacking the deck and cards against humanity. I bet you took all the good cards and put them in your pile before the game. Then proceeded to walk across the room and switch the stacks, then complained she still had cheat cards. I don't understand how anyone can go through life never being pleased with anything. My so has the right mindset and just ignores her and could give a shit if she's happy or not, but it's like nails on the chalkboard to me. It really only bothers me and one other person in our friend group. Most dislike her for other thing like the fact she's making my friend miserable. It's almost worse than a major flaw, because it's so specific to my experience I can't vent about it to anyone. They just say, what do you care? If she's happy, just ignore her. I just sit there and listen to her bitch about everything for hours on end like a little fun vacuum. This pasta is too watery. Why is this music so loud? Can't we got to a better bar? I hate my job. That waiter was so rude. Just a constant stream of little things. It's maddening. Back in the day, when I used to have a friend, we'd hang out on a boat cafe during the summer. Often he'd call his so, who was a really okay and lax person. She'd get on a lot of our dumb jokes and could actually partake in any discussion, which was great because it always led to some amazing talks while having a cold drink or something. But there was a pattern I noticed a bit later. Every time he'd call her up to meet up, she'd be in some business, but we were fine with that. That is, until he'd say okay then. Dreadnought also says hi, which would often end up in her showing up 30 minutes to 1 hour later. One day, I was wondering and told him my doubts about her, so we constructed a plan. He'd call her up, but not mention me. She was busy. Okay. We can't draw conclusions from one case, so we'll try a couple more times later that month. Always the same outcome. At this point we were sure in what the hell is she plotting, but still couldn't go forward with definite conclusions, because both of us are still working of indications, not evidence. We were clueless as to what to do at that point, other than being sure that she has to be crossed. Funnily enough, fast forward to the weekend and I go out to the local beach bar and she's there. Spots me immediately and makes aggressive moves towards me. Mind you, I respected her ability to meld into conversations, but never found her particularly interesting. It didn't take me long to snap and basically humiliate her in front of 25 to 30 people present there. I just don't tolerate cheaters and two-folds and just went harsh on her. Now, it could be done far much more civil, but I'm not like that. I don't like tact and decency when the other person is a piece of shit like that. Thank fuck. Her night and plans were ruined. I got a reputation for being a total cunt, but at least my friend did not end up being blindsided. He was hurt, surely, but bounced back soon after, because it was proven that she was a terrible person, and that he actually got the biggest favor one could ask. Friend and I don't talk anymore due to insurmountable differences and a few letdowns, but this still stands. A bit of intuition saved a person from being wrecked as fuck. He never mentioned her before the Star Wars The Force Awakens premiere. Point backstory. My best friend of 10 years at the time, still my best friend now, and I lived in the same college town 1,000 miles from home. In a way, moving so far from our families to the same place really solidified our friendship. We are both very close to our families, and being away was hard, so we relied on each other a lot. Let's call him Ben. Ben had fought for and lost a relationship with a girl he'd been dating for years. He had been planning to propose in the summer and instead she ended it, and not well, in July. Come December, on opening night for Swathi, I myself and all his roommates and friends thought he was still grieving. I went over to his apartment early as his roommate, and I had promised to dress up in costume for the premiere, and someone told me he'd gone to pick up someone from the airport. 20 minutes before time to leave he showed up with a girl from the last town he called home before he moved, but whom he'd never mentioned, and she was all over him. It was really strange, having one of his roommates whisper to the rest of us what was going on. Apparently she moved to Denton, Texas right after he moved away, and they kept commenting on posts by mutual Facebook friends, and noticed each other being clever, added each other, and had been talking online for weeks. She had family out our way that she planned to visit at Christmas anyway, so she flew up that day to join us for the movie and meet him IRL. I didn't like the surprise, specifically because if he really had confidence in this idea he wouldn't have kept it from me. And the feeling grew worse when I realized she had stayed her whole trip at his apartment and never visited her family, and she fought with him when he mentioned a piece of his past that hadn't come up before, and played the victim and said all this crud about being sick of lying sheets like him in her life. Like, y'all just met. He's not just gonna hand you a thumb drive with all his baggage on it. Chill out. They got in a relationship long distance, and he spent thousands of dollars in the course of a few months flying back and forth to Texas, sending her flowers, gifts, paying to help her fix her car. She lost her mind twice, just about every 2 months, and broke up with him, and made him feel like shit, just to guilt him into taking her back maximum 3 days after. Now Ben's a good dude. He doesn't even drink or smoke, isn't having sex until he's married, all that neighborly good guy stuff. And every time she broke things off, she got high and drunk, strung out, and faked her ex-husband. New red flag. She's 23 and going through her second divorce at the time. I say ex, because legally they were still married. The divorce had literally just started. They didn't file until after she flew here to meet Ben. Then Ben and I went to see Deadpool to cheer him up after she dumped him the second time. They got back together after we left the movie theater. 2 days later she loses it because he went to see Deadpool. It's so pornographic and tacky. She told him he's the scum of the earth for wanting to see a movie like that. That's where he drew the line. Nobody messes with our Marvel fandom. He came over to my place for more privacy than his 5 roommates could afford him, waited for her to call to apologize, and I made him say in front of me, while I made him comfort food, "I'm not heartless," to her that he wasn't going to keep doing this, and their relationship was really over. We had pizza and watched cartoons until he felt well enough to drive home. She continued to be a nuisance for a few months, and then she stopped bothering him, even brought her new boyfriend to visit a month after the ordeal, and tried to dangle him in front of Ben, and then used Ben to cheat on the poor guy. Ben liked him, and told him what happened, and recommended for his sake that he not be too trusting of her TLDR. Don't let your friends get away with not telling you they're considering dating someone for an unusual long time. They don't trust you because they don't trust themselves, and there's always a reason behind it. Like the girl is straight up crazy probably. I hate half my friends so this is perfect. One of my friend's girlfriends would hit on me through Instagram and Snapchat constantly. She ended up cheating on my friend 3 or more times. They ended up breaking up, dating new people, then leaving those people for each other. Shortly after they got back together my friend's dad passed away unexpectedly. Weeks later her girlfriend faking ends up breaking up with her the day of her dad's funeral. Who does that? Another friend was in an LDR and their girlfriend would force them to drop anything and everything they were doing to Skype with them. If they didn't a huge tantrum would ensue. They ended up breaking up and the girlfriend threatened suicide as well as sending graphic images of her slit wrists to my friend. It's been 6 or 7 years, and like 4 girlfriends later, and this girl still hits them up claiming they're the love of their life. The most recent one. My friend has been with this guy for 4 years. I've always been kind of neutral about him, like we don't have many shared interests and his personality is very mild, I guess. But I've always tolerated him. So about a year ago I find out that he has created a Cupid and a Tinder and is talking to girls that his girlfriend was friends with in the past. I end up being the one that has to show her the screenshots. She is understandably very upset and ends up calling him, and this dude is so fucking blasé about it, like he was acting, like he forgot to pick up milk at the store instead of literally trying to cheat with 2 separate people. The whole time his excuses are I was lonely and I just wanted to make friends. But I don't buy it for a second, like there are plenty of non-dating apps for that. So anyway, they end up breaking up shortly after that, but he ends up getting kicked out of his house by his grandparents, which I also think was either exaggerated or just complete bullshit, and Rachel being the angel she is offered up her place. They now live in a new apartment together and like, I'm happy my friend is happy, but I do not trust her boyfriend. I think he's a stupid man-child. No way this will get read, but I needed to get it out and offer some advice just in case someone reads to the bottom of the thread. I'm going to give you some perspective from the inside of one of these toxic relationships, so I can hopefully save some poor soul from going through what I did. By the way, I'm a guy. We can be the victims in abusive relationships. 2. Here are the easiest warning signs to spot. These apply to all relationships regardless of gender or sexual orientation. Asterisk 1. Does your friend have to constantly explain or apologize for their so's behavior? Asterisk 2. Do they seem to spend less and less time with you and other friends because the so demanded it, or simply doesn't like you and all the other friends? If your friends are shitty, that might also be a reason, but I'm assuming you're quality people. Asterisk 3. Does your friend seem fine around you, but becomes overly nervous or depressed when the so is there? Asterisk 4. Are they glassy-eyed when they talk in glowing terms about their so, like they are trying to convince themselves, or does any of it sound rehearsed or coached? Alternately, have they ever offhandedly mentioned a strange behavior or demand from the so when alone with you? They may be voicing their own concern. Asterisk 5. Has your friend so ever subtly flirted you or boldly come on to you or anyone you know while dating your friend? Asterisk 6. Do you catch the so in repeated lies, big and small? Asterisk 7. When around both of them, does your friend seem extra attentive, like the so is in charge and your friend is a nervous servant? Asterisk 8. Watch their eyes. Do they look down a lot or only at the so when together? Asterisk 9. Does the so denigrate, bully or talk down to or about your friend in the presence of others? I could go on, but if the answer is yes to any of these, your friend might be in an abusive relationship. My story: my ex-wife is the kind of girl that has a huge and completely irrational insecurity about other women. Didn't matter what their age was or attractiveness, they were a threat to her in some way. Even the women in my family were a threat. They're judging me. She'd keep me up at night for hours interrogating me, asking if I thought this or that woman was attractive. They could be a real person or just some chick on TV. If I wanted to get any sleep, I had to get good at convincing her that I thought every other girl was a cave troll. Perfect example: I had lunch with a female friend at work. She was a sweet older lady who I'd become friends with. She was old enough to be my mom and had her own family. I kind of thought of her as my work mom. We talked about worksheet mostly. That night I mentioned to my ex that I'd had a nice lunch break with the lady from work. My ex knew her. Ex freaked the fuck out. Apparently it was the most bitter betrayal I could have committed. LUNCH=FAKING over a table, I guess. 3 hours later, her angry crying the whole time, I decided it was easier to just stop hanging out with my work friend. Told her the next day, because I was a huge bussy. She didn't understand, but agreed. I'll never forget the look of confusion, pity, and disappointment on her face. All I can say at this point to explain myself is that I was young and stupid and had never come across someone so manipulative. Also, she didn't just show up crazy. She's smart, middle class, not hose beast, and can pass for normal. Took a while to find out how skewed her thinking was. By then she'd figured me out pretty well, and knew how to push my buttons with such, or by crying/arguing me into submission. She was really good at manipulation. It was like she'd had a class in how to mess with an insecure guy's confidence and break him down to dust. Google Chinese water torture and you'll have any idea of what I went through. Constant and unending questioning and harassment until I just gave in. Eventually I became the broken shell she wanted. It was so bad that I got into the habit of looking at the ground when other women were around or on the TV just to avoid having to sit through another interrogation point during the relationship. I started to pull away from all my friends and family. It was a combination of her not wanting me to hang out with people she felt judged or threatened by, as well as me subconsciously hating having to lie to defend or explain her to everyone. It was easier to separate myself than to face them. Eventually I was isolated from everyone who cared about me. The constant mental abuse, isolation, and harassment had me on the verge of suicide for the last year or so. I barely spoke. Here's the fun part. After several years of this, after she'd thoroughly broken my will and isolated me, I guess I wasn't fun to play with anymore. So, predictably, she cheated on me several times before ultimately leaving for good. I didn't confirm it until after we were over, but she admitted that she faked at least 3 guys while we were either dating or married. In truth, she did me a huge favor when she left me. She was like a cat who had lost interest in a dead mouse and wandered away to find some other toys. She went to a party with her brother, hooked up with a guy, and never came home. I almost forgot. She left me with a permanent reminder of our time together. The beach gave me herpes. Yep, about a month into the relationship I developed an outbreak. Got tested and sure enough, the big H. I asked her about it, and she broke down crying saying she'd been date raped a few months before we met, and the guy infected her. I said we should go to the cops and get him arrested. She gave me some mealy-mouthed reason to drop it, and since I was her plaything I did what she wanted. After the divorce she finally admitted that she'd made the whole date rap thing up and knew she was carrying the disease. Lying about rap qualifies you as human trash in my book. Knowingly having sex without disclosing you're carrying an incurable STD is pretty faked up too. She figured I wouldn't get it since I always wore condoms. She was wrong. I got it on the base of my shaft after a half hour of her riding me like she was trying to start a fire one evening. She gave me a rug burn just enough for the virus to get in my skin. Really glad I didn't eat her out that night. Anyway, that lovely incurable bastard of a disease added to the feeling of being trapped from the beginning of the relationship. I thought even if I left, no girl would want to be with me now that I was infected. Apparently she didn't have the same concerns about spreading the disease to anyone else, since the guy she cheated with had no idea she was carrying herpes. After she left I collapsed into a disgusting sappy drunk mess for about 2 weeks. My boss was incredibly patient and drove me to and from work because I was low-key drunk 24/7. I chefed in a catering kitchen but was too faked up to be relied on, so they stuck me on dish duty until I sobered up. After 2 weeks of being soaked in cheap vodka I just woke up one morning and realized I was better off without her. I snapped out of the stupor I'd been in and spent the next year rediscovering who I really was and regretting who she temporarily turned me into. Almost 20 years later, and I still cringe at the memory of the hollowed out person I became for the sake of her ego and narcissism, and all the shit I did for her. She quickly got with another dude, like the day she left, and did the same thing to him, then broke him into pieces too. No idea what she's up to now, and hope I never find out. If someone you know is going through something like this, you may not be able to reason with them. If you push too hard, that may drive them away from you. Just be patient. You can ask leading questions to get your friend thinking, but tread carefully. If the so catches on, they'll force your friend to cut ties with you. The good news is that very likely, eventually the relationship will explode, and your friend will need your support and help to pick up the pieces and remind them of who they were before the toxic relationship. If anything I wrote sounds like your life, no matter your gender or orientation, please take my advice. Get out. The person you are with is not with you because they love you. They're with you because they can control you. Simple as that. They have freedom, you do not. Get out now. It will never get better. They will never treat you better. They will never trust you. They will never truly love you. As disruptive as a breakup can be, you will survive and be better, stronger and smarter for having survived it. Point. If anybody needs to talk, feel free to PM me. This is a throwaway account for reasons, but I'll keep using it for a while. My friend had started seeing a girl a few months earlier. I hadn't seen much of him once they started dating. I called him up and asked him if he wanted to come out golfing with the guys that weekend. He seemed really hesitant about saying yes, but finally agreed on the condition that we golfed first thing in the morning. Right after sunrise. We get to the golf course and he's there all ready to golf. He was riding in my cart, and after a few holes we get to talking. He tells me his girlfriend wants to be included in everything he does. She doesn't want him doing activities that don't involve her. He didn't tell her that he was going golfing, as she would have forbidden it. He had loaded up his golf clubs in his car the night before and had snuck out of their apartment at 5 AM while she was sleeping. His plan was to rush back to the apartment after we were done golfing with coffee and breakfast and act like he went out for a walk in the morning in order to surprise her. At about the 4th hole, his cell phone started ringing. He saw her name on the phone, but didn't answer. She called back a half dozen times until he finally turned off the phone. He looked nervous as we drove up to the 10th hole. I hear my friend mutter "oh no," and then saw what he had noticed first. His girlfriend standing behind the tee blocks with her arms folded, scowling at us. We figured out later that she must have gone through his emails to figure out where he had gone that morning. When we reached her in our cart, my friend put his head down and apologized to me and told me that he had to go. He silently removed his clubs from the cart and followed her back to the parking lot. We stopped inviting him out after that. They were together for another 10 years, and I never saw him again without her being present. She eventually cheated on him with a coworker and left him. I have been best friends with this dude for 20 years. Moved in with his girlfriend of a couple years. I never exactly thought she was all that great, but he seemed happy, so I stayed quiet and let him live his life. She invited a group of us over on a Friday night before a weekend trip we all had planned months in advance. Some couples, some single folk, about 9 of us in total. Most of us friends for a long time, college roommates etc. Not a huge place but enough room. The guys decided to go out for pizza and beer, as we guys do. One bought beer, one bought pizza. I bought food for breakfast in the morning. We did not let the host pay for any of it, because he was the host. We get home, eat some pizza, have some beers, play Madden, tell jokes, have fun. At 8 o'clock on a Friday she says we need to keep it quiet. At 9 o'clock she tells us again, and tells my buddy to put away the whiskey he brought, because she didn't want us drinking anymore. At 10 o'clock she says she is going to bed, and we all need to as well, so we don't wake her up, and don't sleep in. Shortly after that she says we are not allowed to use the fan or rack in the guest room, August in New England, because it wasn't that hot and something about our electric bill. The next morning she says nobody is allowed to shower before leaving the house, because it would be too much extra laundry. We all only got half a mug of coffee, because she would not allow us to open another can of her coffee. It's one thing if there's not much and we have to share. I'm fine sharing. I love to share. But beach when you have an extra can and you ain't giving it up and being a selfish twat, then you are a selfish twat. About 11 AM we are all dying to leave and get out from her place and stop living under these ridiculous rules. She of course is showering and still getting ready. Me and a separate friend fire up Madden for a rematch from the night before with lots of trash talk. I got a touchdown and promptly told me friend to suck my dick in a not so inside voice. At this time, she comes out of her room and yells at me about how much of a disrespectful asshole I'm, who is lucky that she even invited me and I need to apologize or she is not leaving. I did not apologize and she went and cried in her room. Eventually some of the other girls there calmed her down and convinced her to go on the trip. Everybody was super mad at her for ruining the whole vibe, and I felt bad for everybody else. It was a terrible weekend. Fuck you Hillary, you are a terrible person and have a huge forehead. This is going to get buried. But when my husband and I met Chester's girlfriend, we immediately knew it wouldn't last. We gave it a year, tops. It was like 4 years. He was an extrovert, social, loved going out, and was dedicated to competing in different game tournaments. She likes to stay inside and read and watch TV. That would have been fine by itself, but she constantly tried controlling him by guilt-tripping him every time he went out with a friend or participated in a hobby. I tried to befriend her for a while. They cycled through owning and disowning several pets, ferrets, hamsters, dogs, because she wanted one, but would get bored of them. But not this time. This time I actually want that puppy. She actually was getting evicted from where she lived and basically moved right in with Chester, even though they weren't there yet. But he's the kind of guy that gives and doesn't really notice insult. The following phrases out of her mouth is why I gave up. Also because she's the type of a mature twat that can't have a philosophical conversation without losing her cookies. That someone disagrees with her. Chester makes more money than me. Why do I have to pay rent? Why is rent 50 to 50 when Chester can afford more? I shouldn't have to work. I should be a stay-at-home mom. They didn't have kids. I call in sick all the time to work when I don't feel like going in. It's great. Fired. Was a hostess at a chain restaurant. I shouldn't have to pay my student loans back. I'm owed $20 an hour as universal basic income. Took out excessive loans she played away for a theater degree. The big crux of it was how she suddenly started asking me for pregnancy tests over and over, and then got pregnant. On the pill. She felt like Chester should finally have to marry her. She wound up getting an abortion. I'm not making any of this up. When they finally broke up she utterly lost it. Blocked all of our social circle from Facebook. Luckily Chester now has a girlfriend who is mature, honest, and doesn't expect the world without putting some effort in. Edit. I don't mean to diss on theater degrees, but I was raised that college is for a job. You go in for an occupation you can get employment in. Chester and I both have STEM backgrounds. My issue is getting tons of loans and feel like you're owed all of it to play around and piss away money and time for 4 years on taxpayer dollars. Had she actually had any kind of desire to make something out of herself, it would have been a different story. She went to college to delay adolescent and responsibility and continues to do that to this day. Kinda late, so this might get buried, but my buddy, let's call him Jim, was dating this girl who we'll call Erin. I never really liked Erin from the start, but she was dating one of my closest friends, so I was more than willing to put up with her. They were together for about 2 years, but the tipping point that I noticed came around a few months before they broke up. By the end of my junior year in high school, Jim and I, along with some other friends, started playing Dungeons and Dragons. Jim would be DM. Naturally, he invited Erin to join in. It was clear from the beginning that it wasn't for her, but Jim and everyone else in the group was loving it. So Jim would start putting in an increasing amount of effort to make the games more appealing for her, but she wasn't having any of it. Eventually she quit, which is fine. Nobody was going to force her. What wasn't fine was her outward distaste for when Jim would still play it with us. She would continually argue about why D&D is such a shitty game. Then, as if to spite us, picked up a sudden obsession with Pokémon cards, which she would try roping Jim into, but he didn't really care about Pokémon cards and he sure as hell wasn't going to drop D&D for them. Even so, Erin started regularly visiting trading card shops, where she met a guy who we'll call Kevin. From what we understood, Kevin was a faking creep. Erin would tell us some of the weird things he'd say to Slash about her, which included a comment about her ass, and we all said, haha, what a creep. But we wanted to see how this played out, so Erin would indulge the guy, going so far to exchange numbers with him, while also letting him know that she had a boyfriend, and he would send her creepy texts which she would show to us. Haha. Very funny. What a creep. We'd say. 2 weeks later she leaves Jim for Kevin. My cousin called me one day to ask me to be her bridesmaid, which was the first I heard of her being engaged. I thought it was her boyfriend, but apparently she dumped him, found a new guy, and got engaged after 30 solid days. I was weary of this, and so I expressed it, but told her I'd be happy to be her bridesmaid. Well, He came from a privileged background, never worked a day in his life, and had no motivation to do so. This rang bells for me. After they got married, she started making good money as a loan officer. He was jumping from job to job as a car salesman and other shit. While she was struggling to make ends meet with the new house and new baby, he was spending money on a 1,000 channel subscription, $90 tap out t-shirts, $280 Rock and Republic jeans, a Lexus and I don't know what else. One day during my long weekend visit at her place, she lived in Vegas. We lived in San Diego. He showed her gift to him for his birthday. 3 tap out t-shirts and 2 Rock and Republic jeans, all he wore. She promised him 1 pair of those jeans and no shirt. Months later, she finally made him move out and get his own apartment to feel the financial pain she had been feeling. He was to stay there for 1 month, but he didn't last. He came home while she was at work, packed all his shit and drove to Chicago to live with his folks again. He was in his mid-30s. She couldn't even get child support from him because his cousin employed him as a bartender under the table. They're divorced. I called it, and she called me crying saying, "Please don't say I told you so." So I didn't. She's so much more successful without him. He's still with his parents and she just bought a second house. This one in San Diego where her parents live now. Oh, and she also helps them pay their own bills. Still no child support. This will probably get buried, but it will be nice to get it off my chest. I've had a friend since kindergarten. We went to the same schools all the way through university. She started dating a guy in college. He was a musician. There were a lot of things about him that annoyed me, or that I didn't like, but not enough to bring to her. I will call the guy anonymous Folk Mushin, or AFM, for the duration of this tale. One of his weird things, which she knew about, but was okay with, is that his stage persona was a single, and looking for a bed in the audience to sleep in. I'd go to his shows with her, and he'd point out friends and family members in the audience, saying hi between songs, but never her. Never. He proposed when they'd been dating for 8 years. The wedding date was set a year later. During that year, AFM came to play in the small town I was living in at the time. My friend was coming into town with him, so I planned to watch his show with her. They were staying at a mutual friend's house. The morning of the show, I was talking about my day's plans with my housemates. When I mentioned going to AFM's show, one housemate said, "Wow, me too. How do you know AFM?" "He's engaged to my best friend," I replied. "He has a girlfriend," my housemate exclaimed. "No, he has a fiancé." "Wait, how do you know AFM?" "We met at Burning Man, and I really didn't get the impression that he had a girlfriend." This seemed like the red flag I'd been looking for. I just needed more. "What do you mean by that?" I asked my housemate. But the conversation had gone in the wrong order. He tried to backtrack, wouldn't give me anything I could take to her. We all awkwardly watched his show that night. 6 months later, the wedding date approached. He broke up with her about 6 weeks before the wedding. I was really relieved. She's been happily married to a really likable guy for several years now. I'm so glad she didn't marry her college sweetheart. I knew it was a bad match, but I didn't have the evidence I needed to change her mind. Not a friend, but my brother's girlfriend. The thing is, there was a number of things that led up to being adamantly against their relationship. Now I gave her way more chances than most of my family, particularly because she was the younger sister of a friend I had when I was in high school, and I knew she came from a messed up home life. She wore white to my sister's wedding after crying about the fact that my sister flipped at her because of the white dress she bought. The only thing she did to make this better was wear a cropped sweater jacket thing over the dress during the actual ceremony. I gave her a lot of leeway here because, as I said, her home life was really weird, and I knew more than just her side of it even. Maybe she just hadn't known any better. She started showering, brushing her teeth, and basically overall getting ready at our house. My mom put her foot down here. They were seniors in high school, acting like they were living together and like they owned the house. They'd only been dating like a month. Showering in particular was a step too far. She still basically gets ready here, but she doesn't shower here anymore, at least not when they know someone is home. She arrives at our home and immediately changes put of one of the 2 outfits she brought with her and fully into my brother's clothes. Pants, shirt, sweaters, what have you, for no particular reason. The worst part is that she'll do this for a week and then bring the clothes back and dump them in the laundry. So my mom is basically doing an extra person's worth of laundry. This is just straight disrespectful. Point. She started looking at every couple she saw in media and being like, oh, that's sus, to my brother. Even if what she's watching is displaying a horrifically abusive couple or a couple that doesn't get along at all. She'll eat dinner with my family every day basically, and if we out to eat she orders an expensive dish, often with an added side dish, then barely eats any of it, often throwing away the whole main dish she ordered because she only ate the side dish. Point. Straddling my brother from behind and giving him a disgustingly inappropriate looking back massage under his shirt while on the living room floor when both my sister and I were in the room. Point. Lying about the most moronic things when we know they are not lies. Like for example, one day she said she only ate one piece of her mod's mini-sized pizza because she's allergic to tomatoes. A. She has eaten there with us before happily and finished her food. B. She goes with us for pizza all the time. C. She's always talking about how her favorite home meal is cheese ravioli, as though we make it for her or something, generally with tomato-based sauce on it. If she didn't want pizza she shouldn't have gotten anything. I want to make clear that we chose mods despite her openly asking to get more expensive food because we wanted pizza. We hadn't invited her to eat with us. My brother didn't ask if my mom would be okay getting some for her. He never does. She expects us to just plan our meals around her. There are several more little nuances I could mention that wore away at me, but the one above everything that I 100% could not ignore was that she was mean to my dog when I got him as a puppy, on top of dragging my brother into being mean to him as well. I have a mini schnauzer and he is fantastically behaved. Always has been, but he was still a puppy. First she couldn't shut up about how she wanted a boy instead of a girl dog. Who cares? He's my dog, not yours. Then she is constantly complaining that he chews her crap. Well, he's teething and chews everyone's crap. If you picked it up it wouldn't be a problem. She had my brother threaten to kill my pup via text when he chewed up her glasses. I threatened him right back if he ever said that kind of shit about my dog again. My dog had been in her purse 3 times prior that day. He had been able to jump onto the couch for roughly a month. I vocally said to her each time he got into her purse that she should move her stuff because he kept getting into it and I was going upstairs so I wouldn't be watching him. I went upstairs. He got her glasses out of her purse. The real kicker is he chewed my mom's and my glasses, both already worse than he got hers. She was complaining that she'd be unable to drive, as if she ever drove anywhere, instead of having my brother chauffeur her, when literally I've never seen her use her glasses even behind the wheel of a car. She eventually dropped it. Now later down the line she's complaining that my 1-year-old pup bites her when he plays. Well, that's weird, because he doesn't bite anyone else. Maybe it has to do with the way you coo the word no at him when I'm around and scream at him when I'm not. Not only is he confused, but he has no idea what you're screaming about because you're inconsistent. I suggest she try yelping when he bites her, immediately followed by standing up then walking away. I'd asked her to do this several times over the past year. She says that's stupid. Okay, well maybe Google it and read the first 10 links. They'll tell you to do what I just told you. I correct her a few more times. We politely argue about it. She later takes to Twitter to complain passive-aggressively, not knowing I'd see that your dog shouldn't be biting anyone, no matter how I react to being bitten or how I treat it. It took all my energy not to reply with a long message explaining that if you're going to be around a puppy in training you should respect the owner's wishes. My dog doesn't bite just anyone. He only play bites you. Instead I brought it up to my brother. He got defensive. I ended up screaming at him that I don't care what her home life is, like he can't have her freeloading at our house messing up my dog's training, and if they weren't going go respect my requests, she wasn't welcome around my dog. I was gonna have my dog suffer getting put to sleep because she was too self-absorbed to correct her behavior like a grown-as adult. She was 19 I believe, and I was 22. He stopped bringing her around for a few months. When she started coming by again the first few weeks she didn't acknowledge my dog. Surprise. That was when my dog stopped play biting. Now she's constantly cooing over my dog, kissing him, calling him her good boy. My dog loves everyone, so of course he's nice to her, though definitely not nearly as affectionate towards her overall anymore, perhaps having picked up on my immediate rage anytime she's in the room. One day I'm gonna snap, because it's disgusting. She and my brother play house with my dog, is how I like to phrase it. Acting like they trained and raised him, when the work has definitely been a good 90% me, including vet bills, feeding, daily walks, outings, and I even groom him myself. I hate that they take him on walks when I'm not home, and sometimes my brother's girlfriend looks really personally offended when I take credit for my dog's care and upbringing. She gets this dark look on her face when I take him on a walk, so I make sure to do it as soon as they sit down to cuddle and call my dog over. They seem to try to do this if I vocally said I'm going to take him on a walk, as though they think he's going to choose them over me. He comes to check in with me regularly though, even when spending time with them. Can't wait to be financially able to move away from home and take my dog away from her for good. TLDR, my brother's girlfriend has always been a beach, but I stopped making excuses for it when she was mean to my dog. Going to try to make a long story short, he's always been a really great friend of mine where admittedly there is an attraction, but I never allowed it to happen, because sometimes you can just tell when two people wouldn't be good together. Seriously, we are too dark-minded to put together for anything healthy to come out of it. He started seeing this girl who was actively cheating on her current boyfriend with him. They honestly were a really great match, so I had a bit of cognitive dissonance about it and reasoned that maybe she wouldn't cheat on him given their compatibility, but still kept an eye out. We eventually lose touch because our lives went different directions. Years go by and he hits me up out of the blue around 1 AM and wants to reconnect. He was in another state for a job interview and was telling me how some girl at a bar wants to take him home. He's drunk and wants me to talk him out of it. Shit is bizarre, and it's absolutely nothing like him to even think of cheating, so I don't ask, but put 2 and 2 together and keep him on the line. He's back in town about 2 weeks later and he wants to meet for coffee to explain the phone call. We do, and he tells me she, now his fiance, cheated on him and he doesn't really know what to do. He's reasoned how it's going to work out logically, strange details I won't go into, but you can tell it just wasn't clicking for him. I was even getting a bit of a sense that he was seeking me out for some reason other than needing to talk about it, but was hoping it wasn't anything along those lines. So, we continued to keep in touch and would occasionally go to lunch and catch up on each other's lives. There was one point where we had plans to go out for a beer and he kept cancelling. I asked him what was going on and said I don't get why he keeps cancelling and to feel free to invite the other friends out too. His response came out of nowhere and was, I'm not going to choose you over fiance name. I asked him what he was talking about and he took some strange mental dive off the deep end and I hung up the phone. He then proceeded to text me over and over and over. I think the final count was 30. The words "fuck you." I texted him back that I have no idea what he was going on about and I wished him all the best, blocked him, and let that be that. As a side note, dude is also a massive gun fanatic and has a tendency to snap. So if we were to talk about something off, I'd just say that entire relationship is a recipe for disaster and I'm thankful to be far from it. Many years ago, I was trying to find a new place and a girl I recently met and really connected with offered to let me move in with her and her boyfriend Jude, whom was a regular at the bar I worked at. I hung out with them that night as a sort of trial. He wanted to have sex with her and she was uncomfortable doing it. So he began screaming at her, grabbed a knife, sliced up his arm. Once he was bleeding, he then rubbed that blood onto her bare leg and yelled at her some more about how it was her fault. He then stormed off and called his mom, and she sat there like it was just another evening. He was 35. She was 19. I was just getting out of my own psychotic relationship, so I didn't quite grok how faked it all was, and she did her best to downplay it as just his way. Due to her own cheaty upbringing and other experiences that made sense to her, I found a different place to live and stayed in touch with her. Tried to encourage her to dump him, but he had done a thorough job of breaking her spirit. Raped her, knocked her up, she miscarried. He begged her for a new baby. She tried to maneuver that into a deal for him treating her better. Spoiler alert. She now has a 6-year-old that knows what it's like to see his mom being beaten in front of him, that his dad drives drunk with him in the car and pulled a gun on them both. But it's okay, it wasn't loaded. She did still manage to graduate with a double degree. Psych and criminal justice, I think. I moved away a few years ago, but tried to stay in touch as best as I could. But he'd regularly check her texts and other contacts with others, and threatened to send her to jail if she ever left him. Since his dad was a retired cop, she had emergency psych treatment because she couldn't stand how trapped she felt. Loving boyfriend said she could move across country with the kid to live near her parents. Not good parents, mind you, but better than where he trapped her. Then 5.5 months later he files emergency custody and has to drag her back. So she has to leave her job and apartment to deal with his new sheet, and she's currently stuck on supervised visitation while we untangle his bullshit. I've been hemorrhaging cash. I really don't have to get her an attorney to help her out. I've spent nearly $5k in the last few months. We luckily had some other friends in the area that hate him as much as we do, so they've been very helpful for her. And my husband understands my need to do this. So I'm a bit late to this thread, but oh boy, this one guy. My high school best friend had a habit of dating total scrubs, but this one, Josh, was particularly awful. Not even an alias, that's his name. He was 20, while we were 15. He was the fedora wearing type. Side note that he had hair on the sides of his head, but was completely bald on top. Squidward bald. Not his fault, but it just added to his character. This story is most easily told in list format. We were sitting in my bestie's living room when she and he got into a fight in front of both me and her mother, which resulted in him throwing a pen at her face and her running to her room crying. We were flabbergasted. He insulted and picked apart pretty much everything I was into in typical neckbeard fashion. Followed bestie and I to my house on his bike one day because he didn't trust bestie. Stole her underwear and wore them and neglected to return them. After one of their breakups, she had to go over to his aunt's house, where he lived, while he was at work at Walmart and recover all of her stolen undies. It was a big armful, hilarious in retrospect, but creepy as hell at the time. Lots of little things. Constantly putting her down, throwing things, criticizing her friends, most especially me, forbidding her from doing anything without him. On several occasions, refused to leave bestie's house when asked by her mother to GTFO. Again, we were 15 and got super stalky after each of their breakups. Fun side note, he was incapable of popping with his clothes on, so he would completely strip down in bestie's room, dash across the hallway, and do his business. The toilet was frequently broken, and only bestie could flush it, so she would go in after him and flush his duty for him. I just use the other bathroom like a sane person. Anyway, this is already long-winded, and I'm sure there's a great deal I don't remember. Use a piece of crap, Josh, wherever you are. My best and closest friend is dating a not so great girl. Thankfully I have Reddit to vent about her, since none of my friends have put as much thought into it as I have, because she's polite to a fault and means well. I don't even know where to start. The first summer I met her, she was pretty cool. I actually felt bad for her at the time. Now she's moved from the opposite coast and had her parents force my buddy to let her move in. Just after they had a big fight because she was going through his phone and she doesn't like that a large number of our friends from childhood are very attractive girls and he talks to them. So jealous that he'd rather lie than fight about going to dinner with one of our closest and oldest friends. The guy's a friendly dude and randomly calls everyone, just like his mom, to catch up with him. What's wrong with that? The biggest issue I have with her is how possessive she is because of her ridiculous insecurity. My theory is that she regrets moving out here for him and is overcompensating in order to feel better about it. Every one of our childhood friends is closer friends with her than us, only according to her. She sticks her nose up at everything we do, then talks about how trashy some of our friends are, the same people she is so close with. She needs to get over herself. She's just not fun and it sucks. Before she moved in we would go to the bar down the street, half a mile tops, every Friday. It doesn't have to be every week or even Fridays. Now he stays home. We don't even have fun drinking at his place anymore. his own house, all because he doesn't want to get in a fight with her about, I don't even know. Heaven forbid he go have some fun with the guys. Now he's saying they're going to move away and get married, the grounds for the marriage being that they've been together for so long. That's it, nothing else. That's an awful reason. Whatever, she sucks, their relationship sucks, and I want my best friend back. Maybe this is why I'm still single, but relationships shouldn't be a chore and they shouldn't change you. They should improve what already makes you you. And rant. So many reasons. 1. When our friend said he worked at Boeing, let's call him Rob, said, "Are you a mechanic? You look like a mechanic." Said friend is a vice president too. My dog loves everyone and will let kids pull his ears and roll all over him. I've only ever seen him hurt flies. Rob goes to pet him and my dog snapped at his hand. In his 8 years, I've never seen him snap at another human. 3. Rob called me asking to go kayaking from off our dock. We lived on a lake at the time and mentioned he'd bring stuff to grill. I said sure. Once he and his friend got there, it became apparent can we go kayaking meant him and his friend using our kayaks, not us and him. It just got better when he brought his cooler over to the grill and proceeded to take out 2 steaks and nothing else. Meaning he didn't intend to share a meal with us. But he did ask us for plates, silverware, seasoning, beer, and instructions on how to cook the steak. When I came out to help him instead of my fiancée, he said it's cool. Grilling in a man's business. Faker burnt that steak. 3. Invited friend and Rob to dinner. My fiancée and he were talking about technology protocols and their management. Rob looked at me and sincerely mansplained, "Have you been able to follow any of what we are talking about? It must be tough for you, since we are so accomplished." Not as hard as keeping a straight face. 4. I was home alone one Friday night and he called me saying he was in the area and asked if he could drop by. I say sure and the doorbell immediately rings. Meaning he had sketchily parked his car up on the road, walked down my super long driveway and across our dark porch, then called me. Turns out he was taking his neighbor, who happened to be a hot chick in booty shorts, out for a spin in his friend's sports car. Then they outran the cops and wanted to hide for a few minutes while they passed. While he was hiding from the cops on my porch telling me this story, he seemed to forget the car was bright faking red and parked on the side of the road. Faking Rob, the sexist psychopath. Relatively long story, so be warned, my cousin and aunt moved in with my family when he was about 3. I'm 4 years older than him, so we grew up like brothers. We did everything together for the next 10 to 12 years until they moved out, and even after they moved out I basically lived with them. Halo 2 Online had just dropped until I graduated and moved out. After I moved out I still saw him all the time, and during his junior year he started dating a girl. I met her a couple times and thought she was okay. She was a bit energetic for him and had some serious baggage issues, you could tell, but no one ever disclosed them to me. They dated for about a year or so, and she got pregnant. Now, my cousin and his mom are terrible with money. Like, terrible. They also fantasize about being rich, so much that they live like they are rich, even if they don't have nearly enough money. My cousin didn't want a job and they were reliant on their parents for money for the first year the kid is alive. I grew very close with the kid. I used to babysit him after work so they could go out, and when I came over to play games and eat and such I was always teaching him something or just hanging out with him. Just after his first birthday my cousin So's grandmother died and she got close to $80K. They blew it all in about 3 months, including some super expensive parrot that was annoying AF, and he had spent a lot of it trying to make a living playing poker online. After a few months of being broke he decided on the Air Force. He got in better shape, P90X, and worked very hard for a few months and ended up getting accepted, although he ended up going into tech engineering and is now an air traffic controller because his sight was too faked up to be a pilot. Anyway, when he first got shipped off to boot camp I stayed with his and son and helped them through not having him around for the first couple weeks. They would stay at my house and I would just keep them company. One of the times I went to go eat with them, I brought my roommate. They were super flirting. By the end of the first hour they started sleeping together. After the first week, she was basically living with my roommate. After the second week, I was absolutely mortified. I yelled. I didn't come home. I was paying rent for a house I refused to stay in because I would see them and become nauseous. Multiple times I tried to send him a letter and was stonewalled by my aunt and her and was told to give them the letter. They'll make sure he gets it. What do you know? He never got them. Point. This is where it gets good. When he came home from boot camp he found out she had been cheating on him. When he talked to her she told him I basically forced her into the relationship with my roommate, who is now in prison for 20 plus for molesting a child. All these years I've grown with him. He should know I love him like a brother, and he believed. I have only spoken with him once since then, about 7 years, and it was truly so awkward. I decided it wasn't worth it. Point. Since then, they've gotten a divorce, and he sees his kid a lot. He makes a ton of money and she's a piece of shit, but still won't talk to me and thinks I still had something to do with his baby mama cheating on him. I walked out on a lease, you dumbass, because I was so hurt by her actions, but all in all everyone ended up doing better, but I just have no contact with him. His kid is also doing awesome and is now 10, I think. I was best friends with a guy for 7 years. We had on-off dating / FWB history, but had cooled it and were pursuing real-life partners. A longtime friend from high school was dating some girl, slept with her, and I guess promised the world with a relationship, but never followed through. He was known as a big flake in the group of friends. FWB/BF guy, K, we'll call him, is a major white knight. Falls hard and fast, wants to take care of women, etc. Big moral code type. So he hears about this, I think from the girl herself that he ran into, and flips his sheet. Abandons his longtime friend after fighting, with words, about the whole ordeal, and takes girl under his wing. She's invited to all our parties and he basically gets her to come to any hangout ever made. So she meets all of us a few times. It's pretty obvious K wants her, but is being respectful about time, to decompress from feeling used, etc. She instantly sets me off, because she throws this major "I'm so cute, look how cute everything I do is" act, but I have no reason to think that's anything but poor personality development, and keep my mouth shut. Don't want to be the jealous ex. So we organize a haunted, abandoned town outing where we drink, except K, and go explore / whatever. Me, K, new girl, and miscellaneous male friend. She's flirting pretty hard in backseat with Misk Male. Later, I have to go with her to take a piss on a cow farm because she's scared of cows. She then proceeds to tell me that she adores Misk Male and really wants to make something happen, but she knows K likes her, blah blah. Do you think he'll be mad if she pursues Misk Male? It's okay for her to not like K back. She's not under any obligation to. I tell her, while I know K really likes her, he's not going to throw a tantrum because she likes someone else. He's an adult and capable of moving on. I know him really well, so I know as soon as he understands there's no chance, he can easily make himself available for the possibility of other women. She feels better. We go home. She stays the night with Misk Male in the living room. I give K a heads up. Everything seems fine. She comes back the day after telling K that Misk Male only wants her for sex, blah blah blah. Flares up this white knight sheet again, and K abandons that friendship too. Around this time, new girl learns what K does for a living. 6-figure salary, really well established guy. She puts 2 and 2 together. I imagine that he has a ton of money and a complex to want to take care of her. She works retail. I warn him that she seems to be changing her attitude about him, and that I wouldn't go for it anymore because she slept with 2 of his friends before she even glanced his way. I think he deserves better, but he can make his own decisions. Maybe she really is just ignorant. Now K is reporting back to me that they've been flirting. A few days later, that they kissed on a rooftop all romantic, and she apologized for not seeing him. Gag. I know this chick is bad news by now, but what can I do? He proceeds to get a dog for her and buy them their own house to live in a span of 6 months. It was torturous to watch, which I did from afar, because of course I get pushed far from the relationship because she's worried about me and overly jealous. Turns out she cheated on him a couple of times, said he wasn't good looking enough, went on to the next rich guy with a better conventionally attractive face. K is left with a dog and a house he didn't even buy for himself. Sad sheet. Point. Good news is I set him up with a coworker of mine, and they're getting married this October. See, I wasn't the jealous ex all along, lol. Well, when I met her for the first time, after saying nice to meet you, and whatever, she tries to play matchmaker and wants to hook me up with one of her friends who's been arrested multiple times. And then she tried to hook me up with another one of her friends who had a boyfriend at the time. I ended up being good friends with that girl though, and got her to stop being friends with my friend because she was a huge bitch to her all the time. And then the ultimatums. She invited me and a couple other people over to her house to smoke and drink and whatever, and I go to my friend and asked if he wanted to smoke, and she says, "If you smoke I'm breaking up with you," right in front of me, and that was awkward as hell. She couldn't take a joke. At a Halloween party she came up to me and told me that my friend hit her only to find out that it didn't happen and she was making shit up to get between me and my friend. It took a while, but I was finally able to convince him to break up with her after she had a huge meltdown calling me a piece of shit, even though I didn't do anything to her except try to coexist. She sent angry texts to me about being friends with the girl she tried to hook me up with and not getting in between her already standing relationship that she had with her boyfriend. She called me a bad friend for not supporting their relationship fully. She was mentally and emotionally abusive to my friend. She'd put down anything he wanted to do and made him feel like shit every time. She was just a huge cunt, and I thank God that he got out of that relationship. Point. I also once had her and her friend over my house one day to hang out by the pool or whatever, and she asked me for a glass of water, so I get it for her and I come outside to see her going through my phone to see what me and my friend talk about. She has no respect for anyone's privacy and it really pissed me off, and that was when I realized that this bitch is crazy. In no particular order, she took advantage of him in a drunk state and encouraged him, unwillingly, to get her pregnant. This when they were barely dating, and at a time in my friend's life when he was far from ready to be a dad. Point. She made him have a destination wedding where, from his side, only his parents were able to attend. It was pretty much 300 of her friends and family and his parents. I was asked to be best man, but didn't attend because it would have cost almost $8K for my family to attend between flights, hotels, car rental, and other expenses. Apart from all this, she chased their postal carrier down the street. Postal carrier is a foaf. My friend did not know about this incident after said USPS employee did not deliver a package that she ordered, which was sent via UPS. One time, when we were visiting them, my friend and I went out to pick up food for dinner, and she called. He put her on speaker in the car, hysterically sobbing that she had to go to the bathroom, to the extent that my friend had to yell at her to snap the fuck out of it. She frequently hides in the bedroom sleeping all day when visiting his parents, who are some of the nicest folks on earth. She's also done this when visiting our house. She makes him cut up her food at meals. In the presence of others, my friend is an awesome human, but is a career pothead and laid back to a fault, so he just lets all this roll off his back. My friend, if you're reading this, I haven't had the balls to say it to you, but this is why we rarely talk anymore. I hope you and your son can get away from this psychopath before she damages him. I was blindsided from the get-go. Scotsman was tall, handsome, about 10 years older than me, and from the Scottish Isles, complete with badass soccer, golfing and outdoor skills and a master's degree in international business. As a impressionable 24 years old finishing college, I thought to myself, holy shit balls, what a catch. After my sister married her college sweetheart and married into a fantastic family, I gained a really great brother-in-law and his sister Hennifer, and I became close. So when I met Scotsman, the man Hennifer brought home one night, I figured, wow, everyone is a winner this year. Scotsman, bro-in-law, and I got into all sorts of adventures together. He had money and means, gave me a glowing recommendation to get my foot in the door with a great company post-graduation. Fishing, hiking, going to sporting events on company tickets, and big event actually traveling to the Scottish Isles to meet his entire island and family. After a year and a half, he purposed to resounding applause at the family Christmas church party, and later we had a hangover movie worth bachelor party adventure and epic wedding. During the engagement, came their first son, followed closely by a second. Both families were over the moon. Myself and bro-in-law continued to go on fun events. Nothing ever seemed amiss. Fast forward 2 years later, this time big Christmas event is at my parents' house. I'm there with my new G/F, Hennifer / Scotsman, the boys, my C/bro-in-law and all the families. Gifts, games, big dinner. Bro-in-law and I are drinking and playing guitar when a great commotion of voices brings us an inside. Hennifer is wailing her eyes out. Scotsman tears out at the driveway in the Escalade. Everyone is talking at once, trying to figure out what happened, consoling. My own mother was at ground zero of the confrontation. Here's her account in words that still ring crystal in my mind. Hennifer approached Scotsman with what looked like an account double charge on the diamond and pearl necklace she had received for Christmas. Looked like they were charged for 2 necklaces instead of 1. The Scotsman concocted a lie in which he believes they made an error, and that he would take care of it immediately. However, unbeknownst to him, Hennifer had already contacted the jewelry store and had them read the entire charge to her. 2 diamond and pearl necklaces, one inscribed to my beloved wife and the other to my beloved Cantoria. Who the fuck is Cantoria? Hennifer demands. Scotsman breaks down and confesses that over the last 5 years, married for at this point, he's been banging the sheet out to his secretary, and that when Hennifer was preggers with her boys so was Cantoria. Naturally Christmas and the party was ruined. Bro-in-law and I go for a drive in my truck to get the hell away. We end up at his grandparents' ranch drinking on the widow's watch. Long story, lamenting stories about Scotsman and how as a sister's keeper could we not see the signs or the truth. It doesn't get better. This was 6 years ago. Hennifer and Scotsman aren't married. She took him to the cleaners, but due to his job and lifestyle it seems to have barely affected him. Believe it or not, but he's excellent to all 4 boys ages 10 to 7 now. They still haven't told them they are brothers, or about the Scotsman's infidelity, or why they aren't married anymore. He's not with Cantoria either. He puts her up in a lavish apartment, and he lives in his own place, still living the 40s party lifestyle. Scotsman and I have barely spoken any more than basic pleasantries since that Christmas. Bro-in-law refuses to bring him up, talk about him. I think the friendship wounds are still too fresh. Because of the heavy Christian beliefs of the parents on all sides, they basically forgiven, but not forgotten, which seems so absurd to me, but whatever. So it's all a big cluster McFudge when he does show up for holiday events and other stuff. Jokes about Scotsman often have cringe-worthy appeal, but to me and my C's it's all just something out of a movie. Mostly I just try to figure out how he was able to afford that lifestyle for a decade, let alone live that lie out to both parties for half a decade without either finding out, or how even more awkward that first exchange was when Cantoria and Jennifer first met. All questions I wish I had the answers to, like some morbid family soap opera, but unfortunately I'm so far removed from the situation now, geographical due to active duty service, but also too afraid to ask and look like a social pariah. Any episode of Days of Our Lives came to life abruptly. I lost one of my greatest drinking buddies and have to hide one of my favorite photos of myself forever because what it represents is based on a lie. None of her friends liked him. We all thought he was an idiot and socially retarded. He had no friends, only his immediate family, and they were way too close. The few times he opened his mouth he proved we were right, usually saying something stupid, rude or offensive. He's also extraordinarily unattractive. There were reasons she married him, which I always assumed were because of some deep-seated insecurities she had from growing up. Her immediate family didn't hold back, but I think her friends all tried to be supportive, assuming she saw something we didn't. They fought terribly before they were married, breaking up several times, even once when the wedding was already booked, costing her parents tens of thousands of dollars in deposits. Anyone outside the situation would immediately see this as a red flag. They did finally marry, unfortunately. Then she got sick. Very sick. And his reaction to her illness was a combination of self-pity and, actually, it was 99% self-pity that her illness was happening to him. She finally realized she shouldn't waste a minute of the time she had left with this asshole and kicked him out. The last 5 years she has been fighting a war on 2 fronts, trying to divorce a narcissistic angry Neanderthal on one side and fighting stage 4 aggressive incurable cancer on the other. She said when she first told her family and friends she was divorcing him, not a single person expressed surprise or regret. Most common answer, about faking time. A bit late to the party so this will probably get buried, but what the hell. I'm the abusive girlfriend. We are still together, because of what an amazing and forgiving person he was and is, but I did some stupid shit. Nothing physical or overly controlling, but I feel really bad about it. Basically I don't fight well. He's easily the calmest, most diplomatic guy I know of, whilst I'll be riling up the disagreement, even going so far as to calling him names. The worst part is that I'm totally aware that I'm doing it and that I shouldn't be, but I somehow can't stop myself. I won't allow him to step out of the conversation, and I won't allow him space if he needs it. I always need to finish the conversation, but usually not in a good way. His previous birthday I was sick and couldn't go out. So he went out alone with 2 of his friends, and they had a blast. Or at least would have, had I not called every half hour throughout the entire night. Worst part was I wasn't jealous or afraid he would cheat. I was just pissy that I couldn't be with him on his birthday, and instead of wishing him well I ruined his last birthday with his best friends before we moved far away. He moved here for me, by the way, so I could study. He cut all his ties with his friends to move here for me. One time he'd forgot to take the washing out of the machine. This is something we both do all the time, but being the toxic person I decided against just reminding him like a normal faking person. I wanted to see how long it would take him to remember, so that I could gloat. What the fuck, right? I ended up reminding him, but not in a nice way, and he called me the fuck out on it. And I realized, oh shit, why did I do that? Why did I choose to treat him like that for a mistake I probably make more often than him? My only relationship before him was toxic as shit. We were both young and hormonal. I was overly needy. He held on to me when he needed emotional support and then dumped my ass. This left me with a well of issues in regards of self-confidence and trust. I also realized that my toxic ways of discussing and the whole washing machine incident came from my father. He's a good man, but he did not have half a clue of how to be a father. His teaching methods were unhealthy for a large portion of my childhood, and I think it's safe to say that I carried some of them with me. Now these are not excuses. I'm 21 years old and should be smart enough to know how to treat the people I love. But I think it's important to realize where our behaviors and reactions come from. We're all products of the people and situations around us. But we all need to recognize our mistakes and try to be better. Lately I check myself all the time. I think before I speak. I try to not fly off the wall. I've inherited my father's temper and impatience as well. I'm a steal. I try to ask myself if what I'm doing is how I would like to be treated. He has his bad sides too. He does dumb shit when he's drunk. He's about as needy as I am and sucks at talking about his feelings. But he forgives me for my mistakes and understands where they come from. I really want and try to do better, both for him and myself. TLDR, old worn out speed bags. An old buddy of mine got this new girlfriend, Sha, and was so excited about it. He wasn't the type to really have a girlfriend, so when a girl was interested in him, he would get attached super easy. He was definitely codependent, and it wasn't healthy, but what he got, he certainly didn't deserve. He wouldn't tell us much about her, only that she's a bombshell and he's crazy about her. Me and the rest of the friends met her and something just wasn't right. She was younger, dressed overly scantily, and was very flirty with everyone. Time went on, and we watched as he bought her everything, provided for her and her autistic son, while she did sweet fuck all. He'd take her on trips, and at one point ended up paying for implants, because she wasn't as perky as she used to be. Needless to say, she didn't do much research, and went for the discount boob job. More on this later. I always was cautious as this girl just seemed off. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I always felt like she was using him and would keep a distance from her. We tried to casually bring it up to our buddy, but he'd get super defensive because he was so deeply obsessed with her. Fast forward, and we're all out at this big party, but my then girlfriend was out of the country. I saw an old friend who I hadn't seen in a good year, and she was elated to see me. There were 1 or 2 photos of us together laughing and drinking. Shia tells my girlfriend when she gets home that I was all over my friend, and she is sure we ended up faking. Nothing was further from the truth, and although my girlfriend knew it wasn't true, she still had that little shred of doubt in the back of her mind as Shia kept pressing the matter, showing her the photos of us laughing together. I fucking hated her for that lie. Anyways, they end up getting married and are about 6 months in with everything going just perfect, or so it seemed, when one day he gets a call from her, "I'm leaving you. Bye." He rushes home to find the apartment literally cleared out. She's gone and there's basically nothing left besides his clothes and a few pieces of furniture. His credit cards are all racked up, the bank accounts are drained, and she won't pick up her phone, which, a few days later, is disconnected. She just vanishes. He's in complete and utter shock. He obviously calls the police and they can't do a whole lot as he can't prove she in fact stole anything, and he'd need to take her to court point after a ton of investigation. Over months, he finds out she was having an affair with another dude, told him that my buddy was abusing her, he wasn't, and had this white knight help her move everything as soon as he left for work. The thing we ended up finding out was she did the exact same thing with my buddy. He helped her quickly move out of another guy's place who was abusing her. He also found out she'd done this 3 to 4 times before that too, and ended up finding some of these guys. All their stories were almost identical. It was sickening. Point he never ended up getting anything back. She got off, and thankfully he was able to rebuild himself. He's since engaged to a woman who seems much more normal and lives overseas with her. Shia popped up on Facebook a few years ago, and a few years since all this went down, and I just couldn't resist messaging her with a picture where her terribly fake tigs were almost completely out in this little bikini, and simply said, "Every day, when you look in the mirror, I want you to think of this message, and how faking disgusting you are as a person, just as sad as those tigs that look like grapefruits stuffed into old tube socks stapled to your chest." Point she surely dismissed it, but I truly hope one day she does in fact look in that mirror and has a little moment of self-reflection as she realizes her tigs are more like an old worn out set of speed bags dangling from a string. Oh seat, I have one for this. So, the first time I noticed was he had random jealous outbursts aimed at me. Point me and her have been friends for years. She's like my sister. If something was gonna happen, it would have. About 6 years prior, they would range from an unnecessarily snide comment to him throwing my sheet around. Dude threw my bag that I was carrying my expensive as camera in. Point anyway, they moved away eventually for a while. Contact got less and less until she got back in touch a few times to catch up. Turns out her life was a bit of a hellhole. They lived together, but he would have tantrums and she would sleep on the sofa. She had been waking up, going to work, going home, being treated like crap, then doing it all again the next day. Pointers. When she got back in touch, there were things she said, as if they were normal. He locked me out of the bedroom, sleeping on the couch, just him asking where I'm. Her confidence was shot. Long story short, she hit breaking point, moved her sheet out, and didn't look back. Still my best friend. Wish I could have helped more at the time, but it was one F. Those people are gonna do what they want to situations. My job was to step aside and make sure I was there when she needed it. Point I don't understand controlling people. It shows so little respect for life and someone you profess to love. It's really not right. Point he got fat and married. It looked like a shotgun wedding because the new girl got him pregnant. My friends, now my husband, girlfriend was batshit crazy for attention. Point she was not only dating my friend, but also multiple other dudes on the side that we didn't know about until this night in particular. One night, we were all getting ready to go out, and our friends group for some reason split up that evening into guys and gals. We all went our separate ways, but eventually met up at a small bar in Philly for a nightcap, where the drama unfolded. Before meeting up in the evening, where the drama took place, this girl, we will call her Sarah, asked us gals to not tell the friend what she was doing, and told her so she was sick and wasn't going out. She ended up meeting one of her boyfriends who had a layover in Philly for the evening and wanted her to go with. We didn't know this until we got to said bar and had a few. All us gals were like, fuck this, and left the bar to meet up with the dudes. We were like, how do we tell friend that his girlfriend is a cheating cunt? We didn't want to hurt his feelings and wanted to try and not do it when we were all out drinking. When we got to the bar where guys and her so was at, we ordered drinks. A few PPL and her so went outside to smoke cigs. This is where the drama started. Point as they were outside smoking cigs, a very drunk Sarah and her boy Toy were waking hand in hand groping each other on the opposite side of the street. Turns out we didn't have to spill the beans to her, so he saw everything and was infuriated. We ended up telling him what took place that night and he broke up with her that weekend. Side note, I had a huge crush on him, and after he broke up with her, we started to spend a lot of time together, eventually began dating, and have now been married for 6 years this November. She ruined a pretty good friendship of mine as well as his friendship with an entire circle of people. Not entirely her fault. He became so wrapped up in her bullshit that he became just as bad as she was. She was initially loud and abrasive. Nothing I can't deal with. I was sure she was a nice girl because my buddy was dating her. He's very picky, attractive, in a very good spot in life. Why on earth would he slum it? Oh no. Oh no. I was completely done with her when we were having a board game night where none of us were drinking to excess. A glass of wine, a beer while playing some games, etc. She, however, got absolutely plastered. This was not an uncommon occurrence, however this time she just got incredibly angry because she forgot the rules of the game we were playing. B. Decided that anyone who was trying to explain the rules was being a piece of shit and deserved to get yelled at, and C. Her boyfriend was completely ignoring that anything bad was happening. Instead of leaving with her or trying to get her to calm down, he just sat there and watched as all of us left because we couldn't enjoy the evening anymore. This happened several more times until we just stopped inviting them places. In addition to being ridiculously drunk every time she came around, she hugged an obviously uncomfortable dog until it started yelping and we had to forcefully get the dog out of her arms. Would consistently bring her own awful booze and then drink someone else's nice liquor. She once made a very large bourbon and coke with a third of a bottle of someone else's bland. Would attempt to hook up with several females in our groups of friends, which never ever went over well. She took it way too far once, apologized, then blamed it on the victim, then denied it, and what made us completely cut off our friend was that she convinced him that it was a completely wanted and consensual encounter, which prompted him to get angry at everyone else in the group for cutting them off. Fell flat on her face at 5 PM because she was too drunk to stand. Told another person in the circle, you're happy with just your boyfriend? I want other guys all the time. Got drunk on Twitch. Proceeded to talk about how horny she was, how she was unfulfilled, and then vomited for a solid 30 minimum. This list could go on forever. She is truly the worst, and I hate it that our friend has decided that this is what he wants. She is dragging him down, and I pray that one day he wakes up and decides to leave her. He can do so much better. This happened a few months ago. I have a good friend who's also a colleague that shares a house with me and my girlfriend. He met this girl about 6 months ago, and I tend to just leave their business to them. He's always brought random girls over, so it was whatever. However, this one never went away and was able to tie him down. I was pretty surprised, but was also happy that he found someone. I didn't know much about her, except she was a programmer working for a defense company, had 2 kids, and was extremely smart. However, she was living in a hotel because she recently moved to the area. Few weeks passed by, and she eventually lives in our house. No biggie, except my girlfriend is a student and works part-time, so she is home a lot. How exactly is this girl a programmer and never ever once leaves to go to work or even have her own company laptop? You should at least be able to VPN or something, but she owned no computer or laptop. We asked her a few programming questions and she wasn't even able to answer anything during a casual talk. That was already suspicious. We blew it off, and weeks went by and those to continue to argue and eventually stressing the entire household. I found out that she asked him to marry her and they did a shotgun wedding out of state. What the fuck just happened? So I told them they needed to move out to focus on their marriage because they are fighting way too often. I didn't want me and my girlfriend to be a factor if that marriage was going to fall apart. They argued almost every 48 hours and you can feel their stress. It was also about the smallest things ever. Who gets mad at their so for having an old picture of him and a friend on Facebook. Now, I'm telling myself that something is off, but I don't want to get in the middle of their relationship. They were no longer boyfriend and girlfriend, but now husband and wife. They said they would move out in July, then August comes. Still nothing, and I couldn't handle it anymore. I took off with my dog and girlfriend to a mini vacation trip out of town. It was a nice break and we all decided to just not worry about it and let them be until they move out. Nope. I'm awakened by a 2-year-old the following morning, running back and forth in my hallway on a weekend, banging on my door and playing with all my dog's toy. I'll let it slide, then my friend knocks on my door asking for help. He was going through a panic attack and everything just hit the fan. It turns out that she was a con artist who lied everything about herself. She had 5 felonies ranging from petty theft and prostitution. She committed credit card fraud on his accounts, and because he was married to her, he couldn't put anything on her as they share everything now. She never had custody of her 2 kids, and it also explained why she was never around them. At the end of the day, don't date any girl off of Plentyfish with a middle name called Romance. Don't ever let any background check pass off as it's just petty theft. This girl threw off our entire household vibe for months and wrecked my buddy emotionally. He's a very free-spirited person and is too gullible sometimes. I got a light suspicion my friend's relationship wasn't very good shortly before the wedding. I'm honestly not 100% sure what caused me to see her in a different light, because before that she had seemed awesome. I assume it was something he said offhand at the bachelor party or something. As the wedding approached, it seriously intensified. Again, I don't know exactly why, but probably the way they interacted with each other. I had talked to my friend at length about their thoughts on kids, and his plan was to wait at least 3 years. They were 22 at the time. He wanted to get his company set up first, do some traveling with his new wife and enjoy life before settling down with kids. I overheard her talking to some of her friends, and she was talking about babies right away. There was a look on her face that just rubbed me the wrong way. So I asked my friend one more time about their kid plans. He was adamant about waiting still. They went on their honeymoon, and I thought nothing of it. When they got back 5 weeks later, he called me to tell me she was 2 weeks pregnant. I immediately thought that she forgot to take her birth control or poked holes in a condom or something in order to get pregnant so quickly. Less than a year after that kid was born, she was pregnant with number 2. And again the next year with number 3. It became increasingly clear to everyone involved that they despised each other, and they were separated before the birth of their 3rd kid. Before they were even divorced, she was pregnant with some other guy's baby. I'm 100% convinced at this point that she just found someone she could trap into having a few kids and provide her with child support. I'm sure she targeted him as soon as she found out he worked in real estate and had started a successful investment company. This is nowhere near as interesting as some of the other ones, but I want to post it anyway. My brother has been with his so for 4 years now. She has major issues. She takes 3+ hours to get ready for any event that involves leaving the house or involves people coming over. Because she's so insecure about her appearance, she spends all that time getting changed, putting on and removing makeup, etc. The worst of these was my 30th birthday part. Everyone was supposed to be meeting at 6:30 p.m. in one of my favorite pubs, but he and his girlfriend show up at 10:30 without so much as an apology. When I speak to him, it turns out she took 5 hours getting ready and then proceeded to tell him, "Don't tell him we are late because of me." That was a few years ago now. These days he just leaves her and tells her to meet us later. Thankfully, she avoids seeing all of our family, partly because she has a borderline eating disorder and won't eat with us, partly because of the aforementioned spending forever to get ready, partly other reasons we haven't figured out yet. Over 4 years my parents have probably seen her a total of 5 times, and only one of those was an overpass stay. I've been with my current boyfriend for 8 months and they are already far closer to him than they are to her. She constantly seeks validation from other men. This was the first red flag that made me realize something was wrong. I'm a tall, handsome guy, and, before she knew I was gay, she'd make eyes at me all the time while we were together. Presumably she was trying to get some validation for her appearance. This culminated in her cheating on him earlier this year. Called it. She told him herself, but only because it was unprotected and she might have chlamydia, and she had already had unprotected sex with him. Since point they are still together. I choose to respect whatever he does. He's my brother and I love him, so if he wants to stay with her then I'll treat her like family. But I know, and have told him, that it's going to end badly. Female friend. Dated this guy for 5-ish years. He could never hold down a job for more than a few days, few weeks. She paid for everything. She dropped out of high school to work more hours. She did cleaning, laundry, shopping, everything. If she wanted to hang out with friends he'd get possessive, irritated and basically made her stop seeing people. She bought him a TV, video games, PS3, Xbox 360, so much shit. And all I remember is her one day calling me crying because she got off work on a Friday and it was like 2 AM and he wasn't home again. Like he wasn't home 99% of the time. When she was at work he'd be home. When she came home suddenly he'd disappear. And it was because he was hanging out with his best friend, getting drunk and going to parties. So she'd sit alone at home, but God forbid she was 1 minute late answering a text or getting home from work. Eventually it was her birthday and another day he forgot. She was bored or lonely, so she was playing around on his computer. She told me this later, of course. She wasn't allowed to touch his computer. She paid for, but today she did. It was her day after all. And she wasn't good with computers, but the pictures folder made her interested. Lots of pictures of him at parties, his best friend, him with dozens of girls, and then him faking other girls, naked pictures. And it still took her 3 more years to leave. The only red flag for me was how much she hated herself. She told me she thought about suicide, but her boyfriend, when I met him he seemed nice, respectful, charming. But he was a douchebag. And when he didn't think anyone was paying attention he'd belittle her, making her seem stupid. He was rude and never there for her. For all the trauma and hell he put her though, I hope he never find loves and has his heart broken a million times. As for her, she found someone, and he's pretty nice, but best of all she's happy. I grew up in an abusive family, so I always worry I see red flags that aren't actually there because I'm keyed up to look for them. But most recently, girl I used to have a thing with strikes up a conversation that's just spamming me with I love, new boyfriend's name. Over and over and over. Like 200 times. I'm a bit confused because she hates using the word love ordinarily, but from asking more questions, I managed to puzzle out that she had a minor computer problem, asked his help in fixing it, and he told her that he needed her to give him remote access, which he didn't actually need. It was like a 10-second fix that it could walk anyone through, upon which point he immediately hits up her most recent ex to spam with that message. They had been dating all of 2 days at that point. He also didn't like her spending time with her other friends and expected her to spend all her free time with him. Really creeped me out just seeing that interaction point. And then I have another friend where my first interaction with her boyfriend was us all playing an online game together. She was a healer, and the opposing healer sent her a message like love you at the start of the game, which I assumed was all in good fun, but her boyfriend flipped out and went all no, she's mine, I'm the only one who can love her, which seemed a bit extreme to me. A few games later, she makes a nice play and saves ours and someone on the other team's like man, fuck you, friend's name, in a sort of well played manner, and the boyfriend freaks out again with, like, ridiculous profanity, threats to fuck them up, telling them to kill themselves, and so on. We've played some since then, and those two things get that reaction every time. He also seems a bit weirdly insecure about things, like making sure we know the two of them are having sex, or calling her mom his mother-in-law, when they've only been dating a few months, where I kinda wanna be like, okay, take it easy, no one here's trying to doubt your relationship or anything, we got it already. But it just kinda unsettles me. I'm honestly not sure either one of them is a problem, but those kinds of interactions just make me hyper cautious around those people. Is this valid cause for concern, or am I just seeing things due to my past? The first time I met him, he had just gotten fired from his prison guard job. My other friend asked him about the prison because she was going to volunteer as a psychologist. And he went off on her screaming about how she shouldn't go and how he hoped she regretted it because the kids were horrible and would turn her into a horrible person. And he hoped she came back to ask for his forgiveness. He also made a joke about how he was really strong and could totally beat up my friend, his girlfriend, and that made her feel safe. He also put his hands around her neck. She just laughed, but it raised my red flags. This was before the screaming point. Then he would say stories that were 100% bullshit. He also claimed to do really gross shit, like one time he told me he hid a cricket in his friend's tampon. He wanted to be a director and would tell me his ideas for his movies. He would be super vague about the plot and then he would tell me faked up porn scenes. He would also tell my friend about how him seeing an ex every time they went out. It was always in look, that hot girl over there is my ex, or our waitress is totally flirting with me. The dude was ugly and fat and gross. No way he had that many exes. He would also tell my friend that she wasn't pretty, she actually is, and that she wasn't his type. She's tall and brunette, and he would tell her he wished she was short and redheaded. He kept telling us how eager she was to meet the rest of the group, but every time we tried to meet up she was unavailable. This also usually meant that he was unavailable, despite being 3 minutes before he started having to take pictures with everyone he was with. When he would come out, I had to not be in the photos, and once my food had to be hidden because I'm a girl. When my ex and I broke up, my friend went to comfort my ex. We are all good friends and had to take selfies with my ex every 15 minutes to prove he hadn't come over to my place. I texted him, devastated, after a big fight with the ex, telling him that the fight had occurred and to take care of my ex, etc. His response was a frowny face and a 3-page text telling me that I needed to not interact with him on Facebook like ever because his girlfriend was mad. A week later, that increased to not texting him. Since attempting to cut me out, he lies and still talks to me because that's super healthy. She has also systematically tried to remove the other members of our group, his other friends, and now his family. They're engaged, and he doesn't see why it's a problem to marry someone who he has to lie to in order to see anyone he loves aside from her on Reddit. She dated his younger brother years ago, and the younger brother expressed attraction towards an actress in some movie. This is apparently the same thing as cheating, which is equivalent to physical and emotional abuse, and all of her boyfriends have therefore abused her. She's been with my friend for 10 months now, getting married in a year. Hopefully he snaps out of it before then. When she started working as a host at parties for a sketchy guy with a sketchy organization, she always used to dress really slutty, and, to be honest, it was always pretty obvious to everyone, apart from my friend who was seeing her at the time. All this kinda started a couple of months after they'd been seeing each other. Anyway, she would get real angry and offended if he ever spoke with any of his female friends, would go off on rants whenever he even spoke about pornography, and was generally a super clingy person. We were friends with her housemate too, who told us that she found a big bag of condoms under her bed. My friend was pretty graphic with the stories he told us about his personal life and what they like to get up to, so we knew for a fact that the condoms weren't being used by my friend. Think you can all tell where this story is going, and so could we. So we did a bit of digging, searched for the name of the city we lived in followed by escort, and she was literally the first person who appeared on the Google search results. The webpage of the agency she worked for, including advertising style photographs. After the agency website came a punting forum with dozens and dozens of reviews, all going into graphic detail about what acts she would perform and how good she was at doing them. Turns out she was pretty much the most popular escort in the city at that time. All of the reviews matched exactly the graphic stories my friend would tell. We knew exactly who they were describing. I felt fucking horrendous for my friend, disgusted and absolutely livid. She was so hypocritical considering all the bullshit she would put onto him, and she was faking selling herself behind his back. Ethically, I understand that prostitution/escorting is usually fine. However, the fact that she was sleeping with dozens of men, sometimes up to 5 a day, unprotected, then going home to my friend, made me feel sick, all behind his back. Needless to say, he dumped the beach straight away. TLDR, friend was seeing a crazy girl who turned out to be a prostitute behind his back. The first time was when I saw my buddy so, before they were married, at a Detroit Piston game with another dude. I asked whether they broke up and he said, no, why? I said cause I saw your girl there with some dude. He got quiet and said it was proper cowwalker, whatever. After they got married, I actually told him I thought it was a bad idea to marry her. I'm not the kind of person who speaks up like that, but there were so many warning signs. I asked when they were gonna have kids. She said, kids, with, let's call him, Gary. I'd never have kids with him. I was like, oh, okay, with who then? And she just said, I don't know, definition not with him. I only married him cause he had a good job. She would also call him dumb and a fatus in front of people. They eventually got a divorce, but that's only cause she initiated it. She found out he went to a strip club for another friend's bachelor party, so she asked for a divorce. I'm sure there was other shit, but that was the final straw. It's funny that final straw came a month after he paid off all her student loans. What's really messed up is after the divorce, her father actually took Gary out to dinner and apologized for his daughter's behavior. I can't believe guys put up with women like that. I have my theories, but I've already typed enough. My niece is so not a friend. She was 18 when this started. She was dating a new guy and asked if the two of them could come over for dinner, etc. Sure, they come over. He walks in the door and says basically nothing to me or my wife. Nothing. No conversation at the dinner table. Not even a pass the salt, just pure quiet. I'm a talker. Seriously, get me into a good conversation and you'll be begging me to just shut up already. Nothing. Every time I would ask him a question, I would get a 1 or 2 word half-ass answer. So, okay, he doesn't like to talk. No problem. When my wife asked him how he liked the food, I think it was spaghetti, which is something my wife can do extremely well. I swear she makes the best damn sauce I've ever tasted. Period. He shrugs. He faking shrugs. Who does that? That's just rude as shit. I mean, even if you don't really like it, you at least give a halfway decent answer. He ate like 5 bowls, so he obviously didn't dislike it. Afterwards, I asked $NIECE about it, and she said he was just scared of you. Lol. What? The dude was a freaking giant. Like ducking your head to walk through the door giant, and built like a tank. I mean, I'm not a smell free, but this guy was easily nearly twice my size. Another week or 2 goes by, it comes out that he's married, but separated, and they're filing for divorce. Well, he's been filing for divorce for a few years now, the cocksucker. To make it worse, she just had his baby, premature. She has circulatory problems, and was having some clotting episodes, so they checked her in. Dude did not come see her either before the birth, or after. The poor baby has been in NICU since August 31st, and he still has not seen his baby. However, he was at the hospital one day, seeing another family member of his, and still didn't stop by. Needless to say, I want to smack my niece upside the head for being a faking moron, and I want to just shoot his sorry ass. My roommate's ex-girlfriend talked him into an open relationship. My roommate is one of the nicest, most easygoing people I've ever met. He has a great rapport with everyone he meets, and he'd go out of his way to sort you out. Enter Charlie. His first serious relationship was with this quiet, reserved girl called Charlie. She never came out with him when we had a drink, never came to parties. We never really got to know her in the year they were together. Suddenly we start to see more and more of my roommate without her, even though they lived together. This is before he lived with me, and after a few weeks I asked him why he's always on his own. He dropped the bomb that they had started an open relationship, and more importantly she'd convinced him it was a good idea. As calm face he was putting on, I could see it was ruining him inside. He was a fairly sexually liberal kinda guy, which is probably how it came up in the first place, but she pushed it way too far. He would come down to the bar with us, while she faked guys in their apartment. It was horrible to see him go through, because he loved her, so I kept my mouth shut. Now, Here comes the kicker. After a few weeks of it, he actually managed to find a girl who was okay with the open relationship thing, and as soon as he told Charlie about it, she broke up with him. Guess she couldn't handle it. When it happened to her, she was such a faker. Good riddance. When she told us that she was being followed by a friendly ghost named Matthew that protected her from evil ghosts. I had an ex who used to do this shit. Claimed he was Wiccan and all this shit. Always talked about my energy and how his life was crazy since I came around because I was a magnet that drew in spirits and enhanced his stuff. I'm not one to just outright say that shit is bullshit, because I definitely believe that some people in Eastern or Native American cultures have the open mind and spiritual connection with shit. I'm talking the people who have practiced their Kai and all that good chakra stuff. This guy, though, smoked pot and played video games all day. Not that it's a bad thing, that's me as well, and was just one of those people. He was so in touch with the spiritual world, and every place was haunted or tainted. There were always demons doing something. His favorite television shows were Paranormal State and Charmed. It all made sense. He told me about his coven. I like to imagine that by coven he meant cousin, because that was it. He and his cousin were witches. The two of them together, 27 and 28 years old, were in a coven together. He told her about my high energy and how I could enhance their abilities and would be a great source of power in one of their practice sessions or what have you. They invited me in once, so I went ahead and humored them. The big Wiccan practice? Getting high and talking about ghosts and fairies for 4 hours while Paranormal State played on mute and some ethereal album from a head shop played through her iPod. I pulled the aux cord from said iPod, and you know how, when the speakers are up loud and you touch the aux input cable, it hums and crackles. I did that. I touched the cable. Oh, I can see what you mean. I've been feeling Purple Evil's energy all night, but he's projecting it now. He's buzzing. She put her hand on my chest and made a sad face. You have so much energy, but you keep it to yourself, and I know where it comes from. Do you know that your guardian spirit was once a minion of hell who left his master to stay by your side? Just what? What the fuck? I'll tell my story from the reverse point of view. What made others realize there was something off about my point at the time? I had been divorced about 8 or 9 years and had been in a serious relationship for a year or so. My ex-wife passed away and left a decent, not wealthy, but decent, life insurance policy for our 3 kids, 2 of whom were adults and the third nearly so at the time. She left it to me to administer the inheritance. It was complex, and I wanted to get it right, so had meetings with tax advisors, estate advisors, and the like, with all of the kids in attendance. I wanted to be sure I was honoring the spirit of her wishes in her will, while recognizing any circumstances she didn't foresee. Blah, blah, blah. About this time, my so met me while I was on a business trip, and we had dinner with dear old friends of mine, a husband and wife. Didn't think anything of it, except that a good time was had all around. Fast forward 2 years. I met the wife of the couple over lunch. The husband wasn't available, and the confession came out. We were horrified by your girlfriend, but didn't know what to say. She said, of course I wanted to know the story. Back when my previous and I had met them over dinner. After the meal, we walked along a nice little street. I was walking and talking with the husband, and my and the wife were talking. And during that conversation, apparently my made it clear how upset she was that my kids were getting the inheritance from their mom, how that should be my money. Realize this was the inheritance their mom specifically set aside for them, from a life insurance policy she specifically purchased for them, and that at the time of her death we had been divorced 8 or 9 years. Bullet dodged. I mean, holy shit. My brother dated a girl from 12th grade through most of college, about 3 or 3.5 years I think. She was his first serious girlfriend. At first, I thought she was fine, but I didn't know her very well, because they never hung out with me, mostly stayed to themselves. As time went on, her real personality started coming out. She was very controlling, spoke for him all the time. We would have dinner every couple months or so with my family, and he didn't say 10 words the whole time. told him what to do or not do, decided what they would do on dates, or on the weekends in general, etc. You get the idea. Completely controlling person who was bordering on emotionally abusive. I kept my feelings to myself, as my brother really did love her, and I didn't want to judge her. He usually is a really good judge of character, but I think she pulled the wool over his eyes right in the beginning, so he didn't see who she really was. She also had several ex-boyfriends before she even graduated high school, 1 to say 4 to 5, and they were all relationships, not just a date or two with each guy. Eventually she broke it off with him for reasons I don't know. He's not comfortable sharing too much about the relationship, and I respected his space and time to heal. But he told me that just 6 months into the relationship she was at a club, underage by 2 to 3 years, grinding on some random guy. My brother wasn't at the club, she was out with her girlfriends. She also had gotten blackout drunk on many occasions in high school. Not super uncommon I guess, but she portrayed herself as a very devout Christian, and I know now that it was all a front point during the entirety of their relationship. My brother pulled away from his/my family and hardly spoke to any of us, if he could help it. Our dad was the only person he would talk to. Any text/email/phone call from me, or our mom went and answered almost every time. The last few months of their relationship, she was seeing another guy from work, who was in his early 30s. She was 20 at the time, and her friends/coworkers all thought they were dating, and that she had broken up with my brother. But my brother didn't know anything about that. TLDR. Overall an absolute horror of a person, a cheater, liar, manipulator, emotionally abusive, and controlling personality. If I ever see her again, I will need restraints not to punch her in the face. My brother is a very loyal, true to self person who would never ever hurt someone. She took complete advantage of him. Good news. He started dating someone else this last early spring, or late winter, and she is an absolute angel of a person. A beautiful soul who I'm already good friends with. I'm pretty sure they'll be engaged in a few months, which makes me really happy. The stars aligned, and I finally got the chance to hang out with my best friend for the first time in far too long. We chose our favorite bar to meet up. Another mutual friend met me there first, and we hung out, shooting pool, checking the clock, and wondering when this dude would finally show up. Meanwhile, his new girlfriend shows up and sits at the bar. Seeing as we have never met her, we had no idea, and it didn't even register. So our boy shows up, like an hour later than he said, no biggie, and I spot him. I start to make my way over, we make eye contact, and then he proceeds to walk off in another direction, to go sit next to this chick at the bar. From afar, I can tell they are having a heated discussion, so I back off. At the pool table, we discuss this series of events. Namely, the fact that this new girlfriend situation wasn't off to a good start. We shoot the sheet and we wait, and wait, for like 30 minutes. My radar is going off like crazy at this point, so I head on over to the bar, interrupt their discussion, greet my friend, and introduce myself to this chick directly. Who knows how long he would have sat there without greeting his friends. The rest of the night went rather smoothly, aside from the fact that I could tell that this chick resented the presence of everyone but my buddy. At the end of the night, I give him my impressions, and he shrugs it off as the result of misunderstanding that they had earlier. A few months go by, and I hardly see my boy. Then, I find that they are getting engaged. So I hit him up giving my congrats and asking about the circumstances of the decision, because they have known each other for less than 6 months. Apparently, he is just madly in love and proposed without even getting a ring first. Things looked better after this. We saw more of each other, and they spent several months planning the wedding. He asked me to be his best man and life was good. That is, until the wedding planning got to be too much for this girl and they flew away to Hawaii to elope without inviting anyone. They have been married for less than 2 years. During this time, they have bought a house, 3 dogs, adopted a cat, and thankfully had no kids. They are currently in the process of going through a divorce. Apparently, she hasn't wanted to be with him for the last year and the last straw was when he didn't agree to move several states away with her so that she could be closer to her college friend. She also is exploring getting back together with an ex, and I would be shocked if she hadn't been cheating already. Sam, you should just move out of his house and go fuck yourself. So it wasn't my friend, it was my older sister's boyfriend. She had a few flings in college that never lasted long and none that I particularly liked, but I didn't really care. I'm 2 years younger than her, so she kept her dating life secret from me. My issue was with her first serious boyfriend outside college. I instantly didn't like him. It felt like he was bucking for dominance. I'm sure other guys have experienced this before, when you shake a new guy's hand and he squeezes just a little too hard. Not like naturally strong, but they're actually flexing. Like why? I'm her brother, what's the point in trying to literally strong arm me? So from literally the first instant I met him, I knew he was trouble, but I kept it to myself. Things to worse. A few months later around Christmas, my sister wanted to go and meet up with some of her college friends for the holiday. They had moved a few hours away, so it was the first time she'd seen them since graduation. I don't really know what set him off on this visit. All I know is my sister called me in hysterics. He was hammered and something set him off. He'd trashed their hotel room, she'd locked herself in the bathroom, and he was screaming at her, calling her a hoe. She'd begged me to come get her, but it was 2 AM, and she was 4 hours away. I was powerless to help her. I called her friend and told them to get their boyfriends together and to go get my sister. An hour later she was safe in her friend's house. Needless to say, I was disappointed when she came home the next day and told me they had worked it out in the car ride home. He's really sorry. Please don't tell anyone what happened. I told her calmly but bluntly I never thought she could be this stupid. I loved her dearly and would always be there when she called. I wouldn't tell our family what happened, but wherever he was going to be I would not be. That included our family Christmas party and her birthday on December 28th. I kept my promise and spent Christmas at my best friend's house. My family was heartbroken and didn't understand why I didn't come. My sister never told them. A few weeks later I got a call at 2 AM from my sister. She tried to leave and he'd hit her and said if she left he'd kill her cat. I told her to walk out and keep walking. I was 10 minutes away. I hopped in my truck and sped to go get her. I saw her standing in the parking lot a few blocks from his house. He'd driven after her and got her to stop and talk to him. I've always heard the phrase I just saw red, but I didn't see red. The world just became so vividly clear. The mix of adrenaline and rage light up the night in front of me and everything was just so clear. I so clearly saw the baseball bat that had been placed there by my grandfather when this car was his, and I knew he hadn't left it there, because you never know when a ball game is about to break out. Like he had told me when I was a child, it was always there for this exact moment. As I walked up to I held it in my hands, and my eyes felt like the anger inside my body might burn them out of their sockets. He never saw my swing coming, but he jumped half a foot to tail light shatter. As soon as he saw me and the bat he knew I'd kill him right then and there. The part that bothers me the most to this day isn't the knowledge that I know I could have killed him or the fear of arrest, it's the look in my sister's eyes as I drove her home. She looked at me like I was a monster and she was terrified. Our relationship was changed forever after that, and I try not to think a little it because I'm ashamed. First things first, apologies because this is pretty long. Also this happened a few years ago now, so the details I remember the best are the bad bits. But here's the gist. Best friend got into a relationship with my boyfriend's best friend. Met him through us, and we were really excited that both our best friends were now a couple, and that the four of us could do couple Y things together. After a while we started seeing them less and less, and they wouldn't reply to texts or answer phone calls. One day when she had a day off work, and he was at work, she invited me round. I was super excited, but pretty soon after being there I realized that something was up. She just wasn't acting herself, but I can't think of how to describe what she was like. I'm kind of worried, so I ask her a couple times if she's okay, reminding her that it's me. We tell each other everything, and I love her. I'm there for her. After some reassurance and a bit of pushing she opens up to me. Turns out everything wasn't great with them. He'd started spending all of his money on speed a while back and encouraged her to use it with him. She didn't want it to begin with, so he started to destroy her self-confidence and make her feel crappy independent. At some point she gave him and started using speed with him to get him off her back, but things got worse and weird. After that point he began constantly trying to get her to agree to let him film them having sex, which she didn't want to do, so said no each time. The longer this was going on, she started noticing weird things, like he'd go out into the hall. They lived in flats. She'd hear the front door open and close, then he'd come back in. When questioned what he opened the front door for, he'd look at her like she was insane and insist he had no clue what she was talking about. He did that a lot. She'd thought she'd heard people whispering in her house, people moving around, found random bits of clothing at the end of their bed. All of this was happening during / after having sex with him, and on nights they had taken a lot of speed, but each time he'd just keep insisting he had no idea what she meant. She was genuinely beginning to think she was going insane and imagining things. She couldn't decide if she was experiencing extreme paranoia from the speed or if she was just crazy. I was kinda skeptical when she was telling me. It all sounded pretty far-fetched and I was ready to write it off as paranoia from the speed. I was worried about what she had told me and the way he was treating her, but she wasn't done. She got out these DVDs she had found. They were basically videos of the two of them having sex. She didn't know he had been filming them, and like I said, had been refusing to let him whenever he asked. That would have been bad enough, but the really creepy part was at the end of a few it showed what appeared to be someone sort of creeping out unnoticed by her anyway, past the camera. I mean, it wasn't the best quality of video and the lights were always off with just dim lamp lighting, so I guess it might have been a shadow or something. And he certainly denied it to the ends of the earth. The sneaking people in to watch part, not the filming part, because there was no denying that, but it was still really creepy that it might have been a person, especially after her saying she'd heard / experienced all this weird stuff. Thankfully they broke up pretty quickly after that. In fairness though, even without the video, him basically ruining her self-confidence and sanity was enough for me to think she should be getting away from him. We don't see him anymore. She would attempt to derail any plans he made with me and his friends. That did not include her. If we wanted to see a movie she did not like, then she would need to have a serious conversation with him. That would make us miss the movie. If we were at someone's house, drinking and playing video games, she would need to go to bed, and he needed to go with her. Not sexy fun time either, unless I'm bored and tired, is code for something. The next warning sign is that she had to always cast doubt on things I said when we were having a discussion. Even when I was agreeing with her about something, other people would ask me what I had done to piss her off when they would see her passionately trying to discredit me. Someone else always had to be wrong for her to win, but she could never be incorrect. If you proved her wrong, then you were being petty or obsessive. She would get so upset and things would get very heated. But eventually they got married and moved away. They are still together actually. I guess he is okay with it, or maybe she is different with new friends that do not know him before their relationship began. I still will chat with him online and exchange birthday gifts, but that is about it. The only time I could get him to hang out was when he was traveling alone for a conference, and they are always busy if I mention going to visit him. He does not seem to be unhappy, so I guess he made his choice. Oh god, this is finally the right post for me to tell this story on, and I think by the time I post it nobody will read it, but I'll try anyways. My sister is my best friend. We are a year apart. She was 18 at the time. Our family moved a lot, and she had a bad habit of going to visit old friends and then just not coming back, so my parents let her finish high school in Wyoming while we lived in Georgia. When she graduated, she joined us. I was thrilled. We stayed up late her first night home, talking and drinking and smoking out on the porch. She starts telling me about this guy that she had met 3 weeks prior to leaving, saying it was a casual thing. She was texting him all night, and he was saying how much he missed her, how he was in love with her, how he couldn't live without her. She had just gotten home, and he was planning out her next visit back. So this is one of two scenarios. He's just putting the moves on her, telling her all the right things, just in case she moves back, so he can have an easy in. He's weird. In my mind, it was definitely option 1. I figured it would slow down after a week or so, and that would be it. A few nights later, we are hanging out outside again, and she is texting him and laughing and casually shows me a picture of ladies' lingerie that he texted to her. Not a stock picture, like lingerie in a closet. Oh god, he wants you to wear that. I say. No, he wants to wear that. For me. She says. That right there was the moment. And this is nothing against any man or woman who enjoys any part of this story, but that isn't the type of thing my sister is into. Yes, we are close like that. The weirdest part was that she didn't seem at all fazed. She said he was just joking, and he does that all the time. So, to speed up the rest, she flies back to visit him and never comes home. Shocker. Moves in with him and tells us all of these really out there stories about how he owned his own mechanics shop and had family money and a big house. They get engaged with a temporary ring he gave her because the real one is in his grandmother's safe and she's getting it cleaned to give to him. They move to Georgia. We meet him. He's very withdrawn. Spends the majority of any time spent with us in another room on a tablet. He can't get a job. He doesn't help her with anything. They start fighting and break up. He shows up at my parents' house at 5 AM and just sits in the living room. My mom wakes up. He leaves, taking a few pairs of her underwear with him. We later found out he goes to a family friend's house and asks to live with them. They say he can stay temporarily. He moves in with no intention of moving back to Wyoming, takes food and hides the wrappers in his room, and insists that he doesn't eat it, so he shouldn't pay for groceries, stalks one of their friends, and gives her a key to a male chastity belt that he had already locked his dick into, ends up stuck in it for a week before breaking it, because the girl he stalked had no idea what the key was for. He then meets a girl on the internet, flies her in, and locks her in his room for a month, including when he was gone. She missed her flight home because he refused to take her to the airport, and my friends ended up busting the door down on the rare occasion that he was gone and taking this poor girl to the airport. They come home and promptly kick him out, and he goes back to Wyoming. He transitions into a woman, gets engaged, gets his fiancée pregnant, they break up. He gets partial custody, and he lives his life 50% of the time as a woman, 50% as a man, complete with totally different names, professions, and friends. Guy was a faking weirdo. I remind her constantly that I warned her TLDR. Lingerie picture turned into a little bit of psycho, with a dick in a chastity belt for a week, followed by light kidnapping, followed by a man living a split life publicly. The end. Edit. TLDR, he paid for everything. She cheated on him in Europe, tried to take him to the bank for tens of thousands. Then I had to bite my tongue and watch quietly as a groomsman at his funeral. So, this friend, good friend, best friend, has always sought in and so someone he can take care of, someone broken. He just wants puppies in a hoe. His newest puppy fit the mold perfectly. She let him pay the mortgage, all the other bills, pay for her school. She gets to school at 12, he to work at 7. So he would wake up early to pack her a lunch every day. It's that level. Last summer, she wiped out his savings to pay for a school-associated month-long European vacation thing. Timing couldn't have been better. The trip happened to be 2 weeks before, and 2 weeks after they were getting ready to move 1,000 miles for a new job of his. This somehow excused her completely of having to help at all with her move, like she couldn't even pack her own sheet-in boxes, entirely too stressed about her month-long vacation to pack at all, leaving him desperately needing help from his friends and family to get it all done. Was a total shit show. In a hoe, while in Europe, she finds herself and decides that she isn't happy in the relationship and informs him she will not be joining him in new state. Never confirmed, but I suspect she found herself on her back in Europe. This whole thing throws him into a deep depression. To top it all off, he actually made a fair amount of coin on the sale of his house, even though they weren't married, and she didn't contribute at all financially to the situation. She called him to let him know she thinks she's owed half of the profit he made from the sale. I set him up with a lawyer friend to put his fears to rest. Honestly, though, I'm surprised he didn't leap at the opportunity to give her money. Fast forward 2 months. She grows tired of paying her own bills and decides she will let him come crawling back, and he jumps at the opportunity, takes her back with open arms, and immediately makes plans to marry. Lucky me, I get to be a groomsman. I feel obligated as a friend to try to at least make sure he remembers everything that she did in the months leading up to the wedding. His response was, "It's not a problem. I don't have anything left for her to take." He never flat out said it, but it was obvious he thought me the biggest asshole on earth for even mentioning it. So yeah, something off. I realized it when one of my friend's girlfriends wouldn't come into the house whenever I was there. Point now, to be fair, we've never really been friends, his S/O and I, but we've also never really done anything that would directly hurt, insult, or offend the other. I'd describe us as passive frenemies who coexist because we have mutual friend we both care about. However, she apparently possessed this deep-seated disdain for me that I was not even aware of. It grew so grand that my friend brought it up to me repeatedly, and when I found out the root cause of it, it was literally that you stood her up one time, 2 years ago, after you were fired from a job, had the house broken into, and were then robbed while you had a gun pointed at you. She didn't check if we were alright or anything. She was mad that she got blown off for a lunch the next day after the robbery. So, as a way of protesting my presence, anytime I hang out with said friend, she sits in her car until I'm not longer in their shared domicile. Rather than address this herself or confront me directly, she passive-aggressively insinuates I'm a terrible person whenever I'm not around and my name comes up, and when I'm present, she sits in her car outside of the house until I leave. That was when I knew she was batshit crazy. She'd call him constantly in a panic over some minor catastrophe, needing attention and reassurance while he was out with friends. She wouldn't come out with him, claimed social phobia, and would text constantly while he was at work or in class. If he didn't respond fast enough, she freaked out even harder. It kept escalating until she was completely out of control, making self-harm threats to get him to drop everything and rush to her at any hour of the day or night. Then one day she disappeared, completely dropped off the face of the earth. He was despondent, calling hospitals, trying to contact her landlord, searching arrest records, even tried to file a missing persons report. He found out she had a long history of mental health and substance abuse hospitalizations, and convinced himself that she was in treatment somewhere. Several months later, she turned up like nothing happened, but was pregnant. She'd met an older man online who wanted her as a live-in factoid. He bought her all the drugs she wanted in exchange for sex on demand. She stayed until she got pregnant. Then the guy booted her out on her as she tried to get my friend to let her move in with him and marry her so they could raise her baby and be a family. He didn't fall for it, and I'm actually surprised because they had such an unhealthy codependent relationship for so long. It's not about a friend but my cousins. I met his wife, let's call her Emma, for the first time at her aunt's birthday party, which isn't too strange considering our family isn't exactly close. Everyone really loved Emma the moment they met her, but for me something just seemed odd. She joked with the whole family and was very nice and polite. I couldn't quite put my finger on what was wrong, so I just tried to think nothing of it. About 2 years later, haven't kept contact with my family for personal reasons. I visit my mom and she goes on telling me about how horrible Emma is. She and my cousin had 2 children at that point, one being about 4 years old and the other about 1.5. Of course she knew best for her own children as she works in a daycare. So she decides that a 4-year-old shouldn't sleep in their parents' bed, which she made very clear to her daughter. Clear as in, the daughter was too afraid to wake her parents up when she was sick and proceeded to sleep in her own vomit. The younger one was told she could only see her grandma again when she too wouldn't need to sleep in the parents' bed every now and then. But it doesn't stop there. Emma went to my aunt and told her she didn't want the kids to sit on my uncle's lap and so on. She then went on basically telling my aunt how she suspected him to molest the children. She told this to my aunt, who had to endure stuff like this herself as a child. You know, the ones who live through this are always the ones who don't do anything about it when they see it. So yeah, here we are waiting for him to leave her. At least he told her to immediately apologize to my aunt, over which they got in a big fight. Edit, TLDR, cousin's wife scares own kids into sleeping in their vomit and calls uncle a child molester. Everyone has one of those friends who is vastly, ridiculously too immature for a serious relationship of any sort. They're fun to be around, but it sucks if you ever have to depend on them for anything, or actually coordinate with them or something. This was my friend, who I'll refer to as H. The so as B, and H had been in the same mutual friend group for years, but they were basically totally opposite. B was super regimented, scheduled, neat, orderly, and way too concerned with what people thought about her, to the point that she went to nursing school, despite not being a carriage-driving type of person at all, because she thought it was respectable. She actually said this. H was a fun-loving guy who bounced from job to job and barely made it through college because he changed his major about 5 times and would just stop going to class when he felt like it was getting boring. B seemed like the kind of person who ironed and neatly stacked her underwear. I wouldn't be surprised if H didn't actually own any underwear. The fact that B was even interested in H, it all sort of seemed fishy. The fact that H was interested in B, not so much, because he was pretty impulsive and trying to make sense out of his actions, was usually an exercise in futility. They couldn't stand each other most of the time. All throughout their dating they were constantly fighting, breaking up, and making up. Several times with B not taking H back until he apologized with the right amount of showiness. It drove me crazy, and I wasn't even there for most of it. B was also the kind of person who had binders dedicated to her dream wedding. So we figured that she just thought she should get married because she thought that was the respectable thing to do. Several people in our group of friends, myself included, tried to warn them not to get married. For some reason they thought that a ceremony, ring, and certificate would somehow magically improve their relationship, and none of us could convince them otherwise. We were all convinced that she was going to ruin his life because she wanted a wedding and didn't care much about the marriage point. So far in this story, H seems stupid and B seems to be actively manipulative and mean. Well, when they predictably get divorced 5 years later, which, 5 years, we were all surprised they lasted that long. A lot of dirty laundry was aired, and it turned out that he was basically a closet narcissist who had been manipulating and abusing her, usually not physically, throughout their entire relationship. His fun-loving personality had all been an act the whole time. Nobody saw that twist coming. Best theory for the relationship I can come up with is that he sensed her insecurities, which were blindingly obvious from the stuff I mentioned before, and that is what attracted him to her. Our buddy Tom was and is a complete sweetheart. He's kind, generous, loyal, but more than a little bit naive. In college, he started dating for the first time in his life and totally went in 100% on this girl. Big case of onitis from the word go. It was his first girlfriend, and she had perhaps the greatest pair of tits I've ever seen. No joke. She was also one of those outwardly moral people who really hyped up that aspect of their personality. You can find them in nearly every church in America. Between those 3 facts, he fell for her, and there was nothing we could do to talk him out of it. Why did we want to talk him out of it? Well, she was very controlling. She didn't like us, Tom's friends, very much because we did things like drink and smoke weed from time to time. Tom would join us, of course, and tended to have nights where he would go a little crazy after 1 or 2 too many drinks, and so she tried to keep him away from us as much as possible. Not a huge deal there. I think we all knew why she was doing it, even though we didn't like it. Slowly, however, she got increasingly possessive. She almost completely isolated him from us, his friends, as well as his family. He would only rarely speak to his brothers and parents, and maybe saw them once a year, after speaking to one of them almost every day. When we graduated college, she pushed him away from his passion, art, and into jobs that paid better, but he hated, and was no good at, like selling insurance, or being a financial planner. This kid is a soft-spoken artistic type. He did not do well in a finance environment selling stuff. All of this is somewhat explainable. She wanted a good life. She wanted him to stay away from his bad influence friends. Isolating him from his family was harder to explain, but we didn't know how deep it had gone at that point. However, the moment we knew something was wrong was the wedding. None of us received an invitation. We had been thick as thieves just a couple years earlier, and now no invite to the wedding. Tom called one of our buddies and accidentally told him the day, time, and location of the wedding. We had a bachelor party the week before. Tom told his fiancée that he was going out with coworkers and crashed the wedding reception, only to find an empty table that Tom had set up the day of the wedding for us. He knew we'd come and had wanted us there from the very start. He told us later he and his fiancée had fought about it for weeks, the first real time he had ever stood up to her. She still put her foot down and didn't want us there, and he just did an end around her with plausible deniability, which is a huge red flag anyway. What we found at the wedding was a disaster area. None of Tom's family was there, except one cousin that happened to live in town and also crashed the wedding. The wedding party was all her friends and family, and nearly all of them spent the whole night not dancing, laughing, or enjoying themselves at all. They sat quietly at their tables, not talking to each other for more than 10 seconds at a time. The friend crasher table was, by far, the most alive at the wedding, trading stories and laughing in a nearly silent reception hall except for the music. The bride was shooting daggers at us all night, appalled we would have the nerve to show up to her wedding. Tom couldn't have been happier. He spent about half the night with us, imcoing, shouting, and laughing. Towards the end of the night, he mentioned how he hadn't smiled or laughed in a while, and was so glad we had come. 2 years later they have a child. A year after that she decides she wants a divorce because he doesn't make enough money for her to live the lifestyle she wants and isn't manly enough for her. She takes the kid one night when Tom is out of town for work and moves 4 hours away with her family, leaving only a note. She refused to allow him to see his own son. The divorce was messy. Tom ends up with partial custody, which she often disregards because she just doesn't want him to see his own son. He tells the courts, but there isn't much they can do about it really, except to slap her on the wrist and remind her that it's his child too. She clearly doesn't see it that way. To anyone reading this, if your significant other tries to keep you away from friends and family, it's a huge sign of abuse. It means there's no support system for you to turn to if anything bad is happening to you. It also forces your soul to be the sole source of affection and love, over time making you emotionally dependent on them. This is exactly what they want. The more you depend on them emotionally, the more they can leverage that dependence to force you into doing things you don't want to do. Know the warning signs, and don't let this happen to you. When he refused to take their online relationship offline. For almost 10 years they met one time in 2012. It took 4 years and her browbeating him into meeting. He cancelled at least once, and he has since refused to see her again. She did not like him when she met in person, but talked herself into riding it out for the rest of the week he was there. He groped her and tried to initiate sex the second his mother, who traveled with him, left the room. She is a 29-year-old virgin. It didn't work. She kept seeing him. He refuses to call her, etc. So they chat on old school message boards. He refuses to use Facebook, even. She has tried to go see him at least 3 times. He waits until she buys the tickets, starts a fight, amps up what I consider to be emotional abuse, and then cancels on her additional details from various points in the relationship. He has repeatedly told her that she has to come there. She must come alone and stay in his house to see if she likes it there and would want to live there instead. She has expressed no interest in leaving our country. To top it all off, he doesn't like me, her on and off again best friend. They have been dating for 9 years now. It has been a tumultuous emotional roller coaster. She will not break up with him for good. Every time she does, he guilts her back into it. She insists they love each other. I told her she should unplug the modem for a week and see how she feels. The only saving grace is that he's 2,000 miles away and she doesn't send him money. And yes, I'm absolutely aware that they both have serious issues. Edit, details and words. He constantly had to one-up everything you said, every story you told, and he always knew more about whatever topic was brought up. Turns out he was a pathological liar. Everything, except maybe his name, he had told us over the year they dated was lies. From huge things to little things. Lied about being allergic to bees. Lied about where he lived. We would drop him off at his apartment and he would walk to his parents' house where he actually lived. There was a natural disaster in our area and he lied about losing his apartment and everything he owned. We all started catching on. She even confronted him, and he said nothing. She never caught him in a lie, so she kept dating him. Came down to the day before they were supposed to go a big trip together. The trip was a present to her, so he said he had bought the flights and booked the hotel, etc. After she requested time off of work, she kept asking him for the flight info, and he kept saying he'd send it. At this point she knew that this trip couldn't be real, so she asked him 2 nights before the trip, "Are we actually going on this trip?" And he said yes. Next day, they go shopping for travel size shampoo containers, etc. He helps her fill them. That night, after packing their bags, he finally turns to her and tells her that they aren't going on a trip. He finally comes clean and tells her that he has a problem with lying. She broke up with him, but struggled with feeling like she needed to help him. Months later, she met up with a family member of his. She asked them questions about everything he had told her. That's when we found out pretty much every detail we knew about him was a lie. We took a couples retreat like thing to a cabin on an island. 2 long-term couples and another one of my buddies brought this girl he had been seeing lately. All's going well. We're drinking, having fun for the first few nights. 3rd night we're taking it easy watching Scooby-Doo and my buddy, new relationship, asks to go to the kitchen. We start making food and talking about the upcoming Star Wars movie, Force Awakens. Throughout the conversation we pointed at different things in the room. During the middle of our Star Wars conspiring we hear "Stop talking shit about me" in there. "We can all hear you," from his new girlfriend. She came in steaming mad and grabbed my friend and starting laying into him. "I heard you say my name. What are you saying about me?" she said, losing her composure. After a few minutes of this back and forth between them, she went to bed. After everyone was asleep I decided to use the bathroom before bed. As I opened the door to leave the bathroom she comes stumbling in saying, "My boyfriend told me what you guys said. I'm the kitchen. Do you have anything to say for yourself?" I hadn't the slightest idea why the fact she cared if I thought Yoda would appear as a ghost or not. In the morning I asked my friend what he said to her. He didn't say anything to her. He said he was going for a piss at about 3 AM when she followed him to the bathroom, and she told her boyfriend I confessed to talking shit about her paranoia, lying, listening for hours on end, to confront us in the bathroom. This girl had to go. The morning I got a text on the way to school. To preface this, I haven't actually met him in person. I moved to a different state several years ago, but having been best friends with Sally since grade school, we have always been close and kept in touch. I only get to see her about once a year, or sometimes less, so their whole relationship happened and continues to happen during the time I've back home. There were some initial red flags I noticed pretty soon after she announced they were dating. Little things for the most part, but some more alarming things too, like wanting to propose after 4 months of dating. I voiced my concerns, but she laughed it off, saying she wouldn't get married anytime soon, but he was a great guy and she loved him, so I tried my best to ignore it. Then came the text. On my way to college that morning, like 6 AM mind you, she shouldn't have been up, so I was already nervous. She messaged me in a panic. Apparently she had just received a text from another girl saying that her and Sally's boyfriend, *TYLER, had also been dating at the same time. Now, dating multiple people at once is fine and a perfectly useful way to narrow down your options, so long as everyone involved is aware. Sally, however, was under the impression they were exclusive. He wanted to get married and all that, remember? And it seems to like he never planned on telling Sally, but the other girl fessed up when she broke up with Tyler. Maybe out of spite, I don't know. But he confessed, and I grabbed his user on Kick and laid into him, seeing red and ridiculously livid. Long story short, she was all for me laying into him, but ultimately forgave him against my advice, and is now planning on getting married this December. And I don't know what to do. She's been dealing with severe depression and self-harm for years, finally making her way out of it when all this went down. I'll never forgive him for hurting her so bad and setting her back on her road to recovery. But no matter what I say, she won't listen to me. I feel helpless to change anything. I can see this relationship getting so much worse, and I don't trust him at all, let alone with my best friend's heart. But she won't listen to me, and I can't make the decision for her. So I just have to smile and be there for her when shit goes south. Sorry about the long rant. I'm worried about her, and I've never been good at being concise. Nah, must have been changed. I actually knew the so before I knew my friend. Funnily enough, we used to go to the same drama class, and at that time he seemed like a nice enough but sheltered kid. When they first got together, things appeared good for a while. A few bumps in the relationship, but nothing truly serious. But things really took a turn for the worse when she fell pregnant accidentally, and his highly Christian family essentially told them they had to get married. I was maid of honor. I didn't agree fully with the marriage, but there was little I could do without ruining our friendship. And she seemed happy, so I didn't feel that I could push things too much. But then a year in, he started using their government financial aid to buy collectible memorabilia figurines for himself instead of buying supplies for her, him and their newborn child. She was literally paying for essentials out of her own savings, while also being a stay-at-home mother, while he spent the vast majority of his income on useless crap for himself. Not to mention his verbal abuse towards her, and disregard for looking after their child. She had to do all of that as he refused to. It was clear that he wasn't ready to be a parent, but the difference between them was how they both handled it. She took on all responsibilities and was extremely mature about it, and has done all she can to be the best mother, while he has done the opposite and pretty much denies his role. She does want to leave, but feels helpless because she can't drive, has no one to teach her, doesn't have a steady income, and is still studying to get qualifications for a good job. One day she could move out, but right now it'd be super hard. She also is determined to make the marriage work, which I understand, but this has been going on for years now with very little improvement. It's a very sad situation and weighs on my mind a lot. I love her to bits and she's a fantastic person, incredibly dedicated to her career path, and to her child. She's strong and resourceful and very smart. It's extremely hard to see her go through this, and it has taken a long time to get her to understand that she doesn't deserve to be treated like this. I'm protective of her and her child, and I can't stand to see them in the house with that appalling asshole. The day that she leaves him for good will be a cause for celebration. I had originally made plans to take my mom out to dinner as a belated Mother's Day treat. My mom lives in New York, whereas my so and I were living in Riyadh at the time. So it was going to be the three of us. My best friend is also from New York, and I asked her if she and her so wanted to join us for dinner, since we had been hanging out all day anyway and we hadn't seen each other in a while. Fast forward to dinner. I'm Korean, so I took my mom out to a Korean restaurant. It's the five of us, me, my mom, my so, my best friend, and her so. Waitress comes with the bill. I take the check for the whole table, because my original plan was to not have my mom pay as it was my treat to her. I say dinner's on me. My so offers to split the check in half, with me being the kind gentleman he is given all of this. My friend so had made a racist comment about Asians while in a truly authentic Korean restaurant where my so and I paid for the tab. 2. Was rude to my so while he was talking about our recent trip to Denmark. 3. Didn't really show his gratitude or thanks for basically getting a free meal. Not only was that one of the dozens of times he's made racist jokes, but the audacity to say something like that while we were out to dinner where he was literally the only white guy excluding my so. Yeah, I don't like him to say the least. I could go on forever about this guy. We had just finished Thanksgiving dinner. We figured the host and his girlfriend went into the other room to have post-food sesh. Nope, they got in some dumb argument, screaming and yelling on the top of their lungs. Apparently she was punching him. 15 minutes later the police show up. I explained what I saw, and they told me next time it happens and I'm around, go into the bedroom, even if the door is closed, so I can be a witness. They left. Everything seemed okay. They were cuddling again, or whatever. 30 minutes later, out of nowhere, a burst of screams and yelling happens. As instructed, I ran into the room with my phone. Started recording right away. She was very violently punching him. I mean really punching him hard. After 30 or so swings, she noticed I was recording and came after me, demanding I delete the recording. Of course I declined and told her to get away from me. She starts following me, trying to grab my phone as I start walking outside. There was far more room to avoid her outside, and I could run. If needed. Welp. She grabs my phone and smashes. I look at the person I was dating at the time and inform them to notify the police. The police arrive and she threatening me. As the police walk up to me, I explain that I was still recording, but now that they are there I'm shutting it off. She starts yelling at the cop that I was illegally recording her and she wants me arrested. Apparently, she thinks I need her permission to record when she is committing a felony. Also, I had consent from the property owner, so whatever. I simply showed the police my phone on the video. They asked me to step inside for a few minutes. Soon as I walked inside she was in handcuffs. Welp. You would think my friend would be smart enough to break up with her. Nope. 3 or so years later they are still together. The police have only been involved another 40 times. She paid for the replacement of my phone. Last time I saw him was last month when he showed up to just hang out and catch up. Needless to say, she showed up, and as he was walking outside she started punching him. Again, got it on video. I have since told him he is no longer welcome at my apartment. One of my closest friends started dating this guy about 2 years back. He's the 4th in a series of terrible choices, and the 3rd in a row that none of her friends can think of a single redeeming quality for, apart from, well, at least he hasn't stabbed her yet. Let's start from the beginning. She's obsessed with him because he was originally obsessed with the Joker. Now, when I say obsessed, I mean obsessed. He would dress and act as the Joker every day, makeup and all, even wearing the get-up to work. This was what really caught her eye, since she's idolized the Joker and Quinn's relationship for around 11 years at this point. Because of this, I'll go ahead and refer to my friend as Quinn and the guy as Joker. About 1.5 months into their loosely defined relationship, Joker tried to cheat on her for the first time that we know of. He, a 28-year-old man, attempted to hook up with a 14-year-old cosplayer friend of theirs at an anime convention they were attending. It was only through the good sense of the other girl telling my friend about it that we know about it. She sent Quinn screenshots of Joker asking her to come over and join him in the shower before the convention because Quinn wasn't keeping him entertained, along with various unsolicited dick pics that could easily be confused for a fossilized sausage. Despite all this, she stayed with him because nothing actually happened. Fast forward a whole 2 weeks to her birthday. We all decide to go play some laser tag at the local arcade, then swing by a local burger joint for dinner. All in all, there's about 17 of us here. Second round of free for all. My best friend and I team up and go on the prowl. Who else do we find in the corner of the area other than Joker and Quinn? Only Quinn's shirt and bra are lifted up and he's feeling her up while trying to steal second base. We noped the fuck out of that corner and didn't look back. After everyone was laser tagged out for day, we hit up the arcade. Well, most of us did. Quinn and Joker kinda stood in the corner, watching everyone else play, while they were playing a game of Feel for the Weasel, with bonus points for spelunking the treasure cove. Keep in mind, this is in a public, tough at this point it's probably become a pubic arcade with children as young as 10 running around and playing games. Quinn was apparently okay with this, despite the other 15 of us feeling uncomfortable. About a month later, people are fed up with her and Joker. He's gone full edgelord, replacing his obsession with the Joker with an even worse obsession with Kylo Ren and Reaper from Overwatch. He's been making death threats to all of her male friends to stay away from her because he's worried we are all trying to fuck her, most of which include absolutely horrible variations of death will come for you from the shadows and hellfire will rain on you. Quinn has hung out with us twice since her birthday party, saying she'd love to hang out more, but she has to do things like get dinner ready for Joker. At this point they haven't even moved in together. He's just got her coming over to his house to make him dinner. Eventually we think we all get through to her and convince her to break up with him before he goes full psychopath on someone. And we did. She broke up with him. And it lasted a whole 3 days. But then they got back together. And then they broke up again. And then they got back together. You see where this is going? That went on for about a month. All in all, we counted a total of 17 breakups over those 30-some days. Unfortunately, though, we counted 18 get back togethers. Around the 3rd breakup, though, she felt scared enough of what he'd been threatening to everyone else that she took him to a local park to break up with him so that there would be people around that she could run to if things did get violent. And boy oh boy did they almost get violent. According to Quinn, after she broke up with him, he had started pacing towards her with his hand in his pocket. She wasn't entirely sure what was going on, and she was backing up. Eventually, he pulled out a knife from his pocket and brandished it a little before offering it to her as a gift to remember him by. If you ask me, given how edgy and overdramatic he is, he was probably debating the whole "if I can't have you, nobody can" cliche against the whole "but you're the only woman who will actually touch my fossilized sausage. Can I really risk losing that?" It's been about a year and a half since I've been involved with this. I learned after months of trying that Quinn's just never going to listen to her friends, family, or repeated red flags about this. She's convinced that she needs to keep her friends, boyfriend, work, family, school, etc. all separate from each other, thinking that that's the source of all the problems she has with interpersonal aspects of her life. Last I'd heard from one of the few mutual friends that still talk to her, he's still threatening anyone with anything that even remotely resembles a bonus attached to their body to stay away from her, and is planning on asking her to marry him sometime in the next few months. We're all hoping she'll get out before that happens, and we're all still in shock that we were pushed aside for a cheating pedophile. We just don't know what else we could do at this point. I can tell you, when my best friend realized something was off about my wife, ex-wife, my wife, best friend, his girlfriend, another one of our good friends, and I rented a cabin for the weekend. We hadn't been able to see each other much because, you know, life. So we were all looking forward to getting to catch up point. The second night we were all sitting on the couch drinking and talking. Things were going well. None of them had been around my ex much before then. Her and my mother always had their share of problems, but I would try to please both sides and fix things where I could. She had started to drop small stabs about my mother, and I kind of played it off because I didn't want to fight in front of everyone. She kept going, and I basically said, "Alright, come on, that's enough," and that's when she lost it. She starts slapping me and swinging in front of everyone, and I bear hugged her, and we both fell off the couch. She starts crying and runs downstairs, and here I'm embarrassed beyond belief that she had just lost it in front of two good friends. She proceeds to call my mother and tell her I was hitting her and to come and get her so she could leave. We were 3 hours away from where she lived. My best friend ends up calling my mother and told her what had happened. The next morning we were all supposed to go to the local town and spend the day, but of course we ended up leaving. Talk about awkward car rides. A girl I had seen a few times before was dating one of my co-workers. I had seen her out around town a few times and just thought I reminded her of someone she hated. I had moved to the area not long before that during the winter, so I know it wasn't something I had done. Anyhow, after seeing her at a couple of parties we found ourselves alone having a smoke. She was silent, almost acting like I wasn't even there. Honestly, I liked that a lot more than one of the other chicks there that kept clinging to me despite having her boyfriend there. Suddenly when we were about to go back up to the party she says, "So, can I ask you something?" I hesitated for a second and said, "Sure, what is it?" She suddenly became upset and said, "How come not a single curse, charm, or spell works on you? What the fuck are you?" I laughed and couldn't believe she was actually asking this. She made a point of following me to smoke the rest of the night, asking repeatedly for an answer. She got more and more upset of me not having an answer for her. She got red-faced and disappeared late in the night. When I asked what type of spell did you even try on me, I told my coworker about it. He asked if I thought he was under a spell and if I was going to put an end to their happiness. For about a week I wondered what I should do. Then the girl found someone else. Weird thing was my coworker didn't even seem to mind. Easy come easy go. There was a group of us guys that kind of hung out in college. One of them started sleeping with this chick. Then it became an actual romance/relationship. It became quickly evident this chick didn't like me, if perhaps only for the fact I had asked her ethnicity. Yes, I realize maybe I should not have, but I'm awkward, and I was curious. She created pet names basically for all the other guys, but never seek to include myself in it. And it went beyond that to talking about wanting to go clubbing, for example. The other guys verbally took no interest. I said I can't dance, but it would be fun, etc. The kind of obvious indirect exclusion of being part of the group. I ask her a question. She answers it, but in the direction of someone else. Then it all breaks down when there was some party. In the midst of drinking alcohol, I have to go pee. The bathroom is upstairs. I go up the stairs. This girl pops out of a dark bedroom in front of me. She has a look of surprise/guilt depending on how you want to interpret it. I won't go into the details of my version of the account as that doesn't matter to you guys in so much as what she said I did. She said I pushed her against the wall there and put my hands around her neck. With the detail that I didn't squeeze. I don't know when or exactly what she ever said to the guys, but they dropped me from invites to things, and that lasted about a month before I let loose a what the fuck is a deal and got a couple of the guys to meet, though they didn't even explain just what the heck the deal was, only that something is off. Wasn't until after that meeting with them that I texted the third guy who did not come to this meeting, and I got the explanation of what this girl said I did. Haven't seen them since, don't care to either. Mostly just disgusted at them, etc. They were the type that posted a lot to social media of their hangouts, in the sense of you had to be their type picture posts and whatnot, to the effect it's a very exclusive clique. I say this mostly for the fact that it's easy to recognize now and in the future. My friends now, though I don't spend as much time with as I did that group of guys, are at least a lot more real and honest about life. Oh boy. Late, but good, I think. My brother got married yesterday. This girl, they dated for a year and a half. She broke her lease and had him get an apartment with her within 3 weeks of dating. 3 weeks after that had him break his phone contract and get a plan with her. A month after that, consolidate their money into a joint checking account. He is not allowed to lock his phone unless he gives her the passcode so she can go through it when he is in the shower. She does the same with his emails. She is 25 and he is 39. She looked through his yearbook and saw that he had a friend that was a girl, not girlfriend, that had written a bunch of stuff, and there were quite a few pictures of them together. She got it in her head that they had been an item, started Facebook stalking the girl, and point blank asked her one day if she was still trying to get in my brother's pants. Almost 20 years after high school, he doesn't even talk to her. Within 6 weeks of living with each other, he would wake up to see her browsing internet or whatever and ask what she was doing. She would bluntly say she was looking for wedding rings. She has 3 children from a previous marriage under 4 years old. Within a month of dating, she had the children calling him dad. She also wants him to adopt the children, even though that means real dad would be off the hook for child support. Within 2 months of dating, she was calling my mom and dad, mom and dad. My brother and I usually call our parents by their first names. She met my dad a total of maybe 8 times for a grand total of 6 hours. He passed away. On the 6-month anniversary of his death, she posted a big thing on Facebook about how hard it was and how much she missed her dad. She wants to have another kid so she can have one by my brother, even though they can't afford it. My brother has to physically watch her take her birth control pill to make sure she does take it. She had to go inpatient psych a couple of months ago for depression or something for a few days. We aren't sure what she has told her co-workers about my brother, though she has admitted they don't like him. They were so concerned that they tried to make my brother give them the kids to keep while she was in the hospital. She had her Facebook picture and status changed within 15 minutes of the vows. She is not in the least bit attractive. There is even more, but I think that is enough to give an idea. So this is a story about a guy who I thought of as one of my best friends. He and I grew up together. He even introduced me to my husband. So this guy's all nerd. Thin thick glasses, plays D&D, works in a game store. Nerd. I consider myself nerdy, but this guy makes Moss from the IT crowd look plain. Think Sheldon without the drive to actually use his genius to do something with his life. So he meets this girl who is 10 years younger than him at age 33. They start dating. At first everyone is happy. Then we find out she is exactly like him but worse. They are both emotionally immature and make out like horny teenagers all the time. It's uncomfortable. She says she can't work because of health issues. He is a certified genius that barely makes minimum wage at a game store. They get married and at first don't invite any of his longtime friends, our entire friend circle basically. Then because they don't have enough guests invite everyone but one guy, who was his roommate, and helped them out of a financial jam, last minute. I was out of town at a cousin's wedding, but my husband went. He said it was awful. The whole time they weren't meeting with guests, they were making out, and there were a bunch of socially awkward people from the store there. They have been married for almost a year and never have written a thank you note. They both basically ignore us or other old friends. If we run into them, point God help them and the kid if they ever did get pregnant. He started announcing decisions on their life plans publicly either before they had actually discussed them thoroughly, or in some cases, even when my friend had told him he wasn't cool with the plans. Plans like moving out of state, talking about their plans for kids when they'd only been dating a few months, making the decision to relocate out of state again when my friend had just been accepted into grad school at their first place of relocation. What also sucks is he makes significantly more money than my friend and enjoys a particularly expensive lifestyle, which my friend of course has to participate in: trips, dinners, expensive housing. And while sometimes he says that money doesn't matter, I'm happy to support friend, he other times pokes at my friend in public, joking about him being a kept husband for not picking up the tab as often. Point: my friend has been smitten with him since they met, and while he said he's happy with his new life, I've gotten to watch him become increasingly more private, anxious, and irritable over the course of the relationship. He was my best friend for several years, but we've recently stopped talking. Edit. I initiated the stop in communication. I know if I were a better friend I'd stick it out and be there for him, but it hurt too much that he wasn't the same person anymore, and he would get downright aggressive if you ever said anything negative about his boyfriend. It got to be too much. My very best friend and her, now, ex-boyfriend had been together for some odd 7 or 8 years, but we became best friends somewhere around the last 3 years at that point anyway. One thing that always put me off is she would tell me that he probably told her she loved him about twice a year, which I thought was weird because I'm someone who tells everyone I love that I in fact love them throughout the day or when we talk on the phone, but she seemed so lax about it that I always shrugged it off. The second thing is that he would force her to take a shower every single night regardless of if she felt she needed it or not. Now look, I'm all about hygiene, but sometimes you're too tired to jump in and sometimes you just don't 1000% need a shower right then and there. But every night, even when I stayed over and we would drink into the ungodly hours, he would come home and without fail ask her if she had already showered. And not just shower, she had to wash her hair. Now, I'm someone, like many of the ladies, who doesn't wash her hair every single day, and he would always bash me for it and claim that the next day the pillows I used smelled like vinegar, which is simply bullshit. But I have thick skin and I digress. I would tell her to tell him to fuck off, but he just couldn't live his life next to this petri dish of scum apparently. Anyway, that amongst many other things, but those two things just always made me roll my eyes. I'm glad they're done. She deserves to sleep in her filth next to someone who will tell her how much he loves her. Edit. He told her he loved her about twice a year. The first month they started going out I maybe saw my friend a couple of times. I was used to hanging with him twice a week, but hey, that's cool. I understand that new girlfriend smell. Anyway, when we started hanging out more often again, I noticed a few things. She always smoked all his pot while he was at work. Once a grower friend gave us a half ounce of some decent stuff. 2 days later it was all gone, and my friend and I only managed to smoke one bowl of the stuff. He did all her homework. She was in the last year of college and he graduated the year prior. Her grades were pretty poor, so he wanted to help her out and pick them up. She would get mad at him if any of the grades were lower than a B, like seriously you're not going out with friends for a week, mad. Poor dude would get home from work and have to do her homework every night while she slept. Whenever I hung out with him, she'd hover over him like a probation officer or something. A friend of hers told me it was because I was promiscuous and I could potentially convince him to sleep with another woman. Honestly, after a couple of months I tried to hook him up, which he refused. but it was only because she was a faking beach point. I think she was physically abusive. There was one time he has some serious claw marks on his neck, like they were gaping, and purple and sheet. He said that she got out of hand during sex, but I've never seen sheet like that. I might have gotten some scratches on my back but never anything on my neck, and never anything that deep. I think she was just marking her territory or something. I don't know. Since he was doing her homework, she was really unprepared for the finals. So he spent a couple of weeks with her studying every night. The week of the tests she slept through 2, completely played hooky on another, and only managed to show up for 1. He was so pissed, but she somehow turned it around and blamed him like it was his fault. That's when I stopped hanging with him until he dealt with that sheet. It was too frustrating witnessing that bullshit. I remember a former co-worker's girlfriend who made a pretty terrible first impression that only got worse over time. Driving somewhere with the two, she quickly asserted herself as someone who loved to argue, which ordinarily I like. The problem was that she clung very loudly to a lot of beliefs that were factually, demonstrably incorrect. I'm not the most tolerant person, but I held back and only thought, didn't say, shut the fuck up, when she opened her mouth, because the co-worker was a good guy. Then the two got invited to a party. Other friends seemed to agree with my initial assessment of the girl. She was very combative with everyone, and generally lacked normally developed social skills. One of the hosts said she had a real bad feeling about her, and had seen her taking various pills throughout the night. By late that night, she was so zoned out on whatever she was taking, and co-worker was Maya, that the hosts thought that she needed to sleep it off. As the male host was helping her into the guest bedroom, she hiked up her dress and started dropping her underwear. I can't remember what she was saying at the time, but the hosts quickly and emphatically let her know that that was not okay. I think they got invited to one more party before being blacklisted because people were so not keen on the girlfriend. Now, as far as I know, they're married. I'm late, but here goes. My half-brother started dating this girl in college. I wasn't born till about a year after they started dating, but the stories of her are kind of notorious in my family. My half-brother was a sweet guy with a good heart, but he was depressed and looking for a mom after his parents got divorced. So he finds this girl. The first sign she wasn't exactly keeper material, we'll say, was when she met my parents, my half-brother's dad and stepmother. She showed up to a, mostly, fancy restaurant, the kind of place that could cost $60 a plate in the 90s, in sweats, and began to insult my mother for her choice of dress and the fact that my mother shaved her armpits. Yeah, she was the overly condescending hippie/feminist no one understands. She ruled with an iron fist though, and I guess my brother liked having someone telling him what to do. They later got married and had 2 little girls. I wasn't exposed to much. He was my half-brother. He never saw me or my biological brother as family, so he moved to New Mexico. But I knew he was doomed when he stormed out of our grandfather's funeral yelling at our dad with his phone out, threatening to call the cops on our poor pops, who was 57 at the time. By the way, all Pops did was try to talk with him, but his wife called, and suddenly that was more important than all our grieving. The last strike for me was a birthday card. I sent it to my niece when I was about 12. Her mother sent it back with a handwritten note, just send money next time. Who the fuck says that to a 12-year-old? Eventually they divorced, but my brother never recovered from the toxic marriage that plagued his life for 20 years. He tried an electroshock therapy treatment for his depression and died of a stroke. Never got to know him too well. Still trying to reach my niece's TLDR. My half-brother married a holier-than-thou feminist that mocked women for shaving their pits and then slowly killed him psychologically, in that order. This happened way back in secondary school. At the time me and my friend were around 15 over 16. She started dating a 22-year-old. Immediately after she told me his age, alarm bells were ringing, but I chalked this down to me just being worried. She had been in a few bad relationships before that, and maybe I was getting too protective. He added me on Facebook, and I accepted after a lot of hesitation. Within a few minutes into the conversation he started asking me for photos. I dodged the question by saying I had to go for dinner and stopped talking to him. Around this time my friend messaged me asking to be honest on how I felt about this guy now that I've talked to him. Looking back on it, it could have been him, but I answered truthfully that I found him creepy and didn't like him at all. Cue my friend growing distant from me. We went to a carnival and I gritted my teeth about him being there and tried to have a fun time. Another friend took this as the time to berate me on thinking that he was creepy. He had just bought her a drink, so that's apparently all it takes. He moved in with her to help her family cope with the rent. He had money he loved to splash around, and my friend and her mum had struggled after her dad left. The truth came out after they broke up, and my friend and I made up. Apparently he had been heavily into her, playing up being a schoolgirl. I can't remember if there was CP involved, but he certainly loved role-playing that she was underage. He had been telling her lies and calling me two-faced all so she would be distant from the one person calling him out on his creepiness. She broke up with him after finding him on dating websites sending pictures of his dick to other women. I seriously couldn't be happier that he was so idiotic as to leave his laptop open. Unfortunately it didn't stop there, as he would occasionally reach out to her offering her a lot of money to go and pretend to be his girlfriend for events. I told her to not accept, but she really needed the money. I think she's managed to sort herself now and is doing great independently. We drifted apart again in uni. If you're reading this, I hope life's going well. I was close friends to one of my boyfriend's best friends. He was our third leg. We did everything together. He was single for a long time, with a few brief flings here and there, until he met Em. When they were official, he didn't want to introduce her to us to ease her into his friends, like she was a timid chihuahua or something. He asked me to please be nice to her as she hardly had any friends, and I tried arranging double dates with her, and she'd always say no with some bullshit excuse or cancel the day before. After a while, they would come and hang with us, but always leave early because she had something else to do or didn't want to be there. She hardly ever spoke to anyone either, always just sat with a half-pained smile on her face, like she had a trapped fetched. By now, he's now completely changed his personality and doesn't do anything he used to love anymore because she doesn't like it. Come his 30th, she makes him leave before 8 p.m. because he had invited his girlfriends to his party and she wasn't aware. This is after she yelled at him in the bathrooms, which I witnessed because he hadn't told her he invited girls. My boyfriend asked him to take him to and from work the other day. They work really close to each other because our car was in for a service. He asked my boyfriend not to tell her that he gave him a lift because it would upset her. When she called him, he even asked my boyfriend to be quiet so she wouldn't hear him in the car. They've been together for almost 2 years now, and I've tried to talk to him about how toxic she is, but he won't listen. Needless to say, I've ended that friendship. I heard via a mutual friend of ours he's planning to propose, so good luck with her sheet. A couple years ago I met my girlfriend's old friends from HS. Now I admit, I'm kind of an asshole. Sometimes when people are nice I just assume they have an ulterior motive, and that's what it was like with Jay, one of the friend's boyfriends. Jay always seemed whipped. This girl would treat him like a slave whenever we came over, screaming at him to make drinks for everyone upon arrival, letting her yappy dogs in and out, do her dishes, etc. He waited on her hand and foot and never complained or made a sarcastic comment at all. I even mentioned to my girlfriend and her other friends that I thought he was too nice, that there was something off about the whole thing, whether it was abuse or what I just couldn't put my finger on it. My girlfriend and her friends started to turn on Jay's girl, their friend since HS, saying she's so mean to him. Why does he put up with it? He could do a lot better and whatnot. He is just so sweet, and she treats him like shit. The asshole in me is awoken. So I started thinking, why would someone tolerate this much belittling unless they were getting something out of it? There must be some redeeming quality to them. I would have told her to fuck off months ago. The Dr. Phil in me starts casually asking the girl about their relationship. Come to discover they met online. Fet life, but he won't make it FB official after 2 years. He would spend mom free working downtown and weekends at her place, but wouldn't actually move in. The more detail I ask, the less she seems to be able/want to answer. I decided to leave it and end with something like, well, as long as you trust him. Ding ding, seeds of doubt planted. Not 2 weeks later she calls my girlfriend sobbing after having thrown Jay out with the help of 2 neighbors and her dad. Turns out he had a girlfriend before he even met her, who he was living with during the week, that knew him by a different name and had been dating/hooking up with multiple girls from the same website they met on under different accounts for at least 2/3 of their relationship. She went through his email and found transactions records for all sorts of jewelry and a jet ski and sheet. He broke her door/frame on the way out apparently and then tried to sue her over a power cord. Dude had a whole other life, but slummed it in the weekends in her ghetto apartment. Why in the fuck he dealt with that when he knew he had side girls and clearly plenty of money waiting both confuses and disgusts me to this day. The girl may have been a total twat to him, but nobody deserves to be played like that. TLDR, girlfriend's friend's boyfriend seemed too nice, actually living a double life. It wasn't my friend, so it was my friend. Shortly after he started dating her, he still kept sleeping around and would constantly brag about which ones were squirters and which ones weren't. Every time he was out of town he would hook up. He even hooked up with someone who had been flirting with me. I'm gay, so W/E, cause, I don't know, he could. He honestly doesn't deserve her. And 6 months before they were to get married he called it off because he wasn't ready to stop sleeping around. I don't think she knew about the sleeping around at the time. They eventually got back together and did get married. They've been together about 15 years and married for the last 5. Since they've gotten married he swore up and down that he's no longer sleeping around, though I don't know how much I believe him. I want to, but there's always that doubt. I know she wants a family, but for some reason he keeps putting it off. There's always some reason. We are not there financially. We want to move. Ugh, she needs to get a better job. And every single faking time she pushes herself for them so they can start a family. She did get a great job that she now lost so they could move for him to get a better job in Seattle. He up and quit his previous job because of reasons, and so she gave up her dream job of being a librarian to go be a marketing editor for some faceless corporation. But he keeps finding another excuse, another reason. I love the man like a brother, but his so is way too good for him. I heard her say something needed a trigger warning after I asked her what her major was, and she said gender studies. I learned that she was a third wave feminist and instantly disliked her. I have no problem with feminist since I was raised by one who has been one since the 70s. But she was nothing like my mother or her sisters in their views of feminism. She was rude to just about every guy in our friend group, and when they would tell her that she was being rude and her insults were unwarranted she would say, "I'm sorry, did I hurt your male fragility?" when we have been nothing but cordial. What is worst is my friend is pretty easy to manipulate and saw it happen with his ex, and I see it going on now. When they started dating he lived in Austin and she in Denton, which is a 4-hour drive across Texas. Every weekend one of them would drive to the other. Over time it became he went to her every weekend. Because of it he would spend lots on gas, be missing work, and speeding tickets that made it hard for him to pay rent and bills, because she didn't want to keep doing the 4-hour drive. He is completely blind to it. He used to make fun of the stuff on Tumblr, now it's his favorite site. He used to make the most offensive and hilarious dead baby jokes, now mild offensive joke triggers him. He has a dream of going to Germany for school, but now he is moving to Idaho with her so she can get her master's, and he supports her, and I can't help but feel like once she gets what she wants she'll dump him, and he'll be screwed over. It's sad because he is my best friend, but I can't stand him now because of how she has manipulated him and won't listen to the friends he has had since childhood about how terrible of a person she is. When I realized she has the temperament of an 8-year-old, my friend was always very much a take no shit kind of dude in high school. So to see him wind up with the girl he's with is very depressing. This girl has the worst attitude in the world. If she loses at literally anything, we're all nerds, including her, so this doesn't make for a lot of fun hangouts playing video games, Magic the Gathering, or whatever else we might be doing. For example, I would go over and hang out so we could play Magic. Buddy and I always had a lot of fun. But if I would play his girlfriend and I won, she would demand a rematch. If I won that too, she would get up and just go into their room, no matter how many other people were there hanging out. Usually after this happened he would get up and go into the room without really saying anything, just leaving me there with his other roommates, who I was also friends with thankfully. Wouldn't see him again the rest of that night. Same thing with video games. We'd play Mario Party, and if she lost she'd get furious. If she was in the lead, my buddy had to do everything possible to help her, despite there not being any established teams. If she was ahead, and he used any item on her, cue the sore loser act. One time I walked into their apartment upon coming over to hang out. She's on the couch playing Fallout 4, and he's literally feeding her ice cream, so she doesn't have to set the controller down. Like, he's seriously scooping the ice cream, and she just opens her mouth, and he feeds her the ice cream. The list of the weird overly dependent shit she does is ridiculous. I could go on for days about it. Stopped hanging out with them quite a while ago. They're now married, with no end in sight. Sometimes I miss my friend, but he's so far beyond whip there's no hope of bringing him back. The fact that no matter what, he has to be involved in making plans somehow. Let's have a girls' day. Oh, but boyfriend has work today, and I don't know when he'll be off. How about lunch around noon? Well, boyfriend wants to go out to see a movie around 9 or 10, so I don't know. Want to go shopping with me? I'll ask if boyfriend is doing anything. They got engaged after knowing each other for 3 months and it's only gotten worse. He told her to go off her birth control to lose weight for the wedding. When I told her that wasn't necessary and I'd be willing to help her out, he told her that I was a liar and just wanted her to stay fat. When I cracked a joke with her stepsister that was between the two of us, he told her that I was a bitch and he didn't want me around her. I've known this girl since we were born, but he's destroyed our friendship. At the bridal shower I found out I wasn't the only one. Turns out she didn't pick a maid of honor because he didn't like any of her bridesmaids enough. None of us have actually spoken to her one-on-one in the last year. My sister sees them more than I do, and she's confided that apparently he's also a pretty serious Nazi supporter. Extremely white supremacist, pro-slavery, the works. Guess whose Hispanic boyfriend isn't allowed to go to the wedding because the groom doesn't like him, despite the fact they've never met. Our collective family has begun a betting pool on how long the marriage will last. I said until just after the holidays, when he doesn't let her spend them with her family. Her brother said a hard 2 months I could go on, but the wedding's on Saturday, and I'm already stressed about it enough without thinking about what a huge mistake she's making. My best friend, who I would just hang out and skate with daily in college, started to become incredibly unavailable once he started seeing this girl. Didn't think much of it. I was guilty of it too once I had a girlfriend. I mean, who isn't right? Year and a half later, he asks me to be a groomsman at their wedding, and they get married. Afterwards he is literally impossible to see or talk to. He is totally devoted to spending all his time with his wife. So I'm kinda bummed, because I feel liked him and after Simba met Nala, but whatever, my boy seems happy, so I'm glad. About a year after the wedding I finally arranged to go snowboarding over Sunday with him. This is the first time we had seen each other since the wedding, because every other time we tried to do something together he had some excuse like oh it's XXXX's brother's kid's birthday party this weekend, or XXX wants me to go somewhere with her. So the morning of we head out to the slopes, and I faking kid you not, starting at around 10 AM he starts getting text messages like hey miss you, wish you were home. Eventually around lunchtime she starts to call him like hey I was bored, so I decided to call you, and about once every hour, after she calls like hey when are you gonna be home? I'm lonely. This eventually escalates into full on crying over the phone by the third call at around 3 PM. We are on the ski lift, and after he hangs up he just looks at me and shakes his head and mutters that he can't even get a single day doing something he loves. He asks me if we can cut the day short as he has to get back to his crying wife. Yeah, that's about the time I knew something was up with her, lol. I haven't been able to spend any more time with him since. This was about 6 years ago, and apart from a call here and there I largely never hear from him. I'm pretty sure his wife banned him from hanging out with me. Her attitude about other people's choices. She told my friend, well, I guess it's okay that you aren't a vegetarian. I won't judge you. I think eating meat makes you kind of like a thief or a murderer, though not exactly a judgment-free zone, am I right? And she wouldn't even let my friend kiss her if there'd been any meat involved in a recent meal. Oh my god, there was a dead animal in your mouth. I can't kiss you. Also, the girlfriend had weird ideas about what other people could eat if they were part of the evil League of Omnivores. Surprise. I can eat things with tofu, even without being vegetarian. She actually asked my friend about it because she couldn't understand the concept of a meat eater that ate tofu. Like, no, I'm not trying to pretend to be a vegetarian or sneak into the good graces of the holy vegetarians by making a show of consuming tofu. There was plenty of other, much more damning stuff. But that was when I started to wonder if there wasn't something a little off about her. I'm fine with people who choose to be vegetarian. I'm less fine with people who decide to treat it like religion and get weird about it. Happy ending for this one. My friend broke up with the crazy girlfriend for several very good reasons and is now happily married to a beautiful lady. Crazy now. XGF presumably has gone on being crazy with somebody else. My friend's wife is omnivorous. I asked, as a joke, when they first started dating. This story is actually in progress as I speak, but it's a strange situation. We're all 18 to 19. Friend B is one of my besties, but he's already began fading from F and I. F is my longest going best friend. B has liked a girl named A for like half her life, and A liked her for the same time frame, but they are both wieners, so they never even considered that the other might like them. 2. Eventually moved away a few years ago, so B was naturally bummed. A few months ago, however, B got the chance to head down to Cali and see A for a few days. They confessed to each other and started dating immediately. Cute story, right? Now, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. They've known each other for years, and I have yet to even meet A, but then they decided that A would come live with B in a few months. This rustles my jimmies because he lives in a 2-story, smushed crappy apartment. It's already filled to the brim with 2 dogs, a crappy stepdad and a disabled mother. Then my friend B had brought in some guy he met barely even a year ago, to live in the same room which was already cramped with B's crap. Now they are going to be all stuffed into one room. Not to mention B has been phasing F and I out of the friend group and some new reckless, immature idiots. He's overwhelming himself to a seriously debilitating extent and then wonders why he's always nursing a headache, a sore body. It's getting tiring and I can't take it. I'm gonna let myself fade away from him. My buddies. It all started on a Vegas trip for a mutual friend of mine and his girlfriend's 21st birthday. She made it a point to invite a bunch of my buddies' other friends who didn't know the birthday girl at all but would lower the cost of our room. She then proceeded to take the only bed with my buddy, and 6 of us slept in the living room of the hotel suite. I then learned that anytime she was involved in something, like a birthday or party, if you didn't do exactly what she wanted to do, she would get pissed. This goes to things as simple as how to get to the party, or where to eat dinner, but the winner was when our mutual friend who we went to Vegas for just stopped being her friend. She was so bossy that she couldn't take it. It wasn't worth getting chewed out for disagreeing with her on where to have dinner for your birthday. My friend ended up marrying her, and I had a falling out with her for staying sober and ruining his birthday a few years back. I still see him twice a year, but it's because we live about 300 miles apart. On a side note, she cut off ties with her mother because she divorced her dad. Ironically, her mom was the one who worked and put her through college, but cheated on her dad when they were separated, and she hasn't spoken to her since. Luckily, my buddy's parents are amazing people and pass information on to her mom, and also the baby pictures of her first grandchild. My theories haven't been proven correct yet, but I'm the only one in my group of friends that thinks our friend's fiancé is a complete fuckbud. I lived with this girl for 4 years, they've been together for 3, and are getting married in November. In the time I've been around her, I've witnessed him publicly belittle her for her outfit choices, a cropped, loose t-shirt and high-waisted jeans, not scandalous, in front of his best friends. Seen him throw somewhat of a temper tantrum for her going to get drinks with me or other girls because he doesn't like her going out without him. Watched him start whining and complaining if she paid more attention to me during any conversation than him. Seen him scream at her and insult her intelligence and capabilities / humiliate her via FaceTime when her mother was standing in the background of the shot, which he could clearly see, and she pointed out to him. What she told me about after moving in with him. When I moved to LA, he told her he'd never seen a woman pee before and would prefer her not to do it while he's in the shower. He takes forever in the bathroom and they have one bathroom in their apartment, so she has no choice first thing in the morning. Plus, what the fuck is wrong him? She's been getting regular bikini waxes forever, but started having painful ingrown hairs, so she decided to let it all grow out for a while to relieve the pain. He complained and told her he wasn't attracted to her with that much hair and couldn't have sex with her because of it. He regularly reminds her of how much he's paying for their wedding. He's a VP of a French bank, so fuck off. So he refuses to pay for anything else, yet expects her to cough up her half of meals, outings etc. Fully aware of that fact, that she's getting her master's at Columbia and is living on student loans. To give some context, he is a 39-year-old Southern Frenchman and she is a 28-year-old Korean-born Atlanta-raised New Yorker. As I said, I currently live in LA and I'm so worried for her. I met my wife's BFF's boyfriend for the first time at our wedding. Despite being very friendly to me and my family, I immediately got a control freak grifter vibe off him. Even my dad came up to me later and remarked on it. They were together for a couple years but broke up. Then all the creepy details came out. He had made her sign a series of contracts at the beginning of their living together spelling out what each other's, but mostly her, duties were for the relationship, including her taking her birth control pills front of him and codifying their sexual relationship. They were to have sex every night after his work unless she was on her period. Then he got a blue job with swallowing instead. She was also required to get cash advances against her credit card because he didn't want any debt on his cards, because he said that would screw up his credit score and adversely affect his security clearance for his government contractor jobs. After a couple years of this, he brought home a girl from his work and announced that they were all now in a polyamorous relationship and produced a set of contracts for her to sign accepting this. So she dumped him and left. He immediately took all their money from their accounts and went to Central America touring various resorts and tourist spots while she tried to legally get back her money from him. His whole time abroad he was minging her with thinly veiled threats that he was going to kill himself if she didn't take him back. I guess the second girl was out of the picture at this point. Only after signing a document he faxed her absolving him of all debts occurred during their relationship did he come back to the States and agree to stop harassing her. Last I heard he had brought this giant dog to work without permission or a leash. Did I mention he was a crazy as the social contact doesn't apply to me style libertarian, and it actually attacked a co-worker and he lost his job. So now, according to his FB page, he works security at a strip club in Louisiana, but when a mutual friend visited him last year, he was actually the janitor at a grade school. When my brother almost threw himself in the ocean 20 meters after getting married, was the first clue. She, 32 at the time, was older than my brother, 24 at the time, and they worked together. She was particularly nice to me, but she just loved children. What seemed odd right off the bat was that she would tell these really odd things about herself. She even made a point to tell us that her dead father was a higher up at Coca-Cola and that he left her mother because he had a second family no one knew about. Eventually, she isolated my brother from his friends and family. She tried saying our old man grandpa was a terrible person. It took some time, but my big brother finally started thinking with his head and not his dick after being married for almost 2 years and asked for a divorce. Afterwards, he found out that she was a complete sociopath. She would tell him how much she wanted to have children with him, later found out her tubes were tied long before, made them get anything that needed a loan under his name. She owed a former husband money and had filed for bankruptcy, didn't bother to tell my brother this, was sleeping with their boss majority of the time. She faked her degree in accounting. Her father was just a town drunk. Icing on the cake, she withheld sex for 8 months on purpose, before he asked for the divorce. Years have passed, and since they have been divorced, some men have contacted my family wanting to know about her, because she is questionable about her past. We direct them to whisk courts and other similar sites. Saving lives day by day. TLDR brother married a lying cunt, but divorced her as. TLDR. Friend imports wife with Munchausen style desperate for attention behavior, which might be cultural, I've no idea. It gradually tears at our friendship, until I throw up my hands and step back. One of my major regrets in life. My friend's wife, whom we'll call Gondwanaland, moved here to be with him, whom we'll call like the Spike Tyke, from a foreign country, which we'll call the Philippines. When Gondwanaland first moved here, she'd invite herself along on things like the Spike Tyke and I were doing together, bring the kids, hers from a previous marriage. Then once he was born, and complained bitterly about things being boring or inappropriate for the children, until he agreed to take her home. I don't drive, so that ended everything we did. We eventually stopped hanging out 15-ish years ago. I lived with my friend while taking some online college courses. He didn't cuss in for anything, but at the time I had no phone number, and he let me put his house number on the applications. This was before Gondwanaland, but apparently, despite him moving and changing phones, not for this reason, like the Spike Tyke still gets robber calls from scammers. This has caused a lingering fury on the part of Gondwanaland. While like the old Spiky Tyke and I were still chilling, she was always polite to me, if a little cool, not so much that I noticed at the time, and I could be imagining things. However, even when we hung out at his place, she'd use herself and the children to try and bring our get-togethers to an end. We'd be watching a TV show and chatting about some mutual interest, and she'd come into the room, bring the kids, stretch out on the sofa, and have her children start giving her massages. Ask Ike to rub her feet. She'd whine until he agreed to take me home. There was no public transit, or I'd have just paid for that, and pay attention to her. Fast forward a few years, until after we haven't hung out in a while, but we still talk on Facebook. There's a political discussion on his page, which I wade into. He and I are at odds on some things, but never insultingly. Some of his other friends aren't so nice about it, but it wasn't a big deal, until Gondwanaland weighed in, one day. Apparently, she spends the time that they're apart, including while she's at work, constantly monitoring Ike the Spike Tyke on Facebook, and was sick of seeing all the crap from me, meaning anything I'd posted. She's a strong conservative, which I'm not. Next thing you know, she's bringing up everything, me being an ignorant dumbass, me causing big problems because of the robber calls, me being poor, a failure, my past financial problems, etc. At this point, I've known her for at least 5 to 6 years. We argued. I told her to take it to messages because she was embarrassing her husband. She did, furious, then reiterated that I was a failure for having financial problems. I told her that she was a false Catholic. She went silent, except for one last "I'll pray that your new opportunities take off, so you can pay those debts you owe to the scammers she's so distressed about," and that was it. Ironically, this was a day or two after Ike and I had planned to catch a film, the first thing we'd have done together in a couple of years at that point. This curtailed that. I'm afraid I was upset enough to call things off and to tell him I'd be pulling back. I've never had a friend openly express pain at losing my friendship like that before. It was crushing. It was both my friend and her, so that I learned something was off. I was roommates with my friend for a year's lease. It was during the middle of the lease where she started to bringing guys home that wasn't her boyfriend of 2 years. At first I thought they were just friends of hers, until I heard moaning, thumping, etc. Such noises coming from her room whenever a guy was over. Bit my tongue for some time, because I didn't feel like it was in my place to let her boyfriend at the time know. When it was down to a month left on the lease, I couldn't take it anymore. Something cracked within me that made me feel like he should know about this. I messaged her boyfriend. They were in an LDR, so I couldn't tell him in person, and told him about it all. I didn't have any proof of what was going on, just my word of mouth. And he didn't believe me. Just told me I was planning to ruin their relationship because I didn't like her as a roommate. I was jealous, or I wanted her dead. If I didn't have any proof, then I was surely lying. And since I waited months to tell him, it didn't help my case. He said, "If you had known sooner, why are you telling me now?" He thought I was doing this then, to get her to kill herself, since she was already going through school problems, which I had no idea about whatsoever. She thought I was jealous, because I used to be his friend during the early months of their relationship. Her boyfriend and I would watch an anime series together, and talk about it, but that ended after some time, because she wouldn't allow it. My friend and her boyfriend cut me off, and I'd never talk to them ever again. I lost all of friends, because of this ordeal, and I'm still sad about it. They told everyone I had known at the time, that I was manipulative, and trying to break them up for my own gain. They are still together to this day. Over 4 years now, I believe. She started casually telling me insane stuff, as if it was normal, when we started hanging out alone together. Like how the reason she moved into his house in high school, he was 2 years older, was because her parents realized she snuck out one night, and decided she just preferred not to go home, and face the consequences. She was 18 at that point, so there was nothing her parents could do, they were just heartbroken. She wonders why her parents don't like my friend, though, not like he looks like the guy who stole away their child or anything. Or about how she got in a fight with my friend's roommate slash best friend who lived with him for a year before she moved herself in, so she texted him some super mean, petty things. She didn't want my friend to find out, so when my friend's roommate started calling him off the hook, she would just yank the phone out of his hand and hang it up every time he tried to answer. She was generally rude and bossy, and would yell at my friend in group settings, but he wasn't having it anytime someone tried to say something about deserving better treatment. There were a few more really weird crazy stories she used to tell me, and I eventually started to figure that, if he was putting up with it all, I was wasting my breath trying to tell him he deserved better. Eventually I couldn't stand hanging out with her anymore, and because she refused to let my friend go anywhere without her, I stopped seeing him around, because people stopped inviting them out. When he started flashing his money around, my best friend started dating a guy she worked with at a GameStop. She had just turned 18, and he was nearing 40. He started off by trying to impress us with money, taking us to restaurants, showing off the fancy things he had bought for his mom's condo. We thought he was a nurse at a big hospital and just worked at the gaming store to help support his video game habit, and because he liked the discount. After a while he started to push us apart, and no longer wanted to be around if I was around. This resulted in me not being in my friend's life for almost a year. I didn't want to deal with him, and he didn't like when I was around. We both were just uncomfortable around each other, especially as I got older and started to call him out for being creepy slash weird and having situations not line up. After she broke up with him for a lot of reasons, we started sleuthing around trying to figure out why things didn't add up, like how he was a nurse with all this money, but still lived at his parents' and drove a chic car, and wouldn't talk about money other than to say he had it. Turns out he was a pathological liar, lied about having a degree, being a nurse. In California, nursing licenses can be searched online. He wasn't a nurse at all, has no credentials, lives at his mom's house. All of the times he said he was at work at the hospital, he was at home playing video games. Didn't even graduate from the high school he said he did. TLDR told us he was a nurse and flashed his money at us. Turned out he just played video games all day at his mom's house. So, this story is from back when I was in high school. I'm 34 now, so not in high school anymore, lol. My best friend's girlfriend would frequently call my phone, since my friend didn't have a working phone at the time. This was back during the days when cell phones had actual buttons but dialing happened. So, this girl had a really bad habit of dialing my phone. It finally got to the point one day where I answered, and after trying for several minutes of shouting to try to get her attention, I said fuck it, and just listened in. I was able to make out that she was driving around with a friend, car noises, two people talking, and it sounded like a very polite friendly conversation. And finally I hear her say goodbye to her friend in a cheery voice, followed by the closing of the car door. Immediately following this, I then hear her say that faking beach. What a dirty faking hoe. followed by a long rant of other stuff and one voice dripping with malice and anger. I knew that this girl had anger issues, but this was the first point where I really got to see it clearly. The same girl later ended up pushing my best friend off a 2-story building. He was bruised, but okay fortunately, slashing his tires, and on several occasions, she drove slowly down the street in front of our apartment complex at 2 a.m. with the horn held down. Fortunately, he finally left her before she got severely hooked on meth. I can only imagine what she was like after that. One of my girlfriends is 30. Her boyfriend is 50 plus. We all work together at this point, and he asks her out on a date. They get along, start dating. He is hesitant to let her move in when they are only dating a few months. Not that big of a deal. She moves in, and they live together for about a year. He decides things are moving too fast and makes her move out. She moves back with her mom for about a week until he begs her to come back. About another year later, he picks a fight with her, makes her move into her own apartment. Twice he's made her move out in 2 years, if you are keeping score, while never breaking up. I knew there was something wrong with him at this point. I didn't know what yet. He also goes on week-long hunting expeditions hours and states away. She receives Facebook message from a woman she doesn't know that lives in the state he goes hunting in. Do you know where this is headed yet? The message reads that this other woman had no idea my friend existed, and that the other woman is sorry that she's been having a relationship with this man for over 5 years. My friend and him had been together for 3 years at this point. The other woman does the right thing and says she is no longer in contact with the boyfriend after they broke up, and he admitted there was someone else, the someone else being my friend. You'd think this is the end, but a few months go by, they get in a fight. My friend wants to talk it out and goes to his place where she used to live, only to find him entertaining some woman my friend's never met. My friend calls me crying. So he's a pathological liar and serial womanizer. He disgusts me. And my friend knows he disgusts me. I hope eventually she will get the smarts to dump him. Well, here it is. About 5 years ago, I was living in a house with my best friend and one of his other best friends. We all became very close in a very short amount of time. We were a tripod, if you will. Long story short, best friend who owns the house gets brutally murdered in our driveway. We find him there. Obviously this is still a huge deal for us, as we not only lost our best friend, but our living situation and entire lives were upended. Fast forward 2 years. We are attending the murder trial as witnesses. A lot of awful things that we have to relive. The worst being the crime scene photos. Fast forward 1 year from there. He shows his girlfriend, now ex, an article about some guy getting stabbed for being a pedophile. Argument ensues. Her, you know you can't show me stuff like this. Him, why? You hate pedophiles. Her, because I have PTSD. Him, you have PTSD. From what? Her, from the pictures of the crime scene from the murder trial. You know I can't see those things. He didn't continue to argue with her. He instead called me and told me the whole conversation. Whereas his response to me, that should have been said to her, was to think that I don't have PTSD from living through that night. Because I didn't need a picture to describe it to you. Later on, after he broke up with her, we learned that she made the entire situation about herself. My girlfriend's old coworkers now worked with her, and when my girlfriend asked about her, they said something along the lines of, "Oh, her? Yeah, I know her. Her, whose boyfriend's best friend was murdered, and she's so caught up in taking care of him that it makes her so tired, and blah blah blah, feels sorry for me, blah blah blah. I'm so happy that she is out of his life. He still talks to her, but he's no longer afraid to tell her how he feels. She actually moved out of the state. The worst part is that she kept his dog." She was my suitemate in college. It was an adult co-ed dorm, so we had separate rooms with a shared bathroom with no visitation restrictions, and her boyfriend was twice her age, think mid-40s, and creepy as hell. She was from a very conservative and traditional Indian family, and I had a feeling she was dating this guy just to piss her parents off, but it was really backfiring on her. Problem is, anytime he was over, there was screaming and crying, and I could hear him hitting her. I finally got their ass to ban him from the dorms, but I knew when she would sneak him in after hours, She ended up getting removed from the dorm, but I felt hella sorry for her. Even if she was doing it just to piss off her parents, he had her running scared enough that she would constantly beg me not to interfere, not because she wanted to stay with him, but because she was afraid he'd go after me if he thought I was tampering with their relationship. She constantly had bruises. She walked in such a way that I knew the set wasn't just rough, and she went from being a cheerful, outspoken young girl to a broken shell by the end of the semester. And outside of letting the Raz know when he was around so they could keep an eye on things, they didn't want to risk chasing him off and having him retaliate against her, me, them, or the dorms. I couldn't actually do anything for her except let her cry on me when he was gone. I don't know what happened to them, but I really hope she got away from him eventually. Long story, it was only 3 weeks and he would verbally abuse her, even more so when they fought. He said to her once, "I should slap your father for raising such a Russian slut." This is only the beginning. My best friend and I were talking over text, and when she showed me that I told her to leave him. Keep this in mind. Fast forward 2 weeks, and it was me, her, and her ex-boyfriend at a hookah bar. Something set him off, and he gets in his car and drives off in the middle of the night, leaving us stranded to walk back home, 4 miles. I keep insisting this is wrong, red flags all over, but she of course insisted otherwise. Her and I had a mutual guy friend and the 3 of us were hanging out. All of a sudden her ex-boyfriend comes zooming down the block in his car, threatens the guy friend, throws her in his car and speeds off. And as usual during that time I get yet again another phone call of her crying. This odd behavior went on for another 2 months or so. I would always tell her to leave him when we would text. Wrong of me. I find out that he lets himself in her house, takes her phone off the charger and drives off. He is going through it, reading her conversations, and then I get a FaceTime from him. I pick up and he says to me, "You're a bitch, aren't you? Telling her to leave me, ha ha ha. Don't worry, I won't tell your boyfriend what you did behind his back," and hangs up. Mind you, I never did anything, he's just a lunatic. Later that day I get a phone call of her crying from a police precinct. He broke her phone, and when she went to his house to speak with his family, who honestly was just as nuts as him, his dad would hit his mom etc. He pulls up, calls her a hoe. She runs to her car and he car chases her. Eventually she ended up driving to the precinct because she clearly felt in danger. Apparently before she got to her car he squeezed her so hard to get her off his stoop, and she had bruises all over her body. He then proceeds to spit a loogie in her face. Thankfully she eventually left him, and he went around telling everyone she was nuts and abusive. I remember another time before this I was at her house eating soup, and he pulls up and just starts fighting with her, then had the audacity to call me and my boyfriend pathetic, just because I tried defending her. Amazing, isn't it? Backstory: we are a close-knit group of friends, we call each other family, and a lot of us were getting married, and we have a friend, let's call him Jim. Jim had been married and had a kid at 19 and is now divorced. He would always make comments about how horrible marriage is and how he never wanted to get married again, and love is bullshit. So, Jim has girlfriends from time to time but nothing serious and life is normal. Then he kind of dropped off the face of the earth. Stopped logging into Steam as much, and just more distant. Come to find out he is seeing someone, which is great, good for him. They date for about 6 months or so, and he never brings her around. He lives in another state, but when he would visit she didn't come with. Then they get engaged and have a shotgun wedding. They didn't tell of us when it was going to happen, we all found out on Facebook. Red flag. Jim so adds me on Facebook, which is cool, I want to get to know her. At this time I'm planning my own wedding, and Jim is a groomsman, and I get a PM from her telling me she is not comfortable with Jim being in the wedding with his ex, one of my bridesmaids. I told her that it should be fine for a day, and brushed her aside. In the following months she continues to randomly message my so, while drunk, making while accusations that Jim's son isn't really his son. Which is total crap, because they are carbon copies of each other. She also informs me she won't make it to the wedding. No big loss. The day after the wedding we drove to Jim's house, because he lives close to the airport we were flying out of. So it's time to finally meet this lovely Jim. My crazy alarm was going off so hard I almost slept in the car. First she has to tell me all about her girl's weekend and how she was being hit on over and over again, but guys, I'm married. Then as we are going to bed, my husband and Jim are standing in the kitchen just psing, and she, I shit you not, came out of their bedroom and reached out her hand and took him and pulled him to take him to the bedroom. Jim said, I will be right in, and she put her hands on her hips and then, like a toddler, reached out and grabbed his hand and said no. Now, my husband was speechless that Jim finally relented and went to bed with her. Fast forward to the end of the honeymoon, and Jim's wife was supposed to pick us up from the airport. She messages my husband and tells him I was going to go paddleboarding, but Jim just told me I need to pick you guys up, so I guess I will do that. We told her to not worry about it and we would get a new, but LDR, beaches be crazy, they are still married. It's my wife's friend, so this post is going to be real loose on spelling and grammar, fair warning, and I'm probably going to come off looking like an asshole. Point: the dude is from Turkey and super social, loud, boisterous kinda guy. He's dating my wife's friend, and the wife and her go out from time to time, about once every 3 to 6 weeks, for a girls' night. Every single time they go out he ends up showing up at the bar or restaurant that they are at, and this is even the times where I'm picking my wife's friend up and driving them both to wherever they are going. So he always ends up crashing and doing checkups. Sometimes when they ignore him or talk about girl stuff he leaves, but even then has known to wait a while and come back to check that they are still there, or find them at a bar that they went to after dinner. The guy must be either driving around and checking every bar in my small city, there's only about 5, or has got some version of Find My Phone on her cell phone. This goes on for about 6 months. Before he gets her pregnant, we find out that he's already told his parents that they are married. Him being from Turkey, he can't be having a kid and not be married. She's talking about keeping it and the whole, while has still randomly showing up to the girls' night out. I find out through the wife that his previous girlfriend had cheated on him and has got trust issues, that he goes through her phone's messages all the time and will come over and hug her from behind or pull her hair to get her attention whenever it looks like she's texting someone. He also asked about or lost his sheet over all these guys from 4 provinces away when she went to university years ago that he finds on her phone or Facebook messages. I think that's faked, but whatever, I'm not sleeping with him, and it's not directly affecting me. Yet so her parents show up with the news she's pregnant and visit, and we meet them too, and they are super cool, laid back ex-sippers. Everything goes well, and things continue to progress. Wife tells me after one of the girls' nights that has been laid off his job with his uncle, and now his uncle is paying the rent on his apartment, giving him food for groceries and cell phone bills / gas, basically supporting them. The wife's friend is worried because she doesn't have enough money right now to cover the rent payment coming up. She's short $150 and was wondering if we could give her the cash to make sure she doesn't get kicked out. The wife and I have a fight, and I learn that the guy from Turkey's got an ice coke addiction and basically spends all night of every day drinking and doing coke. That the reason he got laid off was because he was showing up to work hungover or not at all. I've never done coke, but googling the side effects it seems to explain some of his behavior, but I still think has also an asshole. Despite me not being comfortable about giving the money, I end up agreeing. Happy wife, happy life, right? The wife gets on the phone with her friend and the money comes up. My wife overhears him yelling in the background about the fact that I have a nice car and a house and a good job, and why don't I give them more money? Don't they worry about you? Don't they know you're pregnant? In my wife's friend's defense, she's been pretty good about being a buffer for that kind of thing and never did ask us for money again to my knowledge. Either way, I was super happy to hear that kinda shit. So I basically told my wife I do not want them around. I have nothing against my wife's friend, but wherever she goes he crashes and tends to follow. She has the kid and they get for real engaged and are planning a second wedding in Turkey so his family can attend. It's really the only wedding. I tell the wife we can't go when we're invited. When they come back, the wife still does the girls' night, but usually plans them around when I'm at work and when the Turkey guy's also at work. I guess he ended up finding out about them being in the afternoon because he consistently ended up coming home early from work and finding them wherever they were out. He'd then pretty much kidnap my wife, according to her, and they would drive around and do things. Sometimes he would take everybody back to his place. My wife says she would constantly protest saying she wanted to go home, but I can only recall one instance really. When she took a cab home, she would usually wait until someone gave her a ride, her friend and or the guy from Turkey. Once I went and grabbed her from her friend's apartment after like 6 hours had passed and I wanted to get some sleep for work. My wife doesn't drive. If anyone was what? The faking point. This continues on for some time. The kid's pushing 6 months to a year and the wife gets a call in the middle of the night because the guy from Turkey brought a whole bunch of friends home and another girl and are doing lines of coke on his knee level T.V glass table. Has bouncing the kid up and down on his leg like some trashy scene from a movie. She takes the kid and goes to a Super 8 and wanted to talk to my wife in person. Wife goes over and I'm parked in the parking lot thinking how I really don't want to get involved in this kinda shit as I deal with this kinda thing already with my job. She eventually comes out and we go home. Find out the next day that when we left the guy from Turkey showed up and basically talked / forced his way up to her room. He eventually went home. When she promised to come home the next day, a week goes by and we get another phone call. The baby is screaming and has yelling and smashing things in the background. The only thing we can get out of the wife's friend is that has confiscating all the electronics so his buddy can hack them and make sure she's not cheating on him. That has already smashed the laptop and has destroyed a couple things around the house in his anger. This is all relayed rather quickly and then the line goes dead. We call the cops for a wellness check and they go over and separate the two, I guess. While the cops are talking to my wife's friend, he calls my wife and asks her if we called the cops as we were the only ones she contacted and now the cops are involved. My wife just asks about her friend and the baby, if they are okay, but he's just constantly repeating in a paranoid fashion about who called the cops, if it was us or the neighbors. Eventually we get another call from the wife's friend saying thanks and that she knew it was us that called the police and she wouldn't tell her husband. We accidentally let this episode slip to the friend's parents, who then showed up earlier than expected for a month-long visit they had planned. They last 5 days in town and then have a heart-to-heart with my wife's friend. They tell her that they cannot stand watching how her husband treats her at home, pulling her hair when she doesn't pay attention to him, and a bunch of other things that I now wish I could remember a whole bunch of. Sheet that basically conveys possession. 5 days into a month-long trip they go home. We were stunned that she didn't go with them. The wife ends up buying us the cruise tickets and I'm super excited to find out that she also bought 2 tickets for the friend and guy from Turkey. I usually dislike going to concerts to begin with because I don't find them enjoyable. I've been to 3 that I've liked, but those are the exception. This turns out to be a bad show for me. The Trues come up onto the stage wearing scarves and fancy hats. There's no energy and no movement and they just go through all their hits. I might as well be listening to a greatest hit CD. There's no solos, nothing unique, they are just playing. On top of this, I tend to hate crowds at concerts. I'm 30 and I don't enjoy that kinda shit, so I refuse to get closer to the stage of a band that is not invested in the show anyways. The wife goes and I end up sitting with my wife's friend who also doesn't like the show. She saw them before about 8 years ago when they were up and coming and were apparently way better. She ends up venting about her husband who floats between where me and the wife's friend is sitting and my wife who is on the floor. We roll into Encores and the wife's friend has a headache from the noise and pot smoke, so we both bounce to the car. Since it'll probably be only 10 to 15 to the show's over and neither of us are having fun, we texted both my wife and her husband, and the wife eventually ends up coming to the car in a bad mood. I find out 4 days later that every time the guy from Turkey went down to the floor he'd end up trying to grope, kiss and grind on my wife, so much so that a bunch of random dudes stepped in to check on my wife and protect her. My wife didn't end up accepting their help and didn't tell me anything during the concert about what was going on. That was another lovely fight. Only good thing to come out of there was that I told her we're done doing sheet with that couple and that I'm the only one picking concerts now that we go to, and that includes who we invite. During this lovely 2-1.5 year crusade I did take some steps to try and help my wife's friend. I gave her crisis helpline numbers to talk to someone for advice, the names and contact information for AA and NAP, along with actively seeking out professionals in my job with related skills for helping these types of people on what I should do. The wife and I even tried to plant the seed of my wife's friend going back home to see her parents and then not coming back. Nothing's stuck. The wife keeps in touch and still goes out for ladies night, much less now, since we called the cops on them, but she still keeps tabs, and we try to keep an eye on if it gets worse, but we're pretty much waiting for it to explode, because he sent huge smoke signals that this is all going to go sideways. Did anyone else see TRLF to see if their story is here? Even if that's a crazy thing to be paranoid about, I had one drunken night when I was a huge asshole, and it soured my relationship with some of my husband's friends. I was completely in the wrong and handled it badly and awkwardly, and things have been weird ever since. I have secret fears that they pity my husband for being with me, even though we are super happy. They are great people and are amazing friends to my husband. I'm scared that they might caution him about me someday if I do something wrong. I'm afraid that he'll take them seriously. I'm afraid that they talk about this one incident with regret or disgust or even shame, that they let him marry me or something. I know none of this is going on. It's just anxiety. I just don't want to be the so who was off, and their husband's friends knew it the whole time. Edit. I have absolutely been on my best behavior with them, just tried to be my normal self, just more paranoid now. The incident consisted of all day drinking with friends and my husband's family, and then that night, I was disrespectful of my in-laws' conservative views, the way I said things, overshared, you know how it goes. The most embarrassing part is that I misdirected drunk anger at my husband and ended up yelling and crying about non-existent problems. I was just a shameful, mean, crying drunk one night, and it demolished a few relationships that I really valued and had only barely gotten to know. Second edit. My husband forgave me, of course, and keeps me accountable in amazing ways. I love him so much. About 2 minutes into meeting him. Long story. I'm friends with sisters, F and J. I met J in university and became friends with her first. She quickly became one of my best friends. I met F through being friends with J and became F's friend too. Well, F had a boyfriend that nobody, and I mean nobody, liked. Her family hated him from the get-go and passed on their sentiments to J, who was living far away and hadn't met him yet. F asks me to meet him and vouch for him with J because J would trust my judgment. Well, cue boyfriend meeting where he completely blasts both F and J's parents, and J saying they were being assholes to him, saying they didn't like that he was dating F and that J was two-faced, etc. I asked him what the hell he expected from F's family when he was being a dick to them. They are going to be concerned with who their daughter is dating. I tried to be a bit of a peacemaker in the situation and tell him to cool it and put his best foot forward, because if you're going to be serious about being with F, you're going to want to have a relationship with them, especially considering F was so close with her family. He just kept repeating that he wasn't going to change for anyone or anything, and that there was nothing wrong with how he was approaching the situation. After the meeting I relayed all this to J, which confirmed her family's story, that this guy was a complete asshole and an idiot. Unfortunately she married him 5 years ago. They're still together, much to everyone's surprise. I haven't seen him since the wedding and I really don't care to. He's a piece of garbage and her life has been turned upside down financially because of him. They live in complete squalor, in what was once a decent house F bought by herself before they met. They want to have kids and I cringe at the thought. I met my closest friends, we'll call him Eric, not his real name, husband/so, Ryan, again, not his real name, right before Thanksgiving in 2016 at my place of work. I worked with Eric at the time. Ryan was a good man and was pleasant to talk with for the 5 to 10 minutes we were able to. I didn't see Ryan again until the very end of 2016, when I helped his family out with some stuff, and he was appreciative of it and was sweet to me. Yeah, that went out quickly once Eric told me about some of the stuff that Ryan has done. I went to a pride festival near my hometown back in June and spent a good part of my time with both of them. Ryan was a complete dick to Eric the entire time and ridiculed him for every little thing. Keep in mind that Eric was drunk as hell and was at most just loud. Ryan was yelling at Eric over stupid shit, and my heart broke for Eric, not disclosing any details whatsoever, since this is not a throwaway. What sealed the deal for me was going up to their house in the middle of the night about a week later and seeing how vicious Ryan was toward Eric. Again, Eric was high and pretty drunk, and he wasn't even doing anything dangerous to either one of us, just shooting the shit more than usual and being a smartass at best. Ryan got physical with Eric at one point, and I finally saw the actual nature of their relationship. I talked to Eric shortly after this and told him that I do not want to be near Ryan anymore, as I'm genuinely afraid that he will lash out at me next, since I'm very close with Eric. Eric is very good at making sure that I don't go near Ryan for my safety, and I have managed to avoid Ryan since the house incident. As for the relationship, they have kids under 18. Oldest is high school age, so they are staying together for that reason. It's shitty if you ask me, but I'm not in the relationship, and it's not my direct problem. I did tell Eric that he needs to do what's best for him and get out if it ever gets extremely physical, regardless of the kid's situation. Well, I think I've shared this story before, but fuck it, I still don't like her. First, I want to admit that they are both idiots. Him more than her. My good friend from high school I went to college with as well. After a series of bad relationships and nearing 30, he meets this girl who he absolutely falls for. And honestly, I was very happy for him, because this would be the first time I genuinely saw it in him, that even he believed it when he would say it. Yeah, he's that person. A couple of months into the relationship it starts to go sour, only because it is confessed that she has mental issues in regards to depression and bipolar. She attempts to commit suicide right after he breaks up with her for reasons that did not involve her depression that was being managed. When she attempted to kill herself, she booked a hotel room near his house and downed an entire bottle of Tylenol. Oh. Her family convinced him to take her back, and he was honestly scared that she would be successful the next time she tried, so he gave in. 1 week into the relationship that he was forced into, she confesses to him that she is in love with some other guy and never really cared about him. 1 week after that, he proposes to her in his backyard, which reeked of dog shit because he never picked it up. After he asked me to be his best man, and I drunkenly agreed to. The wedding gets cancelled first, then rescheduled. I had requested that specific date off for his wedding and lost that date, so took advantage by doing something for me, and I expressed that I wouldn't be able to go to his second wedding date. I also took advantage of that moment and explained that I wouldn't be able to be a part of his life for both of our sakes. I had started to really make his life my own, and he just gave up and had no more ambition. He gave up on a lot of beneficial things for himself and married her so that he could help her with her FAFSA application. That was the purpose behind the marriage. I couldn't stick around that person anymore. I was arguing with him, trying to defend him from him, and it was obvious to me that my involvement was toxic to both. That friendship ended on the 6th of March 16. Their wedding date. Aha, oh boy. Do I have a story to tell? So, my best friend has an atrocious record for dating girls. His first girlfriend was my cousin, who only dated him for his beard. His second was with an emotionally unstable girl who broke up multiple relationships by sleeping with the men. And the third I feel personally responsible for. So number 3, named Caitlin, because I literally gave him the go ahead to date her. After his first 2 attempts, he gave me veto power over his choices because he didn't trust himself. He started getting close to Caitlin. She was a good mutual friend of ours, and she seemed fine in what interactions I had with her. Plus, he's my best friend. Yeah, no, I want him to be happy. Unfortunately, this was a crucial mistake. Caitlin is horribly mentally ill. As in, so anxiety ridden that even being on a 3-drug cocktail, she still freaks out and calls the ambulance because she thinks she's having a heart attack. I knew she had anxiety issues, but I didn't think much of it, because I also have anxiety problems, which medication clears up. I didn't realize the extent of her illness when I gave my permission. Now, anxiety alone, even as bad as hers is, wouldn't normally be a deal breaker for me, but her behavior is completely off-putting. She routinely acts like a child, throwing temper tantrums when she doesn't get her way, storming off in a huff when people don't tell her what she wants to hear, and talking in a baby voice randomly. She's extremely passive aggressive, and since she gets pissed off at minor things like a child, she's constantly pouting and annoying those around her with her antics. At first, I was the only one who noticed how annoying she was, and how toxic being around her was. Then my best friend and I got an apartment with our respective girlfriends, and everyone else began to realize how she was, except for my best friend. She's managed to alienate everyone that's met her, including my best friend's family, which is alienating him, because no one wants to invite him to anything, since she'll come along. And, to make everything worse, they are getting married next month. In the words of her soon-to-be mother-in-law, I love my son best friend, so I'll support his decision. Oh dear, so my friend used to date this really terrible guy. I think it was her sophomore junior year in high school. Anyways, this guy was just generally an abusive boyfriend. He never hit her or anything, but he emotionally abused her. If she happened to say anything to him that remotely upset him, he would ignore her for hours, while she would message and call and beg and cry the entire time, wondering what she did wrong. My other friends and I tried to convince her that he was a bad guy, but she wouldn't listen. At least once a week she would come to school with red puffy eyes, because she had been crying all morning about him. And if he wasn't ignoring her, he was either saying stuff to her to lower her self-esteem even further than it usually was. She was a really skinny girl and her family all made fun of her for it, or sent her ridiculously love-a-dove messages to remind her that he loves her and bringing her gifts. We actually recently met up and smashed a perfume bottle of his on some railroad tracks. Most satisfying thing I've ever seen. He would tell her to do things for him, kisses, BJS, and whatnot, or he would go back to ignoring her. He wasn't even cute. Ugly AF. Dunno what she saw in him in the first place, honestly. I was scrolling through Facebook one day, and you know how Facebook recommends posts based on what your friends like and comment on. So I got a video on my feed of a girl stripping, and he had commented something along the lines of hot. I thought that was kinda sketchy, along with the times when my friend had told me about him messaging other girls flirty stuff, so I sent her a screenshot and warned her that she should keep an eye on him. Within a month of that, she finds out he cheated on her and comes to us crying again. We tell her to drop him, so she messages him that they are done. That should be it, right? I mean, she blocked him, deleted all of the pictures of him, changed all of her passwords, and he was moving a couple of states away soon. He decides to message her through his friends, begging her to come back, having his dad text her that he's been cutting himself and that if he kills himself it's her fault, and just all kinds of bullshit. He eventually got another girlfriend and had another friend message her again asking for her back as he is dating this new girl. She told him to fuck off, and suddenly he got all pissy, calling her a lying cheating hoe and whatnot. She blocked the shit out of him and all of his related contacts. Haven't heard from him since. She wasn't loyal at all. Fortunately she was honest about cheating on him. The worst part is it was a gradual build up wherein he would inquire about why she couldn't hang with him, to which she would give the reason that she was hanging out with her friend. Said friend happened to be another guy who she was suspiciously close with. I, as my best friend's best fucking friend, defended this bitch to make him feel better, like he wasn't dating some skank. He never made the most wise decisions, but he was an intelligible guy who always had it rough in the social department, had never been treated nicely, and never even touched a girl before. For once he was genuinely happy, because someone that wasn't me or his mom loved him. I couldn't let the worst of that relationship be a reality, so I really hammered away at helping my friend to see the silver lining, but the days grew longer for him as she consistently declined being around him. This all led up to her dumping him and moving on to the guy she'd been hanging out with. My friend didn't exact any negative feelings upon me because he knew I meant well. Even I couldn't imagine being faulted for trying to see the good in people, but we were dealing with your typical wealthy, know-it-all, girly girl who frowned upon the lower classes. If anybody is curious to know as to what grounds I had to defend her, she would hang out with my buddy and I, and never outwardly showed signs of being a cunt. It's just stuff that eventually came out. Best friend, well call her Anne, in high school was dating a guy a year younger than her. I was sort of friends with the guy before they started dating. Everything seemed fine until I started noticing she just wasn't caring for herself. She stopped wearing makeup, stopped doing her hair, only wore sweats, started gaining weight. I was just under the impression that she was one of those girls who wanted to not care anymore now that she had a boyfriend. One day a mutual friend tells me that Anne doesn't wear thongs anymore. I laughed and said, okay, so what? Friend tells me it's because Anne's boyfriend won't let her wear them. And he won't let her wear makeup, or do her hair, or wear dresses or skirts. Come to find out he's controlling every aspect of her life. He then starts to tell her she's just not very pretty and other guys wouldn't really like her. One day Anne's boyfriend is walking home in the rain, so I pull over and offer him a ride home. We are talking and somehow we got into the topic that Anne doesn't wear makeup anymore. He gets defensive. I say she just doesn't take care of herself anymore. He gets more defensive. I'm trying to be peaceful about it, but he's getting mad, so we say goodbye. After that Anne slowly stops talking to me. Also now I'm apparently very lesbian for Anne. I had a boyfriend of my own at this point. Anne's boyfriend and I take a school trip out of country with a school organization we were both in. I fall down the stairs from a very weak ankle that come to find out I need a reconstruction on. I can barely walk, and word gets out to the group fast that it happened. Within a few hours Anne's boyfriend and his best friends are claiming on social media that I had faked it. One of the posts saying, if you're going to fake an injury at least make your limp look real. I was surprised, because these were the kids that got bullied, not the other way around. I laughed and told my friends, all males who wanted to have sex with me, and we are fighting for it, but still all friends, and I was naive thinking I was one of the guys, but we all are dumb about something at one point in time, right? They all want to be my knight in shining armor, and about 6 of these guys decide to storm their hotel room. I later found out they collected a bunch of other guys in the hallway that just hated Anne's boyfriend and his friends, so about 15 guys just terrorize him and his friends. No physical contact, as I made it very clear I didn't want them doing anything in the first place. After this Anne really stops stalking me, and we don't talk for about a year. Eventually this guy has sex with another girl, and still wants to make it work. He breaks up with her claiming she got too fat for him and he's not attracted to her anymore, and goes to college out of state and starts dating another girl a week later. Anne and I are best friends now. We talk all of the time. She knows her boyfriend was manipulative and just a jerk. Unfortunately I don't think she'll ever learn her lesson, but that's not for me to judge. The one time I met her was when a friend and I were on a trip to the city. He suddenly brought up that he had a new G/F and we were going to pick her up on the way. Not on the way, but added an extra hour onto our already 1.5 hour drive. Okay, whatever. The rest of the drive involved her talking about how she once accidentally, she made the quotes, not me, drank gasoline, and once accidentally dumped a gallon of bleach into the washer when her previous boyfriend was doing colored clothes. She also commented on how a good sharp knife could go right through the car seats. She tried to laugh it off as her being into horror flicks and stuff. And then she'd continue to describe how easy it would be to kill people and how to dispose of the bodies. And going into serious detail of it, laughing at the most gruesome parts. We get to the city and our first stop is a bookstore. Instead of hanging around him, she would stop right behind me and stare. No conversation, no trying to look at what I was reading, just staring holes in the back of me head. If I told her to back off, she would for about 5 minutes, but then she'd pretend hide behind a support pillar and do it again. Just stare. This continued at the next store, and finally I told him to get her to back off a bit. Lunch we went to a steakhouse. She continuously stabbed her steak with a fork for a good 5 minutes and never ate it. Not just poking it, I mean stabbing with force. It was still on the plate when we left. At this point, I had considered getting a ride back with another friend who had also gone to the mall that day, but I now feared for my friend's life if he decided to stay over at her place, so to prevent that, I rode back with them. At this point I had a major headache, and 5 minutes into her random insanity I told her to can it because my head throbbed too much from listening to it all day. Blissful silence for the rest of the way to her place, and I declined the invite for dinner fearing it probably would be poisoned.